Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this edition, the 2025 Intercall Tournament, where we join you here at Balmain Cricket Ground in Couva for the first installment of both these games to be played in Couva. It'll be St. Mary's College versus Naparima College today. Naps having won the toss and elected to bat first at the 1:15 toss. We see CIC taking the field here as both umpires come out. Rodney Tulsi is our third umpire for the day, and the two umpires out on the field would be Stephen Lakran and Andel Mahan. It's a warm day here in Couva with Balmain Cricket Ground looking as low, as hard and as dry as usual. CIC is all ready to go here with the opening bowler lining up as we see the Naparima College batsman stepping out. In the meantime, we'll take a look at the team sheets for today. For CIC, it'll be leading the line, Jesse Sokwa, the captain. The wicketkeeper is Jaden Simon, and it'll be Ryan Yearwood, Wilt Shaw, Tristan Toya, Nathan Sancho, Josiah Roberts, Mikhail Ali, Shiva Sampat, Josiah Nicholas, and Aidan Tom to start the lineup here for CIC. Mohammed Budu, Bechu, and Budram are on the bench for today's game. The opening batters here today will be Adi Ramsaran and Aidan Chan, and it will be Sancho to kick us off for CIC. So we're all set today. Batters are out, bowler is ready, umpire seems to be ready, guard is taken, and here we go for the first ball of this first semi-finals. It'll be Sancho to start. Up against Ramsaran. Here we go. First ball is full outside the off stump. It'll be called a wide. It seemed to be wide enough to be called a wide, but it'll be called a no ball by the umpire. So it's a free hit to start us off here. A bit of a loosener by Sancho early on. So Ramsaran here will be looking to get off to a good start. Hopefully a boundary for him off this first legal delivery of the game. The deep field, there's one deep fielder for CIC. That would be the third man behind that slip. There's a bit of a wide third man. The rest of the fielders are inside the circle for this first over. Here comes Sancho again. It's again full outside the off stump. That's a terrific shot. A cracking cover drive. Will beat that man at cover and race down to the boundary for 4 runs. So it's 4 runs. It'll be 5 runs off our first legal delivery here. It's a cracking start for Naparima College and Jesse Suk and Aidan Ramsaran rather. So the sweeper is now dropped back to a three-quarter position as we see Sancho coming in here. It's a better delivery left outside the off stump by Ramsaran. So now there's protection for that flashing blade outside the line of the off stump in a third man and a three-quarter sweeper. The point is inside the circle. There's a short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a short mid-wicket in addition to a backward square leg. And of course the first slip waiting behind. Not a bad line and length to start with. Yes, he did got driven for 4. But that was a free hit. I think that there's a good line and length to start with that slip in place. Looking to try to get a catch behind here. It's left outside the off stump again by Ramsaran. No risks taken early here. It's a very green top today as we take a look at Coach Lala having a look at his players out here as we start early on. It's going to be vital for Naps to get a good start in here early. As Sancho is in again and again outside the off stump. This time it will be called out wide by the umpire. Umpire Lakran. It's a bit of a slow contemplative start for these two. Well, for this batter out here. Not looking to throw away his wicket early. It's commendable in the situation. Sometimes you see in T20 cricket, they would look to go guns with fielders inside the circle during the power play. But it's been a thinking first few deliveries as this one is driven again nicely. Straight back, it'll result in no run as it's tidied up there by the mid-off fielder. This one is outside line of the off stump. It's flashed, and exactly like we said, that ball outside the off stump takes a wicket. It's going to be Ramsaran to go. A bit of a slashing one outside the line of the off stump there. He seems to be a bit disappointed with the decision, but the CIC players were up and at it instantly, and the umpire just seemed to shake his head before raising his finger. Did seem his body language was a little bit disappointed. But that's a big blow early on for Naparima College. Now the opening batter Ramsaran going in the first over. It's a good comeback by Sancho. Started off with a no ball and a 4 through the offside, but came back really well. It'll be Amrit Pittiman to come out at 1 down now as the outgoing batsman trudges out. So losing that wicket in the first over is such a big blow. They'll need to hang in now. There'll need to be some sort of a partnership between Pittiman and Chan now with Naparima looking to get their good start. He's a big unit, is Sancho, maybe generating a bit of extra bounce off the wicket here. The wicket looks very green and grassy today. Like it'll be coming through nicely for batsman, but that ball maybe got a little bit of an extra bounce, caught the batter by surprise, and that's why he was flashed outside the off stump and picking up the edge. So it'll be the left-handed Pittiman here to face up to Sancho's last ball of the over. There's only a third man out on the boundary for this last ball. Sweeper has come in for the new batsman. Here's Sanchez, a short one, and they appeal again. This could be gone. Yes, it is. Oh, Jadon Sancho. Wow, what a start. This one short a bit, going down the leg side. Pittiman was looking to turn it around the corner to beat that fielder in backward square leg, but he just maybe tickled it through to the keeper. It's 2 catches for the keeper now in this first over as we take a look at it here on the replay. Yeah, just kind of a bit crowded him for space. He needed a bit wider outside the leg stump if he was going to play that tuck around. So just kind of cramped him for space a bit, and it's a first ball duck for Pittyman here. Just as we said, they would have needed to stick in now, having lost that first wicket early on. Now it's 2 down for the score of 6 after the first over. A very good start for Sancho. So Pittyman makes the long trudge back to the dugout after not scoring off just only 1 delivery. Naps in a bit of trouble here early on, as it'll be Katwaru to join Chan, who has yet to face a ball and seen 2 of his teammates already back in the dugout. That'll be sure to change the mentality of his batting now. Granted, it's a 20-over game. Some reconciliation is needed now. It's going to be Wiltshire to bring up the attack at the other end. He'll be looking to have as good a start as his bowling compatriot Sancho on the other end. Here's Wiltshire for his first delivery. It's a good ball on the line of off stump. It's just defended to the point fielder on this occasion. No run. The one deep fielder would be the bowler at the other end, Sancho. He is at third man. We now see him jogging around. Sorry, he was at fine leg. We now see him jogging around to third man. Bit of an adjustment in the field as that first ball, the ball would move with the breeze from the right to your left of the screen. So that's maybe why the fine leg was employed in the first place. But it's a good line and length to start from Wiltshire as another good ball outside the line of the off stump. So once he can control that line and length, here's Wiltshire again for the third ball in his delivery. Again, outside the line of the off stump. It's a good start from Wiltshire here, building up some pressure with that good line and length outside the line of the off stump. Looks a bit low energy in the field for CIC at the moment. Maybe the heat of the day is showing early on here. But clearly they have the energy to take the wickets. It's already 2 down. And Wiltshire has a good over going here. This one he's hit on the pad. Maybe going down the leg side a bit. They'll sneak through for a single, getting there safely in the end. Or maybe there was a bit of an inside edge involved as well, as the umpire hasn't signaled leg byes. So he's off the mark is Chan. 1 run now off of his 4 deliveries. Kathwaru will now face his first delivery from Wiltshire. Same field is kept for this new batsman. Again, outside line of the off stump. Oh, and it's caught in point. Wow. That is, and it's a second golden duck. That is a horrible way to throw away a wicket. I'm sorry. Just fending at that ball outside the line of the off stump. It went straight into the pocket of the fielder at point. And well, Naparima seeing trouble, seeing issues early on here. We're still in the second over. That's now 3 down. 2 batters haven't gone for a first ball duck. You can see the body language of Chan at the other end. He's just looking at his batters going down one after the next after the next. It's another long trudge for Kathwaru back to the Naparima dugout. Those are 2 batters I would not want to face their coach right now. Needed a bit of a build early on here in this power play for Naparima. It'll be Dio Prasad now, the wicketkeeper, to come out and join Chan. So CIC off to a flying start here. So as good as they could have imagined, 7 for 3 inside of 2 overs. A rough start for Naparima College early on here. These opening bowlers are certainly showing their worth for CIC. Again, same field with the 1 slip employed and the 3rd man on the boundary in Sancho. It's Wiltshire up again. It's a good delivery, full on again on the off stump. It's just fended to mid on eventually to end the over. So a successful over there. And Naparima College will definitely need to do some rebuilding now.
So a very good start by the St. Mary's bowlers this morning. 7 for 3. Pushing Naparima College on the back foot. And what a season the players have had. I think they came 2nd or 3rd in the league. And now they are doing quite well in semi-finals.
It's Sancho to continue here. It's a full ball again outside the line of the off stump. A good delivery, putting a lot of pressure here on Chan early doors, having lost 3 wickets already.
That's a good ball. He's pushing the ball up, giving the ball a lot of flight. Not bowling short on a pitch. And I've took a look at the pitch. Offers a lot to the pace bowlers. A lot of greenery on that pitch. Then you can't be able to see it and decipher it from here. Pitching the ball, he drives. Just a fumble that would allow them to get 2.
Yeah, that cover was put there, and maybe overthrows not to be on this occasion, but that cover was put out there on the boundary to stop exactly that, the ball flying through the cover region. A bit of a mistake that will allow them to come through for the second run. CIC cannot afford to have any mistakes in the field this early on with the amount of pressure that they've put.
And 9 for 3, they have certainly have their foot on the gas now. And they don't want to take that off. They want to keep applying the pressure. Sancho.
That's a full delivery. It'll be played down to the deep 3rd man for a single. Chan moves on to 4. So Nathan Sancho continuing his work from the last game we would have seen, which would have been the quarterfinals against Toko Secondary. He had 6 for 5. Toko eventually getting all out for 22 in 9 overs. So continuing his good work on the stretch. Important work for CIC this early on.
Yes, and that I remember reporting on that match. That certainly some remarkable figures. And he's certainly doing the job here as well. Already 2 wickets that are good.
This one seemed to be going on the leg side. It's called a wide by umpire Lakran. He was keeping a good line and length outside the off stump, a bit full, forcing the batters to get into their expansive drives, which that first slip waiting, keeper as well waiting for a catch in there. So he'll do well to continue with that line and length, was putting some pressure on the Naparima batters.
A good over so far, just the 3 runs, well, under wide, 4 runs off the over, a good spell, 2 for 10.
Trying to fetch this one is Tio Posada again, signaled a wide, so it's going a bit wayward here. You can't fault him too early on though. He's already picking up 2 wickets, getting a bit expensive now. They would do well to keep this pressure on. You can sense there would be more wickets out there for CIC so long as they keep this good line and link up and keep the pressure on, and the fielders keep the pressure on as well.
It's blazing sunshine here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. Nice sunshine which the players will be appreciative of.
In addition to that, whenever there's an expansive period of sunshine here in Vancouver, this Balmain ground seems to harden up the entire surface, and it always proves to be one of the quickest outfields, I think, in Trinidad and Tobago when you look at it. So batters should be licking their lips, but early on here, these Naparima College batters, first 3 batters were taken out early, not having a chance to enjoy that green wicket out there, in addition to that fast outfield.
Well, they've been licking their lips all the way back to the pavilion.
So again is a full one outside line of the off stump. There's cover there again in that sweeper. It'll only be a single. So it's been a bit full, a bit wayward here from Sancho. In this over at least.
And it will be an 8-ball over as 2 wides were bowled by the tall fast bowler. Just the last ball of the over. 6 runs off of it so far from 5 legal deliveries. 13 for 3.
Again a full one, and again played down to that sweeper. It'll be a single to finish up the over here for Sancho. Bit of an expensive one compared to his first 2. Wiltshire would do well to keep the pressure on now. He's been bowling a good line and length outside line of the off stump. We saw that one being caught at point of that same line and length. A bit of a flash from the batter.
Well, 14 for 3 after 3 overs. The Naparima College team won the toss and decided that they would take first strike. And they have been on the back foot. 14 for 3, 2 wickets in the first over, and then another in the second.
It's a bit surprising actually. When we were taking a look at the warm-ups from both teams, it seemed as though the Naparima coaches were focused only on their batters, and the CIC coaches were focused on hitting some catches and allowing their bowlers to get warm early on. So it's a bit surprising to see this fall from Naparima College. It seemed as though both teams got to do exactly what they wanted to come out here and do first. Naparima would have been looking to put a big score on here and get a good start as this Wiltshire to continue, but they are unable to do so as yet. 3 wickets are down. Chan and Tio Posada will look to make a bit of a stand here and get through some overs while keep the scoreboard ticking over for Naparima.
I thought that looking at a green surface such as this one, the captains will be pouncing on the opportunity to bowl first. But at this hour of the day, it wouldn't make much difference as no moisture will be on the pitch. A nice pitched up delivery.
A good bit of fielding as well and extra cover.
Very importantly, a dot ball in the 4th over, 14 for 3. And Naparima College, who had an indifferent season in the league, been pegged on the back foot. Just like the batsman, Chan, who stayed on the back foot to push that on the offside.
It's been a disciplined line and length here for Wiltshire. Exactly what is called for in a situation. Make the batters have to go out of their comfort zone a bit and force them to try to score, not giving away any easy runs. Because eventually, as we know in T20 cricket, a few dot balls will cause a big shot. Again, a good ball outside line of the off stump. This is truly exemplary bowling from Wiltshire. So it'll be a maiden here for Wiltshire. A bit against the run. We've had some excitement in the last few overs in terms of wickets and boundaries, but it's a cool, calm and collected Wiltshire as he finishes his second over.
St. Mary's College doing the North teams quite proud. The only team from the North remaining in the competition so far, and the other teams being the two presentations and of course Naparima from the other side of the Caroni Bridge, the south side and central. So Naparima College up against a team that is carrying the entire north of Trinidad on their shoulders. And they're doing quite well, St. Mary's College. Sancho into his third over. Move on by one. It's now 15 for 3. Naparima College finding it tough here at the National Cricket Centre.
Here's Sancho to continue into his third over. This is pushed well to the mid-off fielder. They'll come through comfortably for a single. So far Chan seems to be holding his entire batting lineup, it seems, on his shoulders at this point in time, playing a responsible innings, knowing that there is no need so early with 3 wickets already down to try anything stupid, especially with that sweeper out there on the boundary, as Sancho is continuing with his full line and length outside the off stump. And Sukwa would have entrusted him with taking this third over. He's been a bit dangerous in his first 2, so understandable that he would continue on to his third as his captain looks to skittle out this top order of Naparima rather early on here. Still a very aggressive field. Not too sure Naparima would look to want to take any risks right now, but anything down the leg side would be easily pounced on, as there just 3 fieldsmen outside there. Backward square, a short mid wicket and a mid one. And there it is down the leg side. Contact, it'll be called a wide by umpire Lakran.
Yes, trying to push the ball further up and just going down the leg side, just going off the radar just a little bit, gives the Naparima team one extra run. And they moved on to 17 for 3. On the back foot, the 3 wickets fell in the first 2 overs of the game, of the innings.
Better line and length, a good comeback there by Sancho. That'll be the line and length he would look to bowl. Maybe he could get a touch closer to the batter. He seems to have a problem going down the leg side, but a touch closer to the batter would force them to play maybe an outside edge, maybe an LBW decision. That wide outside the line of the off stump line is just easy for the batter to either throw their bat at it and get some runs, or just leave it alone.
But I also thought the batsman erred by not even trying to get across to the ball. I think the lack of foot movement is the undoing of these players.
Yeah, it seems like if they're just stepping in on that occasion, I think there may have been an outside edge. We saw his footwork there. He tried to get way outside the line of the off stump and have a drive at it by the bowler's body language as we take a look at the replay here. Yep, definitely there was an outside edge. The keeper who has been good so far. That's not a great catch to drop. It was in his hands. And it seemed as though he might have just closed his hands early. He's already taken 2 good catches there. Sancho would feel a bit hard done, but that's encouraging for him. It's a good line and length. He's forcing the batters to play and creating opportunities.
It's another good over by the young man. He's spelled 2 for 16 so far. Just 1 ball shy of his third over. Just still inside of the power play actually. 1 more over to go after this one.
It's a good ball outside line of the off stump, but it's a terrific shot. Gets it past the point fielder. Again, a bit of a bobble by that sweeper. Looking a bit lackadaisical out there on the boundary. Again, maybe the heat starting to affect this game early on, but they'll get through for 2 vital runs for Dale Prasad and Naparima College here. That'll bring us to the end of the 5th over with the score at 19 for 3.
Over to go for the power play. And after 5 overs, 19 for 3.
So Wiltshire will continue. He's been having a good run of it so far with some very disciplined bowling. This one will hit the pad, but it seems as though it was going on the leg side. None of the players on the field were interested, at least the umpire. Very commendable figures for Wiltshire here. 1 off of 1 going into his 3rd over. Been very economical in addition to taking that 1 wicket. They can smell blood in the water here though. CIC pushing for more. This is well fended out to the extra cover. Oh, that's a good delivery again. Getting a bit closer to the batter, forcing him to play.
And the bowlers are doing quite well in pitching the ball up, not dropping the ball too short and allowing the batsmen to play comfortably on the back foot, forcing them to come on the front foot. Like the attacking lengths.
Yeah, it's very clear that the coaches in CIC have been working well with these bowlers. It's been a disciplined line and length. It's clear that Sancho might be a bit of a strike bowler. We saw him be a bit erratic, but he does take the wickets. And Wiltshire from this other end is composed, disciplined line and length, forcing pressure on the batsman, getting them frustrated for his bowling partner at the other end to clean them up as he comes in here again. Another good delivery. It seems as though he's getting a bit closer to the batter. As we go on, he was starting those wide outside the line of the off stump, forcing them to play, but now maybe looking to bring LBW into it a little bit, trying to force out that 4th wicket here. Chan, however, has been steadfast in his approach. He has 6 off of 20, looking to build a bit of a partnership and build an innings for himself personally. Naparima College would need that very badly right now for him to stick in there a little bit as the only opening batter left out there.
It's the end of another over, another maiden over in fact, and that's the end of the power play. It's 19 for 3 after 6.
A very successful power play for CIC, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, power to the CIC team. And of course, we're going to see a change. I didn't really expect Because the way that the modern day skippers go, they always leave something late for the back end of the innings by four bowlers, even if they have the upper hand. And it's a trend that I've noticed. They would not continue with the pressure, even if the opening bowler would have to bowl out.
Yeah, I think it's necessary to keep that at least one over in there for a fast bowler, in case you have some tailenders coming out at around the 12th or 13th over and they're just sticking in there and the spin doesn't quite seem to be able to get them out. You would need a pacer to come in there and just bowl quick and hard at the stump. So maybe have some sort of strategy in place to get rid of the tailenders. He looked a bit labored there as well, did Sancho, coming off of his third over in this heat, in this sunshine here in Cuba. Maybe a bit hard for him to continue on. He got a bit erratic as his spell went on. So maybe a bit of a break there as well for Sancho. Maybe Wiltshire at the other end. He's been bowling really well. 2 maidens on a trot. He may be the fast bowler that'll bowl all 4 early on here.
Yeah, because I understand everything about saving for the end, but sometimes you want to keep the pressure. But if you have a good delivery, inviting the batter to come down the wicket. Yeah, sometimes it's all well and good, but sometimes it depends on the backup bowlers, according to how supportive the other bowlers are. That would influence the decision by the skipper.
Yeah, I think the skipper has some other options to look to here. Try to get them in early, at least see what kind of trouble they can create as this ball is driven nicely down to that sweeper, cleans up. It'll be Samir Boodoo, the new bowler, to come on here after the power play. A short, spritey off spinner. Maybe looking to get a bit more flight on the ball, trying to get the batters out of their crease a bit and look to force them to be a bit expansive. There's that sweeper we mentioned on the offside. There's also a sweeper in a deep mid wicket on the leg side and a long on. As you see, some more adjustments in the field. The square leg, who is inside the circle, will come around to mid wicket. And there would be a cover and an extra cover in addition to that sweeper out there, as well as a backward point. As Boodoo continues and it's defended to that cover fielder. Still have a slip employed, understandably so, with wickets down this early.
Dew Prasad 5 from 10 and Chan 6 from 22. Not good readings for this short form of the game, and they will be creating some pressure for the batsmen, the incoming batsmen. Hopefully they will have a couple power hitters in there. So,
well, back to your point about using that pacer for the extra over, as this one is driven to the sweeper again for a single. It seems as though now, with the field opening up a little bit and a little bit less pace on the ball, these batters would be able to get a few singles, a few twos, maybe an odd boundary here or there. Whereas I think if the pacer was on the field, definitely wouldn't have been this spread and there would have been a lot more pressure. So Dew Prasad and Chan now have an opportunity. As we can see, it seems as though they're doing it very well, just working the ball into little corners, little gaps. They'll get 2 on this occasion. So this is good batting here from Naparima, knowing that they can use these big gaps in the field now and fielders out on the boundary to sort of rotate the strike a bit more and to get some much needed runs here.
And that's the end of the first over from Samir Boodoo. And the end of 7:23 for 3. Let's see if there will be a change at the northern end.
Not sure if you all can hear it on your devices right now, but the rhythm sections have arrived. We know it's going to be a derby of the presentation colleges later. I would expect no shortage of fans from Pres South. They always have their whole crew come down here in addition to their rhythm sections. It started here early on in the heat. Rhythm sections are already down in the tents underneath by the supporters.
So Nichols, the new bowler at the top end, it's a no ball. They will run 1 and 2.
Definitely a loosener there for Nichols early on. So it'll be a free hit here now for Chan. Maybe they can release some the pressure here with this new bowler, get him on the back foot, so to say, as a bowler immediately. But it's a good delivery, a really good comeback delivery. All Chan can do is just play that out to the fielder inside the circle at short mid wicket. It'll be no run. Yeah, seemed to be maybe a miscalculation of his run up there as he takes it back now. It's pretty uncommon to see, especially in T20 cricket, to see a spinner overstepping the line like that. Maybe a bit too eager to get into his work, as this one again is down the leg side. Keeper cannot collect. It'll go dribbling down to the boundary, but eventually collected by that fielder that wasn't slipped. They'll come through for 2 in addition to that wide. Needs a bit of lining up here, Nichols early. Got to get his hand warm early and find his line and lengths, because some pressure is now let go by the CIC players, whereas in the first few overs it wasn't this easy to collect these simple runs. As again he comes in and is flighted outside the line of the off stump. Good fielding by that extra cover to ensure no run.
6 runs off the over so far, of 2 legal deliveries and none off the bat.
So gifting them runs is CIC on this occasion. Oh, was that a catch? Seemed as though it was fired back at him. Not sure if it bounced first. Would have been a hard catch in any case. It was hit with some venom. As we take a look at it here. Yeah, it was a catch. But a tough one there to take with that ball rocketing back at you. It's another flighted delivery. Nichols is flighting the ball well. They'll rush through for a single, but it's still a good bit of work by the extra cover to limit any more runs than that one single. So you can see maybe there's a game plan here for CIC. Not sure if it was very necessary, but they've bought a bowler on that can flight the ball and maybe try to cause the batters to be a bit expansive here. This one is a bit flatter. It was tried to get that around the corner there. The Deo Prasad sort of took a bit of the edge and bobbled up. They were interested for a minute there, CIC. But amongst these extras that Nichols is bowling, he's creating some chances with that ball in the air. As we can see him still with his finger after collecting that ball that was hit back hard at him. So that'll bring us to the end of 8. It's 30 for 3. A bit of a rebuild on here for Naparima College as we see that aforementioned rhythm section. It'll be a drinks break here as well, as we see the coaches make their way onto the field in addition to our third umpire, Rodney Tulsi. And we're back here at this first of two intercall semifinals to be played today at Balmain. Of course, we have Presentation College versus Presentation College Chaguanas rather versus Presentation College San Fernando coming up later. Definitely going to be an exciting one to watch. But back to Naparima here, as we previously mentioned, in a bit of a stick, bit of trouble. 8 overs and he scores 30 for 3. But Chan is putting up a bit of a stand out there. They will need some aggression in this batting lineup coming down later though, because runs are needed. So to start the 9th over here, it's a ball dragged down a bit, just played back to the bowler for no run. Field remains similar to the field that we had the last over. There is still those 3 fielders in a sweeper on either side of the ground and a mid-on, but the backward square is utilized now. That extra fielder that would have been in a cover position inside the circle has jumped across, so short mid wicket and a backward square, the 2 fielders inside the circle on that leg side.
Not sure if it is that the Naparima players, this one is tickled down. They will get one, think about a second, but they will only think about it.
Yeah, so continuing here, the Naparima college batters just using soft hands to get singles and twos just to try to build back up a score, something respectable for their later batters to look into when they come out here. This one is a full delivery. It's just jabbed out almost to that point fielder who will come around and collect. They get through for a single. So again, a bit of a short one. This one is pulled to that deep mid wicket on the boundary. There's a slip from the batter at the strikers, and the throw eventually came to the wrong end. Chan there was motoring down on the upper side looking for that second run, but unfortunately a bit of a slip. We did discuss how grassy those wickets were there.
So just the 3 runs of this over so far. 3 singles.
This one is flighted well outside line of the off stump, but have a look at that shot. It's a gorgeous cover drive that'll find its way all the way down to the boundary. What a shot to find that gap. Truly classy from Deo Prasad here. Very necessary for these Naparima College batters. It was timed so perfectly. Sancho had no chance to run around there and collect that before it got into the boundary rope. So a much welcome boundary here for Naparima College. We heard the coaches and whatever fans that they have here early cheering and showing support for their team in this tough period of time.
Yes, they need to step it up a bit here. 37 after 9 overs is not what you want to see in a T20 match. And of course, they have some batting to come. And see this captain, Matthew Cooper, he's padded up. I'm not sure if he's going to come in next. It depends on how the match situation is going. But Naparima College need to get it on with.
Yeah, Katwaru going early there for Naps was such a big blow. He's been a fixture in this Naparima College team for a while now. They would have expected him to do well and put a score on the board here, as it'll be Nichols to continue.
He starts with another dot ball. And dot balls dominating this innings.
Flighted again. It's played down to that fielder that's in long off for a single. Again, it'll be pretty much the same field that we've seen from Buru at the other end, except instead of a long on, he's inside the circle, so fielders outside would be a long off, a sweeper, and a deep cover on this offside, and a deep mid wicket, as this one seemed to be tailing back into him a bit, just open his face, tickled it for a single behind point.
So the dot ball followed by 2 singles.
Again, it's a clever shot, but the slip fielder is able to dissuade them from trying to get through for a single there. So Chan has been doing well. He'll need to build on the start that he has gotten if Naparima are looking to post a competitive total here today. So spin from both ends seem to have even off the game somewhat. Of course, Naparima is still not in a very promising situation as they look to get through for a quick single here, but it's not to be. It's good effort, good running shown by the CIC boys. So it seemed to they're getting a bit of runs on the board now. A few balls have been tickled for singles, getting some twos. That one shot that we saw that went for 4. So it's good rebuilding here by Naparima. Of course, they're not out of trouble by any means. CIC still very much on top, but it's been a very good rebuild here through these middle overs. So that was the end of the 10th over. It's halfway through the game now. Score is 40 for 3. It'll be Budu to continue here. A great bit of fielding by that point fielder coming around and one-handed, taking that one-handed because that would have been 4 runs for sure. So Deo Passad on strike here. It's a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Bemusing Deo Passad a bit. This one is quick and short. Try to pull it away behind the gap. A bit of a stumble for Deo Passad as he was thinking about maybe coming through for the single. No run in the end. Yeah, Deo Passad has been slipping a bit. We can see him calling to the dugout now for a new pair of shoes, maybe with some grips or some spikes on it. Another good delivery by Budu just outside the line of the off stump, unable to make contact is Deo Passad. This one is played. He managed to get some bat on it. On this time, it'll flash past the slip fielder and eventually make its way into the boundary. But that was a good chance there. It was a hard catch for that first slip fielder, but still a chance. Look at the reactions there by the bowler and the keeper. They're looking for that 4th wicket now. Very, very badly with Deo Passad and Chan able to settle in a bit here and post some runs. Another quick one here, down the leg side a bit, is tickled around the corner. Very well played, they'll come through for a quick single. So that'll bring us to the end of the 11th over. Score is now 46 for 3.
So they are starting to increase the run rate just a bit, but they still need to do a much better than the rate they are doing at the moment.
Yeah, but I think these few middle overs are going to be very important in terms of how they approach the game. I don't think they need to go looking for runs per se, because with those 3 wickets down, I think it'll come down to... I think this whole game itself might come down to the last 5 overs, what batters are out there and how they can approach the game to post a competitive score for Naparima, because if that last few overs and don't go for a lot of runs, I don't see Naparima posting a total that'll be competitive at all for the CIC, unless of course if they can come out and their opening bowlers can produce the same that CIC's opening bowlers have produced, which would not put it against them, as there is an appeal here for an LBW, but not interested is umpire Lakana.
Just want to share some particularly sad news that have just come to my knowledge, that the coach of the Trinidad and Tobago football team is driving. He'll get one Close call. He's gone. Run out.
Well, that's an interesting call there. It seemed as though he got his bat down in time. And you can see by his body language, again, he's a bit confused. We can take a look at it and get it absolutely right here with the aid of replays, which of course the umpires don't have. It's a close one. Yeah, it's a good decision actually in the end by the umpire. He was just out. Great decision.
Chan is the non-striker. Because Chan was the non-striker. This one kind of different now. No, it's not that.
So finally, CIC are able to clinch that breakthrough. It'll be Chan, who had stuck in there for a while, was building a good little partnership there with Deo Prasad. It's a big loss now, because as we said, these few of us would be important in terms of how much wickets would be taken. So it'll be Captain Cooper to come out here and stabilize the batting somewhat for Naparima College. Of course, they are running out of overs, though. May need to get a bit aggressive soon, but I think he's going to have a vital role to play now for the rest of the innings.
Just want to share some sad news. The coach of the Trinidad and Tobago football team from 2006, Leo Ben-Hacker, who guided Trinidad and Tobago to the World Cup, passed away today. So we want to send condolences to the friends and family of Leo Ben-Hacker, and of course the TTFA, who he was briefly employed with. Condolences.
Well, we're here in Cuba. We can see the Ato Bolan Stadium right in our background. Some great memories would have been made with the Trinidad and Tobago football team. It's such a tragic loss for the whole of Trinidad, TTFA, the whole of Trinidad and Tobago Football Association, and by large the fans.
Yes, and we can call him an honorary Trinidadian, as he was also a national awardee along with the team. This one is tickled on the leg side. They will get one.
That's a terrific delivery. Bata was beaten, all ends up. The bowler ends up on the floor in frustration. That was a terrific delivery. Not sure how. At least he did make contact with his... Oh, it did! Oh, it's an outside edge. So now it's understandable that the bowler would have reacted like that. Jadon Simon is back there holding behind the sticks for CIC. He's had two good catches to dismiss the first two batters, but now two drop catches. Would they live to rue that moment? It wasn't too difficult of a catch. It seemed as though he just got up, he just rose a little bit too early on it. So chances are going here for CIC. They took all their chances early on, but letting some slip through the cracks now in a period of time where Naparima College would not do well to lose any wickets at all, for having already been down. This one is played to the short extra cover fielder by Deo Prasad. Seemed as though there might have been a chance for a run out there directed, but couldn't sort out his hands there. So to start the 13th over, the score is 48 for 4. It'll be Buru to continue. Matthew Cooper facing up to Buru now. I think his eyes may light up a bit. He's a big guy in stature. The way the spinners are flighting the ball and stuff, he would definitely look to capitalize on that, and as well as capitalizing on the big gaps that are now in the field as the field is spread. So Buru into his last over. He's had no wickets but gone for 18 runs. So some more sad news to inform you about there. Mr. Patrick Grazette, the WIC UA Executive Vice President, has passed away. That would have been on April 9, 2025 yesterday. Very, very sad and devastating news. WIC UA had high expectations for his recovery, but unfortunately, ultimately, he passed. We want to offer our sincerest condolences to his family and friends, the family of BCUA and the WICUA rather, which he served. May everyone be comforted, knowing that's God will and that he's no longer suffering. Funeral arrangements will be communicated as soon as they become available. A big character in terms of Trinidad and Tobago cricket. So the 50 comes up here, score 52 for 4 as we conclude the 13th over. This one is played through the leg side. It's tidied up by that fielder that was in backward. Square leg, they'll come through for 2 runs. So at the end of 13 now, the score is 54 for 4.
From the northern end,
It's going to be 4 on a trot, and I think we would be likely to see Buru as well get his last over from the next end. So sticking with his spinners, still trying to dig out these middle overs, dig out these wickets in the middle order, as this one is a full ball played nicely to that fielder in mid-on. That's Nathan Sancho there, collected well, and they come through for a single. So Matthew Cooper now facing up to Nichols. This one is a bit flat, but a great shot is cut away. There's of course protection down there in that sweeper. They will think about coming through for the second, not on in the end, as look at that arm by the field out there. Definitely 2 runs were not on there. So Matthew Cooper providing a bit of openness that we have yet to see from this Naparima College lineup in terms of his shots. It's a good delivery. It's played off to that point fielder to come and collect. They'll come through for a single, so it's Cooper on strike again. I think Cooper will have a big part to play in these next 2 overs if they let Buru finish out the spell from the other end, because they haven't flighted any to him yet. But any balls flighted, we can see his attacking intent and his willingness to play his shots, as this one is a bit of a shortish delivery outside line of the off stump, just getting back and playing it to that point fielder again, no run. This one, however, is flighted for a second there. The short mid-wicket fielder looked interested in a catch, but not to be. It's played down to that fielder in long on who will come around and collect it. Only a single on this occasion. Might have gotten away with a bit of a bad delivery there, Nichols. That was full and ready to go. Mid-wicket fielder, short mid-wicket fielder comes a bit square as this ball seemed to be drifting down the leg side, but Deo Posada did everything he could to keep his body open and to play that off into the offside. That'll bring us to the end of 14 overs. The score is 58 for 4 with Deo Posada out there still, 26 off of 31 deliveries. He has been showing good resolve out there to stick in. Matthew Cooper, the new batter, already has 3 runs off of 7 deliveries. So there'll be a change in bowling now, both spinners having bowled their 4 allotted overs from either end. It'll be Tristan Toya now to bring up the attack from this southern end. Both sets of coaches out on the field, marshalling their troops. We can see Aaron Kurbanali, the CIC coach, having a word with his fielders. We also see the NAPS coaching staff stood admiring, maybe, their batters, but not much to admire in the first few overs, you'd have to say. This one is played down by Matthew Cooper. It's not a good bit of fielding. Eventually he'll come, and it seems as though he tidied it up. They'll come through for 3 though. A bit of a bobble, bit of a misfield by the long on rather, allowing them to come through for 3. Seems as though it was a good bit of work to pull it back and save that 1 extra run there. It's Toya in again. This one is played to that point fielder, collects it easily, and there'll be no run. So it's the 2 big guys, Josiah Roberts and Nathan Sancho, patrolling the straight back boundary as this ball is just fended off by Deo Posada. They're going to come through for a quick single here. A good bit of fielding by that point fielder. Eventually they will, however, be able to complete it. That first slip is still in there, which, I mean, not too surprising considering there has been a few outside edges, but not too often do you see inside of the 15th over to a spinner, there's still a first slip in there. This one is cracked down the ground. It'll take a bit of fielding again. There is a bobble which will allow them to come through for the extra run. So Matthew Cooper seems to be in a striking mode here. Toya up again, facing up to Cooper. This one is a bit short and wide outside line of the off stump. A flashing bat. The non-striker seemed as though he wanted to come through for a single there, but it was definitely not on. There is now a change in the field. We see a cow corner has been dropped back as we bring up the end of the over, but for that there were 3 fielders patrolling this leg side, a cow corner, a long on, and a mid-wicket. So they definitely are aware of the power that Cooper has as we come to the end of the 50. Score is 62 for 4. So it'll be a new bowler from the other end as well. Mikhail Ali will also take us into the drinks break. That will happen at the end of this over. There is a sweeper on the boundary. Long on drops back now. Mid off is inside the circle as this is a full delivery outside line at the off stump. He's gonna get 4 for that, it seems. A flashing blade outside the line. Again, that slip is in there, but it was wide of him on this occasion. So a full delivery to start from Ali. Bit slow to react there the first slip, but I don't think that was buying a flash. I don't think he would have had a chance in any occasion. As we can see how quickly it made its way to the boundary. So Ali goes for 4 off of his first delivery here. Again, much welcome runs for Naparima College. Ali again, it's a quicker delivery outside the line of the off stump. This one was definitely a catch. Definitely a big opportunity. It's gonna dribble up and finish inside the boundary ropes. They thought about going back for a third run there, not to be. But let's have a look at this. Not the easiest catch, but he got to the ball. It's gonna be disappointing for both the bowler and that first fielder as he adjusts himself and gets a little bit wider now. I think that is necessary. Actually, the keeper is gonna send him back to short third man, it looks like, or maybe almost sort of a fly slip area. Ball is flashing off the bat as this one again is outside line of the awesome. It's going to be called a wide on this occasion. But definitely a bit of smart thinking there. He's bowling with a good bit of pace here is Ali. So that ball is flying off the outside edge. He's in again outside line of the awesome. It's going to be called a wide again. This one a good bit wider than the last few. Extras are carrying Naparima College's score up and up and up. They would need to cut off these extras. CIC, they're giving away needless runs as Cooper, the skipper, will come now and have a chat with Deo Posada. Ali again outside the line of the off stump. This one is a good delivery. It's missed by Deo Posada. It will be a dot ball. Keeping the discipline line, I like now. We saw him bowl a few wide, too wide outside line of the off stump and base signal wide, but this line I like is where he would need to be now, especially with the field set as it's set. This one a bit down the leg side. It's going to be played down into the gap there for a single. So it'll be Cooper here to face what would be the last ball of this delivery. They sent Akau corner out again, so it's going to be a long one. Akau corner on the boundary and a deep mid wicket. Well, we can see he's a bit straighter now, a bit squarer rather. So yeah, he's going to go into that. Well, there's a bit of confusion outside. I'm not too sure what's happening. Two fielders looking to get in the same position right now. We'll keep you updated on what's going on out there. There is, however, the two fielders straight back, long on and long off on the boundary. And a sweeper. Cooper looking expansive outside the line of the off stump. It's going to be collected by that extra cover fielder. So two fielders very straight on that leg side on the boundary. Clearly setting up for a plan here. The umpire is going to call us into a drinks break as the coaches make their way out onto the field. So we're back here. Plans have been discussed by both coaches as we go into the latter period rather of this first innings. It'll be Toya to continue from the south end here. As you take a look, trying to get a bit aggressive. Maybe that was the plan that was discussed. We see Dio Prasad advancing down the wicket. This is the second ball of the over now. It's played out to the gap that exists in that mid-wicket region. They'll come through for a single, so it's the exciting Cooper. They'll need to let him face as much balls as possible to try to up the scoring rate a bit. We see the Chaguanas drop down to the boundary again. So 3 fielders patrolling rather the onside of the field in a deep mid-wicket. Chaguana and a long on. As Cooper faces up, this one is straight up in the air. It'll take some catching. Not sure if he's gonna make it. No, ball drops just in front of Josiah Roberts. So Cooper showing his attacking intent there. I think maybe the Naparima coaching staff would have let him know that, listen, now is the time to get aggressive. We need to get some runs on the board. Yes, the wickets have fallen, but in this latter stage of the innings, runs will have to start flowing. So we see there's a bit of a change in the field here. They've decided to put Josiah Roberts switching and going down to that cover region. Ball seems to be following Josiah Roberts around a little bit. They've switched him with Ryan Yearwood. Ryan Yearwood is now at this long on boundary, but that ball is played out. It was a good bit of fielding from Josiah Roberts down at that cover region. Toya will continue again. It's a beautiful shot. What a shot by Matthew Cooper, showing his expansiveness, showing his aggressiveness, and showing his technique. For how hard that ball was hit, it was equally matched by the technique. Look at that cover drive into the ground. Finds the gap very easily. Not a man needed to move. So some great attacking intent shown here by Cooper. He's also finding the gaps well. It's not a brazen just trying to brute force everything over the boundary. It's necessary for him to get a few runs in here now. Naparima College still struggling, I would say. But slowly, maybe Matthew Cooper can pull them out of the hole. It's full again outside the off stump. Again, he looks to drive. It'll come off the inside edge. They'll come through for a single. Maybe a second run was on. The ball is fielded and collected. So another over completed here. Matthew Cooper looking to put his foot on the accelerator a bit as Aaron Kurbanali, the coach, lets Wilshire know exactly how to proceed in these last few overs. It's going to be a tricky, interesting period of time now with Cooper. Seems to be hitting the ball well. As we take a look at the replay of that shot, we can see that a million more times. It's truly a classy shot through the line of the off stump, through the offside. So it'll be Cooper again to face, making things a bit interesting here. It's a flighted delivery, a full toss. It's smacked down the ground. No fielder was getting to that. It was a small gap to find there, but he hit that so hard, Cooper. No one had a chance. So very, very necessary, very important. And the knock that Matthew Cooper is having here. Necessary runs for Naparima as we take a look back at that shot. Stroking it well, very classy with power. You can see why they kept him back in the dugout now for this stage of the game. As he comes again, it's another full toss. A catching opportunity, but if we're being honest, again, the amount of power that was hit with, it was a flying, diving effort. But he was unable to collect it there. That's Simon in that short extra cover region. A Superman effort, unable to get his hands to it, and the ball flies to the boundary. So Cooper here getting into his work. The Naparima coaches will be very happy with how he's shown out so far. These runs are very, very important now. So on length is pull back. It's well played by Cooper. He'll come through for a quick single. So Ali, he's been hit for a couple boundaries already in this over. It'll be Deo Prasad to strike now. They've pushed back the sweeper, but the cow corner or that mid wicket is now in the circle. So there's only a deep mid wicket and a long on that leg side. This is a full toss. It's a great shot by Deo Prasad. Gets it in the gap. They'll come back for a second run. So needing to find his length a bit here is Ali. CIC cannot afford to be letting this run slip. They've been in pole position for most of this game, but slowly starting to slip away now. Not by any means Naparima College have made a comeback, but Cooper is certainly giving a good effort out there as Ali continues. It's dragged down a bit. Again, opening the face, looking for a single. There's Deo Prasad, not to be. Seems a bit frustrated there, Deo Prasad, but he's done well so far. His partner, the other end, Matthew Cooper, is stroking the ball well. There's no need for him to get frustrated or get flustered this early. He just needs to bat along with Cooper, as this is a bit of a risky shot, but it's going to drop short of the extra cover fielder who will clean it up. They'll still come through for a single, so it'll be Deo Prasad to take strike for the next over. Again, the heat out there is showing. Players coming in with drinks already, even though we just had a drinks break. Batters requiring a little extra sustenance. Maybe a message as well. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a message as well being sent out. So it'll be Nathan Sancho, to come back for his fourth and final over. We were speaking earlier about how important this over would be if it would have made more sense for him to bowl four on a trot, but we'll see his last and final over now. Well, it seems as though Deo Prasad is having a bit of a problem out there in the middle. We see the Jeremy Singh is making his way out there, so I think there may be a case of a retired out or a retired hurt. Deo Prasad certainly seems to be a bit uncomfortable. We saw his body language in the last over, so maybe it was less of frustration in terms of how he was scoring and maybe more of a frustration with himself. If he has maybe picked up a little injury or is feeling a little ill. Again, it might have to do with a bit of heat, but these players have certainly been in the fire all season. So it'll be Jeremy Singh to replace Deo Prasad as he's shaking his head as he walks back to the dugout. We'll provide you with some more information on that as it becomes available to us, but it's definitely going to be Jeremy Singh to join Matthew Cooper out there. So it's going to be Sancho here to start his last over. It's a good delivery outside line of the off stump, good line and length. Bit of a flash there by the new batter, Jeremy Singh. I think now Nap should just focus on getting Machu Cooper on strikes. He seems to have already found his timing early on here, stroking the ball sweetly. This one is edged away to that third man fielder. He'll be able to come around and collect it safely. They'll get through for a single. It's going to be Machu Cooper to face up. It's only going to be two fielders on the boundary on this leg side now. As Machu Cooper faces up, the corner would have come in and shifted to a backward square inside the circle, and there's a short mid-wicket. There is also a deep mid-wicket on the boundary as well as a long on, and on the offside there's a third man, a sweeper, and a long off on the boundary. With those two fielders inside being the point and sort of a deep, sort of an extra cover on the edge of the circle rather, as Sancho comes in here. It's wide, a wide delivery signal by the umpire, short and wide outside line of the off stump. So it's Sancho to continue to Machu Cooper. So shot in the air, it's cut away to that fielder that's sweeping on the boundary. It'll drop a few bounces before him. They'll come through for two. So Machu Cooper looking to accelerate, looking to rotate the striker a little bit. It's a straighter delivery from Sancho. Well bowled. So we saw Deo Prasad take a stroll out to where Coach Riddell of Presentation College's head coach this year, took a stroll out to where his coach was standing, and his coach immediately sent him back into the dugout, back into the shade to maybe drink some water and collect himself, because he's the keeper, as we mentioned earlier, for CIC, so he definitely has an important role to play. This one may be caught. Oh no, it's a drop catch. Well, that's such a big opportunity there. Machu Cooper has been going guns. That one, he was trying to lift it over that long off fielder to get 6 runs. We can take a look back at it here. He did everything right. The fielder only to let it slip from his hands right at the last moment. That's such a let-off there for Naparima College and Machu Cooper. Such a big wicket at this point in time. So after missing out on a wicket here, we'd remind you that they came through for 2, so it'll be Cooper back on strike. This is a terrific shot. Flashes past the point fielder, but a good bit of work by that sweeper on the offside. Stops the boundary. They'll come through for 2 again. So that'll bring us to the end of this over with a big opportunity for CIC. Letting slip Simon there on the boundary at long off. It wasn't the easiest catch. It went a good ways in the sky, but you would expect if he got himself settled underneath it to be able to cushion that. As we see the fans are rolling in here. It was maybe a little bit too hot for them to be filling out the bleachers and stuff this early, but definitely later on in that presentation derby, It's going to be pumping in Kuva in Balmain. Into the last over here, its score is 104 after 19. That's right, it's going to be the last over. 4 wickets already down, so there will definitely need to be some big hits in this over. We can't say for sure exactly how competitive of a total is needed because, as we said, this is the first game of the day. Not too sure how the wicket would be playing. We know the outfield is going to be quick as usual, but we're not sure how the Naparima College bowlers are going to come out, if they're going to come out and take a few quick early wickets, which will be necessary if they want to face either presentation team in the finals. So the first few overs of the second innings is again going to be very vital, as we saw the first few overs of the first innings were very important into determining how this game is going to end up. It's played away to that point fielder. He's going to allow them to come through for a single, making sure just to stop that boundary. So it's going to be Matthew Cooper on strike here for the last 5 balls of this innings. He'll definitely be looking to go guns now. And finish, this is his last over. He'll finish off the innings. He's been bowling well, but this is a terrific shot. We said they had the cow corner in place there for the spinner, not for the pacer, and it goes right in between that gap. Ball bounced right before the boundary. As we take a look here, it's going to be 4 runs for Matthew Cooper. Important 4 runs as we take a look at the other set of spectators over on that side of the ground, taking in the shade provided by those trees. So Matthew Cooper scoring well here. He has 4 more deliveries. Wilshire has been bowling well. He bowled those 2 maidens back to back early on in this innings. Taking some stick now. You need to control his line, and like this, a good delivery. It's off the top edge. It's gonna fall safely. Collected by that point fielder. But now we see some confusion as the umpire has signaled a no ball. Maybe overstepping there, Wiltshire, not what they need. So he has a free hit delivery with Jeremy Singh on strike. He's unable to find the boundary ropes. He will, however, get through for a single, and that allows Matthew Cooper to come back onto strike. Needs a good finish here. The runs have been leaking for CIC. You would have to say you would have expected them to be able to control that flow in the middle overs, but Chan hunkered down well, provided a bit of a platform, not much, but a bit of a platform for Naparima. Now Matthew Cooper still on strike. It's a terrific delivery, a Yorker length, but still manages to dig it out. They would look to get the second run. Not, well, they will get it in overthrows now. You would feel like they definitely would have been looking for 2 there to get Matthew Cooper on strike, and that's not good work by CIC. You would obviously want the new batter on strike, not Matthew Cooper, to face these last couple of deliveries. Like we said, CIC letting some runs slip through the gap a little bit. They would hope that it would not come back to haunt them in that second innings. 2 deliveries left in this innings. The score is 114 for 4. That's a terrific oh, and he's bowled him actually. I thought that was just a good Yorker that went through to the keeper, but he's bowled him. It's a terrific delivery. Matthew Cooper now goes for 24. We can take a look back at it here. You'd think a delivery like that would be necessary. Not so much of a Yorker, but straight through the gates of Cooper. A good delivery like that would be necessary to dismiss Matthew Cooper with the kind of form he's shown this evening. Or this afternoon, rather. Score is now 114 for 5. There's only 1 more ball left in this innings. Matthew Cooper walks off after performing a great cameo for his team here. So it's Aidan Bisundat to come out to face this last ball of the innings here. So Wiltshire with a good comeback there. He went for a boundary early in the over, but a good comeback to take the wicket of Matthew Cooper there. So Naparima College have done well to sort of limit the amount of wickets that they lost. With them losing 3 wickets so early on, we would thought there would have been a bit of a collapse in the batting order. It's only 5 down, but score is less than satisfactory, you would think, as this ball is played down through the gap. It's a good shot, actually. May make its way to the boundary rope. No, it's a terrific bit of work there by the long off fielder. They'll come through for 3. A run out was certainly on the cards there, but well, it's a bit of a mess now, you would have to say. They took that extra run there. They took the extra run there for the throw, and the bowler, having not noticed that the non-striker was in his crease, he decided to throw the ball at the stumps, and they tried to take that opportunity to get an extra run. The 4th run, I think, would have been on the cards, but the bowler is able to just clip the bails. Take a look back at it here. He threw the ball, went past the stump. They thought they could have snuck that extra run in there, trying to be a bit clever, but the bowler was not bemused on this occasion. So it's all but confirmed they would have gone through for 3 there, trying to run that extra 4th. So the score will finish at 117 for 5. Not a bad effort from Naparima College when you think about how much wickets they lost early on, but they'll certainly have to pull back their bowling lineup, and they will have to do some good work in the field to limit CIC. And we'll take a break now as we come to the end of the first innings with Naparima College, 114 for 5.
A shot there of the National Cycling Velodrome in the background, and the Atto Boldon Stadium, well, the lights at least of the Atto Boldon Stadium. This is the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver, and a glorious sunny day, glorious sunny Thursday afternoon. It is the SSCL National T20 Intercol semi-finals between Naparima College and St. Mary's College. As my colleague said earlier, as Ian Wason said earlier, St. Mary's College carrying the load of those schools and teams from the north. All the other teams already out of the knockout competition, that is the T20 Intercol tournament. And of course the other three teams in the semi-finals, all teams from Central and South. Naparima College, they had elected to bat first when they won the toss earlier in the day, and they only managed 117. I say only managed, but that is good going considering that they lost 3 early wickets inside the power play. You know that old saying in T20 cricket, 3 in the power play and you hardly ever win the match. But they have the chance with the ball here, and it is a funny old game, this game of cricket. Anything can happen. So the umpires and all the players back out on the pitch, and we are ready to get going with the run chase. 118 in 20 overs, St. Mary's College. Can they get there? First one, clean them up immediately.
Well,
wicket on the first ball for Naparima College.
It's Matthew Cooper. We spoke about him in the first innings. He was prolific with the bat, but have a look at this delivery. First ball of the innings, straight through. Opening batter, all done up all ends. It's a terrific ball, so we can see Matthew Cooper is having an impact immediately with the ball, as well as he had an immediate impact with the bat. Could he be the man today for CIC to see that, for Naparima College rather, to see them through?
And this is the type of start that Naparima were after. And just a bit of a low bounce there, but that trajectory flat and getting it to skid off of this National Cricket Centre pitch. We are using the pitch to the west with a bit of grass on it, yes, but getting a bit of skid off the pitch, the undoing of the opening batter.
Yeah, we did speak about the grassy nature of this wicket here. They've employed that left-arm orthodox. We've seen it so many times in T20 cricket, haven't we? First with Kyrie Payer for TKR, and then Akil Hussain working his way up to one of the best bowlers in the world with that new ball. We can see they're employing the left-arm orthodox, and exactly the perfect start. It's drifting in a bit with the breeze, as we said earlier. Breeze pushing from right to left on your screen. Drifted in a bit with the breeze, and that's what you get with these orthodox bowlers. You're not too sure which one is going to turn, which one is going to hit the seam and bounce, or in that case, it seems which one is going to hit the side of the ball and just keep a tad low and skid through on you. Needed to get his footwork in order early on.
So the skipper taking the responsibility, and he will remember that they lost 3 early wickets inside the first 5 overs, inside the first 6, which is the power play. He's given his team the dream start here. 1 wicket already in the bag. Can they defend 117 Naparima College and book their place in the finals?
Yeah, we spoke about these first few overs being necessary. We spoke about these first few overs being very vital for this Naparima College team in terms of how they could limit the scoring, and more importantly, how many wickets they could take. We saw the 3 wickets fall early, so if they could replicate something similar. Another good ball here. We see this one getting a bit of extra bounce, so he's varying it early on here. That one maybe coming off the seam, surprising the new batter a little bit. Matthew Cooper is going to be a vital player. We also notably, there is a big gap on the offside by that cover region, so maybe they're trying to force the
big swing, big miss is going to trickle past the wicket keeper, and a bit of a fumble. He'll complete 2. He's coming back, and good running in the end.
Yeah, a bit sloppy in the field there. Definitely was not needed by Naparima College early on up here, as I was just speaking about that gap in the cover. I think that's the wrong line and length to bowl. It's obvious that they're trying to force the batter to think about finding that gap there, maybe pushing it in the air, and they also have a first slip waiting. So Matthew Cooper will do well to keep his line and length around or about off stump. Cooper looking to change his feel a bit here. We'll see the slip drop back just a bit, maybe into that fly slip region with a short third man there as well. This one is down the leg side again. Not good line and length by Cooper here. Started off so well.
So, first extra in the innings. Matthew Cooper just losing his length line a bit. And still looking for that angle in. And that's why he's left that gap in the cover region. He has the extra cover in place, but he's encouraging the batter to hit against the drift of the ball. And even though one is hit out to mid-wicket, still can't get the run. Still inside the first over. Remember the target, 118. Shorter this time. And they will not get the single. So just 4 coming from the first over. And all important for Naparima College, that wicket. It's 4 for 1. St. Mary's College chasing 118 for victory. So the second over is Adi Ramsaran with the ball in hand. So spin from both ends. Good ploy, you think, Adam?
I think obviously fast bowlers with CD Green on the top. I think they could run in hard and execute to some quick deliveries to try to outfox the batters. But I think spin is a good option when you see how good Matthew Cooper's first over went.
Lovely delivery, a loud shout. Definitely, I think, drifting down that leg side.
Yeah, I think maybe getting a bit excited here in his first ball, Adi Ramcharan, but it's a good start. Forcing the batter to think a bit with that full delivery. Just on or about leg stump, but you can clearly see the impact was going down. So Ramcharan continues here, another good delivery, a bit short. Just played down the wicket for no run. Yeah, back to your point about the spin. I think it could certainly be effective early on, especially with these two batters. They may be thinking as well, the green grass does aid the bowler in getting a bit more pace and stuff like that. But you would think it's not going to be too hard for the batters as well. With the ball coming on, here's Ramsaran to continue. It's driven to extra cover for no run again.
I tell you, our colleague Ian Wason wouldn't like to hear you say that it's being a spin-friendly kind of situation.
Yeah, I think maybe a ploy to outfox the batters early, but I think there's always a good amount of breeze available here to use. So for the pacers, obviously that will turn into swing, but I think spinners can get a bit of drift and maybe get some movement. As we can see there, that one jagged back in sharply. So a bit of outfoxing maybe. So what is occurring here? Maybe trying to make the batters play out of their comfort zone. Maybe have them thinking, oh, if it's a spinner, we might be able to get some runs because there's not a lot to defend. Maybe trying to pinch some early wickets.
This one is thrown in a lot flatter and a lot quicker. Ends the second over. Still 4 for 1. So Naparima College, the second over, a maiden over here from Adi Ramsaran, doing exactly what his skipper Matthew Cooper would want, and making it that much more difficult for St. Mary's College. Matthew Cooper will get the ball from the velodrome end, the northern end of the ground, and he had that dream start. First ball, wicket in the bag.
Well, I think another thing to consider as well, Matthew Cooper seems to be the star of this game. How many overs are they going to boldly spin if they're going to look to switch the pace? Cooper comes in again here for his second over. It's another good ball, maybe drifting in a bit. We see the batter looking a bit bemused. It's going to be a dot ball to start this over here for Cooper.
He's really throwing it in here now. Cooper looking to work up some pace. This one will get to the boundary. And that pace on the ball from Matthew Cooper, the undoing here. Bit of an under edge, taking it away from the wicketkeeper and those fielders behind the bat. And running away down to fine leg. So a welcome boundary here for St. Mary's College. Just a bit of momentum. But you can see Matthew Cooper has his plan and he's sticking to that plan. He's trying to fire the ball in and attack those stumps.
Yeah, it's very zippy from Matthew Cooper, but like you said, it's clear and obvious they have a plan in place. As we mentioned earlier, the absence of that cover fielder, you think that the plan is he's just going to zip it in and try to work it both ways depending on what delivery he's bowling off of that off stump to try to cause maybe a gap in between the bat and the pad of the batsman as they look to try to exploit that gap. So exactly the way we saw the first wicket fall between bat and pad, something similar to that, I think, is Matthew Cooper's plan as he adjusts the field. There is a mid wicket on the boundary, the only fielder outside the circle as Cooper continues.
Yeah, so just before that delivery, sending the square leg back onto the boundary. So inside the power play, he only has that man at a deep square leg on the boundary. And that's why he's expecting that type of shot, Matthew Cooper. He's trying to get him to hit to that man on the square leg boundary.
Well, the batters are certainly playing into the hands of Cooper's plan here. It's quite obvious that if the ball is not going to pass between bat and pad on a shot like that, they do have a deep mid wicket out there to take the catch. So playing into the hands a bit here of Naparima. He negotiates this one well. It'll be a dot ball. So a bit of thinking needed here early on by these CIC batters.
This one is short, it's cut away and it's beaten that fielder. And they will get one. So easily could have gone to hand that one. But it will bring us to the end of the third over. At the end of 3, 9 for 1. As we quickly move through the power play, that last delivery of the last over, just bouncing in front of that man who was, I guess, in a fly slip position rather than a short third. So a chance probably going a begging, but Naparima College here starting off well with the ball, keeping that run rate just on 3 as Cooper completes his over. Another good over. 2 overs, 1 for 7 from Matthew Cooper, the captain. Adi Ramsaran will continue from the administrative center end. And he, remember, his first over was a maiden over. Can he follow it up well? What can Simon and Yearwood do to get their team going? Flat, cut away. Can't beat the fielder.
Well, we spoke about Nathan Sancho's 6 for 5 great figures when they were playing Toko Secondary. We also have to mention Jesse Sokwa, who have lost early on here, as Ramsaran will continue.
Full toss pulled, going away to the mid-wicket boundary, and yes indeed, 4 runs added to the St. Mary's total. They're getting some momentum.
They would need to keep it tighter than that, the Naparima College bowlers. Obviously, not a lot of runs to play with. But back to the point about the last game. Jesse Sokwa, who we've already lost so early, scored 63 runs. But Jaden Simon had 49 not out, and Ryan Yearwood 40. The 2 batters are currently out there with us. So you'd think at least one of them will have to stick true to the end and provide an important knock if CIC are to overcome this rather small total, you'd have to say.
Through him, just missing the stumps. So they're making things happen here the Naparima College bowlers. Adi Ramsaran so close. A quarter vanish, I reckon. Getting a bit of turn as well. Clean them up. Just as I'm talking about, he's making things happen. Adi Ramsaran. And there's the celebration.
Well,
So the second one here now for Naparima College.
you can see the fire and emotion. The entire side show there. They know how important these 3 first wickets are gonna be, and they know how important in terms of what they did in the first innings, how important it's gonna be for them to take wickets early. So it's good to see they take the initiative among them.
The ball before, Adi Ramsaran got some turn and missed the outside edge. This one, he fired it in and attacked the stumps. And a situation of you miss, I'm going to hit. And that's exactly what has happened. So no heroics today from Simon. He's going to have to go back to the dugout for a measly total, a measly score. So young Ali, Mikhail Ali, the diminutive figure, will stroll to the middle. And a job to do, a task here now for St. Mary's College with still 105 needed in 98 deliveries. This is shaping up to be a close one.
Well, we saw Pacers in the first innings have a lot of success early on. Now it's going to be the spinners. We talked about how good of a plan that would be to use the spinners on this green wicket. Clearly, it's worked out so far for CIC. Obviously, they're not going to be in the driver's seat yet. They still have a little bit of runs to defend, but with 2 wickets down early doors here, it certainly provides for us to have an exciting finish.
There's that old saying, runs on the board are runs on the board, and this being a semi-final, all to play for.
Yeah, scoreboard pressure might have a bit to play, and now with those 2 early wickets down, you would have thought if they have gotten a good start with the 2 opening batters, but now under some pressure here, CIC. Let's see how they will fare in the next few overs now.
And again, Adi Ramsaran, he's decided that for the left-hander, he's going to go round the wicket and just create that angle and again use that drift. There is not much breeze at the moment. It's a gentle breeze, as you see there from the umpire and the players' trousers. Short and a bit of bounce. Extra bounce here from Adi Ramsaran, and he will complete his over. 2 overs, 1 for 4 from Ramsaran. And St. Mary's College reeling at 13 for 2 after 4. So a couple overs remaining in the power play. So Naparima lost 3 wickets in their power play already. St. Mary's have lost 2. And the skipper will take up the attack again from the velodrome end. And he is looking to continue to tighten the screws. He's bowled 2 overs in fact, and only gone for 7 runs. Matthew Cooper.
But we can see here for the left-handed batsman, there is a sweeper on the deep cover rather, and a long off, 2 fielders outside the circle in this power play.
Some extra bounce here for Cooper, and Cooper will get that extra bounce, not just with assistance from the surface, but he is a tall chap.
The pace on the ball as well, if he gets that extra bounce, may rush the batters a bit.
Cut away, but can't beat the fielder at point. So keeping it nice and tight. And it's getting to that point down the leg side. It's beaten, the batter is beaten the wicketkeeper. Will it run away? Yes, it does. It runs away to the boundary. So 5 added to the total. Bonus runs here for St. Mary's. But for Matthew Cooper, he should not be too worried because it's getting to that part of the innings where every dot ball and every single is going to start pushing that required run rate up into a situation where St. Mary's will start being under some pressure.
Yeah, we saw a few extras in that first innings from St. Mary's, and that was really the only runs they were able, as aside from about 3 or 4 boundaries. So I don't think he will be too worried. Of course, he obviously, as the captain, you're going to want to limit your extras, not give away any silly runs. But if he can continue creating chances, I don't think he would mind a few runs going amiss now, early on.
This one called a wide, probably a bit harsh, but the umpire is in the best position. And they started needing less than a runner ball, St. Mary's. These dot balls and that maiden over from Adi Ramsaran has just pushed the required rate over a runner ball. Just over 6 1/4 runs needed and over.
Well, I think these batters will do well to take a page out of Amit Chan's book from that first innings, the way he just hunkered down and stuck in, didn't throw away his wicket stupidly in those first few overs.
And for St. Mary's, knowing their batting lineup and knowing what they have to come, soaking up these dot balls should not be too bad. Inside edge, and they're so close to that leg stump. On another day, Matthew Cooper may have found himself with an extra wicket. A bit tentative, gap between bat and pad. But you mentioned a while ago, as we come to the end of 5 overs, it's now 21 for 2.
I think it's going to be interesting what happens at the other end now at the end of this over, because Matthew Cooper does have 1 left. He's only bowled 3 so far, but you're not sure if he'd want to save himself coming down later on into the innings, because I don't think they can outright win this game so early on. Even if they take a couple more wickets, it's always going to come down to those middle overs and maybe coming down to those end overs. And Cooper has been putting pressure on, so now we may see, just as we saw in the first innings when the Pacers came off and they were able to work the ball a bit around and stuff, maybe now that the ball is less new, we might be able to see them relax a bit out there, the batters, and maybe turn over the strike.
It's Adi Ramsaran again, though. He has the ball in hand, administrative centre end. Driven nicely. It's running away across this dry outfield. Will it get there? Yes, it does. So a welcome boundary here for St. Mary's College.
It's a terrific shot by Ali. We've been treated to a couple gorgeous cover drives already for the day, but I'm pretty sure more to come, more fireworks to come in the game later. Maybe Ali on that occasion, he saw the ferocity and the energy with which Ramsaran ran off when he took that wicket. He said, maybe, look, you know what? You need to calm down a bit early doors. It just strokes him through the covers as easy as you would like, runs away quickly. Now we see the sweeper is dropped back there for a bit of extra protection. There's a sweeper as well and a deep mid wicket on that onside.
Of course, remember, we're still inside the power play. So only 2 outside of the 30-yard circle. Nice flight to delivery. Good comeback here from Adi Ramsaran, right up under the bat. And you mentioned the Yearwood's score through the tournament and his scores through the tournament. Even though he's on 2 from 12 deliveries, he should be able to back himself, back his ability. And once he can back his ability, nice quick single here, he should know that he can usher his team. Maybe that's the role he has, Yearwood, given that they've lost those early wickets. Maybe that's his role, to just anchor and bat as deep as possible into the innings.
Yep, well, as we come down to the end of this innings, in any case, I think we would see some tired minds and some tired bodies physically when you think about the Naparima College, because we did get word on Deo Prasad. He was not feeling too well because of the heat. Maybe he threw up a bit as well, and that's why he would have had to retire. We see him out there now, but the sun will definitely have a part to play in how the game goes later on, as this one is stroked nicely. played behind square. It's going to run into the boundary. Well played, good timing. So Adi Ramsaran going for some runs now. He started with a maiden. It's getting a bit loose now, and Yearwood getting a bit comfortable.
Yeah, just trying to fire it in at the pads and getting a bit too straight, and that drift carrying it onto the pads. Lovely executed shot from Yearwood. Just a fine tickle down to long leg.
Well, runs are flowing now. Naparima College would have to do something. You feel like they would have to take a wicket very soon, because if these two get off to a good start, there's not much runs to play with.
Driven nicely, and good stop by Ramsaran off his own bowling. You talk about the momentum. Ramsaran has bowled 17 deliveries, 2.5 overs, and only gone for 13 runs. So he's done well. Just his third over here, leaking a few. Again, nice flight. Low full toss, but well handled in the end from Yearwood. And that will bring us to the end of the power play. At the end of the power play, 30 for 2. So there's a signal from the umpire at the northern end, which is the velodrome end. Just letting us know that that power play is complete. Let's see if Matthew Cooper will spread the field, or if he will look to press a little bit more and look for another wicket.
Yeah, I think that's necessary. I think if you just let these two batters out here do their thing, they're going to continue rotating the strike. We've seen some good strokes as well that found their way to the boundary rope. So I think definitely Naparima College would have to squeeze a bit and not allow, first of all, the extras, and then any misfields. They would have to really build the pressure on now.
So he looks like the captain has the ball in his hand. So he is going to bowl out his 4 overs, taking the risk, and with so many things, risk and reward. Can he find some reward?
Cooper is in. It's played away to that point. They'll come through for a quick single. Makes it in the end. It would have been a bit tight. It's a very aggressive field here for Matthew Cooper. If we take a look at the leg side, there's only 3 fielders all inside the circle. There is a long one, a short mid wicket, and a backward square. So very aggressive here for Matthew Cooper. 2 fielders in the deep. On the offside would be the long off and the sweeper. Cooper, it's a bit shorter, again played on the offside. It's going to go down to that sweeper. They'll come through for a comfortable single.
So this is the part of the game that these young lads will be tested. These young batters, of course. This is the SSCL, the Secondary Schools Cricket League National Intercall T20 semi-finals. All these players are under the age of 19. Driven nicely. There is a cover out there though. There is a sweeper. All these players under 19. And it is a source of such great pride to represent your school. I don't know if you remember representing your school at anything at all. It doesn't have to be cricket, but there is something about it. You always remember your days in school.
Oh yeah, definitely. As we take a look at Cooper coming in here. It's fended back to him for no run. Yep, I remember on this ground actually getting some flashbacks now to all the way at the under 16 level actually. When we were even younger, we had a great finals here against Hillview College that we ended up coming out victorious. And I can tell you, rushing onto that field, actually we were fielding when we won the game. So rushing off the field as Cooper comes in here is a good delivery outside the off stump. Rushing off the field and just embracing your coach, embracing your teachers, knowing that you as this fraternity in your school can do something and represent your school so well, and then knowing that you're going to get your name announced in assembly the next morning in front of the entire school.
So Cooper just missing the off stump. Again, he's making things happen Matthew Cooper, unfortunately, it's the end of the over. It's the end of his spell, but a magnificent spell. 1 for 18 from his 4, and you feel like that wicket of the first delivery, which has St. Mary's at 33 for 2. You think that that first wicket of the first ball is probably very, very important. So 7 overs in, 85 needed from 78. It's not reached to that point yet, the required run rate, where panic. Mary's College have done task number 1. You've lost 2 early wickets, see out the power play without any further loss, and then start going through your middle overs, itching your way up as close as possible to that target.
I think the bowling attack that's going to be selected by the captain, Matthew Cooper, of course, he's bowled his 4 now. So I think through these middle overs, the bowlers that he's going to look to turn to are going to be very important, because we saw Naparima College in the first innings, they were just able to motor through. They only lost 2 wickets and those middle overs there, one of them being a run out. So they were able to just motor on, rotate the strike, conceded a couple boundaries as well, did CIC. So if they allow, Naparima now allows the CIC batters to just have a casual time out there, rotate the strike, it may prove a bit costly in the end.
Well, he's gone with Adi Ramsaran, so himself and Adi will bowl out their 4 overs on the trot. Can Ramsaran pry one more before his spell is over? And this is a bold move from Cooper, choosing to bowl his 4 on the trot and choosing to go with Adi Ramsaran with his 4th.
Yeah, I think it's clear that Naps had a plan how they were going to approach this game. I think they would have devised that plan before today as well. And so far, it seems as though it's working out perfectly. The coaching staff would be really, really happy.
Almost getting through with that one. And we mentioned these young chaps, a couple of them are in the reckoning for national duty. A couple of them have played at national level. So this is the stage for them to perform.
Well, in addition to that, there's a lot of club cricket being played as well across all formats you've seen. There was recently a T20 festival in the Oval. They've also been playing the 2 days. There's been 4-day competitions. There's been ODIs as well, 50 overs. So these players are constantly in practice. As Ramsaran continues, there's a slip in place now. Cooper snuck up to the slip region right as Ramsaran was coming in. So a good bit of attacking intent shown here by the skipper, looking to prize that wicket. He knows these two can't get comfortable in the middle there, or they will keep stroking it around and cruise almost to the total.
Evidence of that, he only has 3 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. He's allowed 4. Good delivery. And it will just be 1 out of that extra cover fielder. But this is definitely the stage for them as we come to the end of the 8th, 34 for 2. And at the end of 8, we'll have the first drinks interval of the run chase. Of course, remember, you're tuned in, Cricket 360 and 360 TV. This is the Secondary Schools Cricket League National T20 Intercall semi-final between St. Mary's College and Naparima College from the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. 118, that's the target for St. Mary's College. And at present, chasing that target, they are 34 for 2 after 8. They have 12 overs to go. That's 72 deliveries, and they still have 84 runs required. St. Mary's College. Adi Ramsaran and his skipper, Matthew Cooper, have already bowled out their allotment of 4 overs. So the nephew of former number 1 T20 bowler in the world, Samuel Badri. This is Roberto Badri from the velodrome end. And immediately you can see the resemblance for those who have not yet seen him. We have seen him before. He's, wait a minute. He's also wearing his uncle's number. His uncle used to wear number 7 as well.
Well, if there's anyone you would like to take any footsteps of, it would be Samuel Badri, wouldn't it?
Presently plying his trade as a commentator and also a coach. He does have his coaching clinic in the Southland of Trinidad and Tobago. And so many similarities, and you can see the speed, the arm speed from Roberto Badri, very much similar to his uncle.
Well, what I find is interesting, we were just talking about spinners opening bowling. If there's anyone that was an opening bowler for West Indies, and when you think about T20 and white ball cricket, if there's anyone that would have been a good opening bowler, it would have been a man related to Badri. He has made his name famous for bowling that leg spin with the new ball. It's so difficult, so tricky.
Yeah, Badri with those quick deliveries. Samuel Badri used to get through his over in 30 to 45 seconds. I remember Ravi Rampal, as you talk about representing the West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago. I remember him telling a story where Ravi Rampal would be a little bit upset with him as we come to the end of the over. It's still 34 for 2. A maiden over to start from Roberto Badri, not Samuel. But I remember hearing a story that Ravi Rampal would be a little bit upset because he would bowl his over and go down to fine leg thinking he's going to get a breather. And in less than a half a minute, he's back taking his run up. That was how quickly Badri got through his overs.
Well, I think that speed that he got through his overs was also a testament, well, not a testament, but would have certainly aided all of those wickets that he would have taken, because speaking as an opening batsman, when you get rushed by a bowler like that, it's hard to find your rhythm because you're just looking up and he's there running again. You look up and similar, we spoke about Akil Hussain, it's also similar. When they're opening the ball and you barely get a few seconds in between deliveries, if you don't go out of your way to slow them down and to make sure, which we have seen some batsmen do, go out of their way to slow them down and make sure that you're ready and make sure that you're mentally there. Because if you let bowlers like Badri and Akil Hussain just bowl to you, you're going to get out eventually because it's so rushed, you don't even have time to think in between deliveries.
Aiden Bisundat will take up the attack from the administrative centre end. A bit short to start. It's well fielded at extra cover. Well, wide mid-on, in fact. Mid-off.
So there's a bit of a spread in the field now. We see a deep cover, long on, long off, and a deep mid-wicket in place as well. 4 outside the circle now. A little bit of extra protection.
Yeah, so just that length that is not allowing Yearwood to get forward. He's choosing to play him off the back foot. Not as quick, Bisundat, as Badri from the other end. Half of an appeal, but
a bit hopeful there, I think, from the bowler.
I guess just hoping maybe that there was something in it.
But these two bowlers, Badri and now at this end, they seem a bit tricky. Like they're gonna have to think a bit, the batters, to negotiate the spin from both ends.
Short pulled and into the hands of the man at mid-wicket. So a maiden over from the other end from Badri, and now Bisundat picking the fruits of that labor from the other end,
Well, as
looking
I said,
for the big shot.
As I said, it was going to be tricky and they were going to have to do a bit of negotiating. I think Ria would realize immediately Badri is not missing his line and length from the other end. I think he would have realized that he needs to attack Bisundat maybe a bit from this end.
And you can't keep him out the game. The catcher, Roberto Badri.
Yeah, certainly, and he's certainly provided Naps with exactly what they needed. He was tight from the other end as we see a replay of this catch. A simple catch in the end. It was a bit dragged down if we're being honest. Yeah, what should have been finding the gap there. It was straight at Badri and no mistake. Yeah, he was tight from the other end. He built the pressure. Bisundat from this end now. A bit short, a bit loose, but he was able to clinch the wicket because the batter knows at the other end. You're going to get 6 in a row again from Badri. Same ball, same line, same length.
So you just saw a shot there of a couple of clouds just hovering over the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva. You can see in your shot there, it's not as hot as it was earlier in the day. Of course, this is semi-final number 1 of the SSCL National Intercall T20 competition. The second is semi-final at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. The derby, the presentation derby, if you will, Presentation College Chaguanas versus Presentation College San Fernando. Of course, Presentation San Fernando, a staple in this competition. And they've been a staple and almost standard bearers for the Secondary Schools Cricket League here in Trinidad and Tobago, setting the trend, doing the treble a couple of years ago, winning league, T20 title, and on that occasion, the KFC Cup, a T10 competition that was held during the summer of 2023.
Yeah, Presentation College are definitely going to have their hands full. You spoke about the heat today. I don't think it's going to get any less cooler tonight. I think it's going to heat up even more. We're going to see some fireworks from both sides. Of course, Luke Ali and Fariz Ali have been doing so well for Presentation College this year, taking them to the league trophy this season, and they will be looking to do the double over Presentation Sando definitely.
So Bisundat will continue. He has the success. Struck him. What is it appealing?
Well, I have to say, what are you thinking? It's your first ball. I understand it's T20 cricket, but your team is under so much pressure. That's not the shot I would pick to start off my innings, having just lost a wicket. We'll take a look at it again. I mean, we've seen this shot being mastered multiple times.
Ishmael Mohammed, the batter. And this is good from Ali at the non-strikers end, just calling his compatriot Mohammed down and having a quiet word with him, probably saying exactly what you were just talking about. Nice and full, looking to attack the stumps. It will end the 9th over now, in fact the 10th over, and at the halfway mark in their run chase, 34 for 3, St. Mary's College. They are struggling just a bit. The halfway mark in their run chase, St. Mary's College chasing 118 for victory and the right to enter the finals of the T20 Intercall, the National Secondary School T20 Intercall competition. Badri continues from that northern end, the velodrome end.
Starts back right where he left off. That good full line and length outside the off stump, forcing the batters to try to play a drive there. Obviously, catching opportunities can be created. There's a point and a third man on the boundary. Sorry, a third man inside the circle, rather.
And with these tight overs, a chance of a run out. And I think he was gone. In fact, he is gone. He did hit the stumps. Just did not. He was hearing down was Mohammed. Ali sent him back. It was straight to that man at a backward point. And a good direct throw, just clipping the bail as it went through. So Mohammed, without troubling the scorers.
Well, it was a bit of a shaky start from Mohammed. He didn't truly look comfortable. Of course, he's only been out there for 2 deliveries, but his 2 deliveries didn't look too comfortable. Maybe pressure setting in a bit, but certainly he's created some pressure now for CIC.
So Aryan Mohammed, the new batter.
Interestingly, CIC actually find themselves in a very, very similar position to Naparima College at 34 for 3. They've gone and turned it around there. Naparima, we spoke about how important it was going to be for these bowlers to come out flying, and they certainly have.
In fact, it's Wilshire who is the new batter. Kalfani Wilshire.
Mohammed still making his way off the field. He's not left yet, trudging off, very, very disappointed in himself.
So good quick single. And this time they do get that single to that backward point region. But this is what pressure will do. Couple of maiden overs and a couple of wickets as well. And that scoring rate that started below 6 at the start of the innings has now gone up to just under 9 required.
I think you would have to commend, first of all, the coaching staff. You'd have to commend the skipper, Matthew Cooper, choosing to have himself open in the bowl and take that early wicket that seemed to put CIC in a precarious position. They, of course, would have stuck in a bit, but then now losing some quick wickets. So yet another dot ball from Badri.
Yeah, he's already bowled 9 deliveries, young Roberto Badri. Just the 1 run off his bowling so far. A little bit shorter on this occasion. And you can see the batters are not reading him either. They're not sure whether they want to go forward. They're not sure if it's the wrong one, if it's a regulation leg spin. And it's always so difficult. We speak about leg spinners in the world game as we come to the end of the 11th. 35 now for 4. Rashid Khan is another one with that quick arm action.
And it's interesting when you think about it that T20 cricket has almost become a spinner's game now. When you think about, as we mentioned, obviously Akil Hussain, Rashid Khan, Samuel Badri, these spinners are having a lot of luck, not even luck, a lot of wickets, a lot of skill produced by them early on, because it's not too easy to grip and turn a new ball with that shiny, shiny surface on it.
There's a time not too long ago, during the course of last year, the top 3 T20 bowlers in the world were all spinners. Akil Hussain, Rashid Khan, just before he got injured, and Adil Rashid.
So I think it's a bit early to call it, but I'll have to say we're getting treated to a bit of a masterclass of spin bowling here, especially from Badri.
So Bisundat will continue. And almost sneaking through.
It's tricky. It seems so tricky out there for these batters now. They're getting a bit flummoxed by the spin bowling.
There's a look of young Badri there patrolling the mid-wicket region. Cut, it's in the air, but well short. That man at short third. He's quite fine, the man at short third.
His length so far has been a bit short, Bisunat, but it seems as though he's catching the batters in between, going forward and going backward. He found a length that's just in between. So it's a bit short, not too much attacking the stumps. As he does on this occasion, however, a bit fuller this time attacking the wicket. But he's been bowling some short outside the off stump a bit, getting some outside edges, making things a bit confusing for the batters.
He's quickened up his pace a bit, and Bisundat, like his skipper, is a bit taller than the other spinners. He's a bit taller than Badri, he's a bit taller than Adi Ramsaran. So extracting as well just that much extra bounce from that length that he's found. There you go. There's that extra bounce. And it's forced Wilshire to really get up on his toes to ride the bounce.
Well, we saw a slip being employed for most of the first innings. You think is that something that they might need to consider now, considering the wickets are falling and not much runs to play with?
Well, having said that, Matthew Cooper, even outside of the power play, has not had the full allotment of fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. Even the mid-on is not right back to the boundary. He's about 5 meters outside of the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, I think that pressure is necessary for Matthew Cooper if they are going to defend this total.
So the end of another over, the end of 12, and St. Mary's College really struggling here with a plethora of dot balls. They're still at 35 for 4. In fact, they're 36 for the loss of 4 at the end of 12. So Aryan Mohammed is the new bowler. He's wearing the same number as Will Shire. That's how we mixed them up in the last over. But he's going to come into the attack from the velodrome end, the northern end of the National Cricket Centre. The National Cricket Centre, of course, home to the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And it's been the home of the National Intercol competition, T20 competition, for many a year. Bit of a false start from Mohammed.
The pace is finally being employed. We saw spinners get a lot of luck out of this surface, but clearly a different approach now from Naparima.
With the conditions changing ever so slightly, getting a bit overcast in central Trinidad, maybe, just maybe, Mohammed is going to extract a bit of movement in the air.
I must say, I thought Badri would have deserved another over, though. He looked really good.
Nice, good pace and a bit of a misfield at backward point. Is it going to run away? Yes, it does. A welcome boundary for St. Mary's College here off the bat of Ali. Is this going to be the door that finally opens and gets them some momentum in their run chase?
That was really well timed. I don't think we can fault the fielder too much. Yes, he should have maybe got something on it, but as we saw that ball race to the boundary, it was great timing on that by Ali. So pace leaking, maybe some runs early on, but obviously it's just the first ball. We're not too sure if he will make a comeback later on in the over. I would have to say, I think we need to see at least one more over from Badri. He looks so good from that northern end.
But even with the required run rate at 9, I rather think maybe in the mind of Cooper is that he wants to hold back Badri just for the back end. But I don't think that he will need him in the back end, because I think by the time you get to the back end of the innings, the last 5, the run rate might be too much for St. Mary's College. Of course, it's a funny old game, and as evidenced by that boundary of the last delivery, anything can happen. So big long discussion here, Cooper and his bowler Mohammed, and also Adi Ramsaran down there in the mix. So just getting the plans all cleared up. Not quite ready, not comfortable in the run-up. In fact, he's not comfortable where his sweeper is.
Yeah, but I was now about to mention it's a bit of an odd field here for skipper Cooper. There's a third man on the boundary, what seems to be a deep point, as well as what seems to be a very straight cover. And there's also a deep extra cover in place, in addition to a short extra cover and a mid-off.
And that's why he has that field, because the left arm bowler is trying to get the ball to drift away from the batter, the left-handed batter. So he's trying to encourage him to hit to that offside.
Yeah, using the breeze as the bowler, and Cooper is putting a good bit of trust. If we take a look at the leg side field, there's only a mid one, a short mid wicket, and a backward square. So a lot of trust being put here in his bowler by Matthew Cooper to hit the right line and lengths.
A little bit too full. It's flicked just to that mid on fielder that you just spoke of.
So you'll need to remain disciplined here, Mohammed. Of course, that first ball was well timed through the gap and the field was set, and he did exactly what his captain expected him to. So I don't think you can fault him for that. But for the rest of the over, he'll definitely need to keep that ball on the off stick. However, as there is a change in field again as the right-hander comes on strike, the leg side field looks a lot different now. They've left deep mid-wicket, almost cow corner-ish fielder there, and there is also a fine leg on the boundary. Almost a run-out chance there, a bit of a fumble by the cover fielder as the striker just looked to rush down on his non-striker partner on this occasion.
So, of course, while this competition, the Secondary Schools Cricket League National Intercall T20 semi-finals are going on, Cricket West Indies Championship 2025 is also underway. 3 games ongoing. This one tickled down to third. In fact, a fine leg. They'll complete 2 in the interim. Yeah, as we're talking about the West Indies Championship 2025, I'll come back to it. The West Indies Academy has just completed victory at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in Antigua by 10 wickets over the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The other games continuing on, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 438 for 7, still in their first innings. That's a day-night encounter at Warner Park in St. Kitts. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were bowled out for 240 earlier in the day. The Guyana Harp Eagles, the defending champions, are 226 for 4. And across there in UWI, the combined campuses and colleges were bowled out for 327, replying to Jamaica Scorpions 133 in their first innings. The Scorpions are now 129 for 3 in their second innings, so they're still trailing. And of course, that game in the Queen's Park Oval, a virtual final between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and Guyana Harpy Eagles, but the Leeward Islands and the Barbados Pride, who are locked in battle, one of those 2 teams can catch Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. So 3 teams in the reckoning, 4 teams in the reckoning for the West Indies Championship 2025. So Justin Ramnarius, ball in hand from the administrative center end, and just as he takes the ball, there's a bit of a sprinkle just passing by the National Cricket Center.
Don't think it would affect the game though. It just seems as like a short, small drizzle just over a small area.
The umpires have decided to stay out there, and when you look to the east, big swing and a big miss from Ali. When you look to the east, there is no more threat of rain. So just a bit of a passing cloud, still overcast. And this will make it a little bit more difficult for the bowling team. It should be better for the batting team. The ball should slide onto the bat nicely.
So it's pace on the attack now. As we were speaking about the West Indies Cup, and all these games that are going on. Of course, it's also interconnected. These intercol secondary school teams also a feeder for the Trinidad and Tobago national team, and of course other countries would feed into their country's
Swung
team.
away, up and over backward point, but there is a sweeper out there.
Yep, so there are some notable names that are currently playing there. The likes of Justin Jagisa. Of course, we cannot forget Jadon Seals, who himself would have won maybe more than one of these intercol titles, and definitely would have had a huge part to play in the secondary schools cricket league. He, of course, is playing and showing out well, representing Trinidad very well, I must say, at the highest level, West Indies cricket.
Yeah, I did see one of the under-15 players for St. Mary's College, young Bechu. He's part of the national under-15 team.
We must mention Brandon Budu as well.
Bechu and Budu, both part of that national under-15 team. The CWI Rising Stars under-15 challenge to get started next week in Coolidge in Antigua. Of course, part of that national under-15 team, son of the great man, young Kaiden Pollard is on the national under-15 team. This one just tucked down to third, a fumble, and good recovery in the end, almost letting it run for 4 runs. So Trinidad and Tobago hoping that they can lift another under-15 title. It's been a while.
And there are a lot of good players there this year, though. We mentioned Brendan Booty has been on fire recently. Pollard as well has been looking so good as an all-rounder. Again, like we spoke about Badri, he's truly taking in his father's footsteps.
Big swing, big miss.
So St. Mary's here getting a bit aggressive. Obviously, it's needed. 7 overs left after this one. Rather, 6 overs after this one. Score is 46 for 4. They're not anywhere near where they thought they would have been, I feel, or where they need to be at this situation.
Yeah, almost 12 to the over required. 2 runs a ball. So this is the time that they have to get going. They need to find a way to find the boundary. Inside edge onto the pad, a chance of a run out. Dwight York will not be too happy with that type of effort. 46 for 4 at the end of 14. As the rhythm section strikes up, St. Mary's College really struggling here. And probably felt at the halfway mark they were on top with a below par total of 118 to get.
Yeah, like we said, it all depended on how the Naparima bowlers were going to come out of the dugout, and of course Captain Cooper leading the way, in addition to Ram Saran getting Naps to such a good start with the ball, and clearly you can see it's built a lot of pressure now within the CIC camp.
Aryan Mohammed will continue from the velodrome end. Just making a couple of slight adjustments in the field. Deciding he's going to have long on go back. Skewed away, backward of point. Will it beat the fielders? Yes, it does. Did he play that shot? I think he did. This one getting a bit too short on that occasion, Mohammed.
Well, it was hit with such ferocity, but I'm sorry, at this level, that does not look good on camera at all, letting the ball just bubble past you like that. Maybe a bit of a miss bounce, but you've got to get your entire body behind that. You've got to take the lash if you're taking the lash, and just make sure that ball doesn't go through to the boundary, because the pressure was being built, and a welcome boundary now for St. Mary's College.
Yeah, I think Ali has read the script. He's gotten the memo. 11 and a half runs needed. Flicking this one and over the head of the non-strikers and a misfield down at long on. Is that Matthew Cooper down there?
Well, this is exactly what is not needed at this point in time. Isn't bowling bad, but fielders are sort of letting him down in the field, sorry to say. A bit of a slip there.
So consecutive boundaries to start the 15th over. And this will help. 50 now on the board with those couple of boundaries. And just keeping the scoring rate intact. It hasn't shot up over 12 just yet. It's still 11 and a quarter. Is there a bit of magic? Is there a bit of heroics here from Ali? Mikel Ali. Well executed Yorker.
It's a great delivery, a great comeback.
What can you do with that?
Nothing much at all, I can tell you that.
So good comeback after conceding a couple of boundaries. Aryan Mohammed. Ali stands ready. He's already into his stance. Surveys the field. Sees his gaps. This big swing. Skewed off the inner portion of the bat. They'll get one. They'll come back now for two. Looking for the third. Won't get it.
A bit of tightening up needed by Naparima College, especially in the field at this stage in the game. Now you would be thinking you want to crowd out St. Mary's College. Make sure you don't give them anything at all. Try to kill off the game without getting into the last over. Because if we're being honest, if we're getting into the last over and the score is under 20, I would see St. Mary's having a very good chance with the way the game is going at this point in time with the momentum.
Big swing. Again, just gets it down to wide long off. Looking for another. It's not there. Wisely so. So a good over here for St. Mary's College. 11 from it. That's what they require. 11 runs and over. Required run rate, in fact, 11.8. So can they finish the over with a boundary, St. Mary's College? Wiltshire has only faced 8 deliveries. He's on 4. Kalfani Wiltshire. Full toss, punched down the ground, but long off in place. So just one, 12 from the over. A good over for St. Mary's College, getting up to now 58 for 4 after 15. That requirement now exactly 12 runs required to the over. 60 needed from the final 5, 60 needed from 30 deliveries.
Well, I think now we see the importance of keeping Badgery back. The runs have been flowing a bit with the Pacers coming on, so maybe skipper Matthew Cooper had that in the back of his mind that the game may open up a bit with the Pacers. Maybe he's utilizing them to try to pinch some wickets, but some boundaries have been conceded so far.
So young Ramnaris will continue from the administrative centre end. So Cooper is continuing to keep pace on the ball. He spread the field a bit more now. Deep backward point. Deep mid wicket. Long on, long off. And a third all on the boundary.
It's good work by Wiltshire. I think he recognizes that Ali is doing well right now. He's middling the ball, timing well. So just turns the strike over to him, says, partner, you go do your thing at that end and try to knock this total along a bit. Ali is going to be vital. He's going to be very important in these last few overs. How long can he last? And while he's there, how many runs can he pick up for his team as they come down into the death?
So he's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Ali, who is set on 27 from 40 deliveries. He's weathered the storm, has Ali. Seen a few wickets fall around him.
It's a bit of confusion in between deliveries. Not too sure what's going on with Naps. They keep adjusting the field.
Yeah, so for Wiltshire, the third is on the boundary. For Ali, he's brought the third into the circle. Big swing down the ground. Should be won easily. They're looking for the second. Good throw coming in. And good running to execute that second run.
Yep, 2 definitely wasn't on the cards there. You could see the keeper and maybe the skipper behind the wicket as well screaming at his fielder to hurry up and get the ball in. But it's terrific running. I mean, could have resulted in a run out, but how it fared out in the end, keeper was not behind the wicket to collect. So it's a couple for Ali. He needs to work, I think, a bit on finding the gap. He's hitting the ball well, but it's just going straight to the fielders. Advancing this time, misses out outside the line of the off stump. It's going to be an important dot ball.
So as we wind down in this one into the death overs, St. Mary's College still requiring 57 from 27 deliveries. Not impossible by the standards of the modern game, but quite difficult. A wicket here would do a dream for Naparima College though.
You called it, did you? He's cleaned them up right as you said. A wicket would be a dream. They're in dreamland now as everyone rushes onto the field. They will take an early drinks break, but clean them up. We'll take a look back at this. Ram Narees. It's a good delivery. Oh, a bit of a chop on actually. I think it came off the inside edge. Maybe hit his foot on the way through.
Yeah, a bit of a shortish delivery. Probably misjudging the length a bit, Ali. Probably it was not as short as he thought, but as I was saying, a wicket would be a dream here for Naparima College. And with this wicket, you feel like they are now on top in this one, Naparima College.
Well, I don't think you can say the tide turned too much. It was always going to be tough for CIC, but with Ali out there, they would have always thought that they had a chance. They had great hope, actually. I wouldn't say it's over yet, but they would have had a much greater hope with Ali out there. So this wicket certainly pulls back, and in a great position now is Naparima College.
With five of their batters back in the dugout. Big Sancho comes to the middle, but while Sancho goes to the middle, the umpires have called for drinks. It is the 16th over. Still 2 balls to go. We'll take a quick break. When we return, the final few overs of a semi-final number 1. The National Intercall semi-final number 1, St. Mary's College versus Naparima College from the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver, Trinidad. 118 the target for St. Mary's. At the drinks break, 61 for 5. And a bit of an inside edge. They'll get one. So Big Sancho has come to the middle. Nathan Sancho. And you were just telling me, Adam, that he looks like he can hit a long one.
Yeah, off the mark immediately. It's certain when you take a look at his stature, I was looking at him before the start of the game and I said that's going to be one good fast bowler and one man that could come pinch it down in the death. They certainly need him to get off to a good start now.
Yeah, well, he has that finisher role in the St. Mary's unit. He's being called upon to help them get 56 from 25 deliveries. Reverse, up and over, backward of point, away for 4. What a shot!
That's an incredible shot. Wow, let's take a look at it again. The pace with which that ball came off the bat as well, he hit it so good. Right into the gap. Have a look at that. Almost gone all the way for 6 actually. What an incredible shot.
And the chairs go up. Bouncing just in front of the rope. Almost getting it for 6. But that will bring us to the end of the 16th. And what a way to finish the end of the 16th. 66 now for 5. Keeping them in a touching distance. There are some of the St. Mary's supporters. And of course, this is semi-final number 1. And I know my colleague here, Adam, is raring to go for the second semi-final, the Presentation Derby. Presentation Chaguanas versus Presentation San Fernando. Can Presentation San Fernando take another intercall title?
Well, it's certainly going to be such a good game. I know we've had a bit of a low-scoring first semi-finals, but I can tell you that second semi-finals, unless if, of course, bowlers come out with the way that the bowlers came out today, but that should certainly be a high-scoring game. We spoke about Brendan Boodoo. He's going to be really, really important in terms of Presentation Sando's chances to get to the finals. But Chaguanas have already done it over them in the league phase this year, so they would be looking to do that a second time for the year.
Of course, Presentation San Fernando, champions in 2023, also champions in 2024. Can they do the three-peat? So just a bit of a hold up in play. Captain and bowler having a long conversation. The umpires having a bit of a conversation. They've just changed the ball, in fact. That one previous, probably just a bit out of shape.
Yeah, I think there may be sort of a river in the back there as well that it might have landed in. That ball was hit so hard it would have been traveling for a while.
It ran past those fig trees and into some water maybe. Young Badri, who has 2 overs up his sleeve, so it is expected he might bowl 17 and 19. You'll have to wait to see who will bowl 18 and 20. Just adjusting his field, sending short third around to the other 45, short fine leg. In fact, he's going more to backward square leg. And he will start with extra cover and long off on the offside. Out on the boundary. This one tucked into that gap in extra cover.
This is going to certainly be an interesting battle here between Wiltshire, Sancho and Badri. Badri's been bowling well, but like we said, Sancho looks like he has the levers and the muscle to be able to go over the top. And I must say, Wiltshire as an all-around cricketer has been so impressive today, hasn't he? With that bowling, that disciplined line and length, and just the way he's going about his batting now. Very, very impressive.
Maybe a name to remember. Yeah, he is looking for that reverse again.
I don't think I would fault him there, honestly. There was a bit of a gap there. If he had made any kind of contact with it, he would have surely gotten a boundary.
And I think he's playing with the field because the fielder was at short third and was moved to short fine leg. He was asking for a wide, but he changed his stance, so it can't be wide. This one up and over. And has it bounced in front of the rope? Yeah, it's bounced in front of the rope. A boundary here. You're talking about Wiltshire. He's heard you, I think, Adam.
Well, that's a terrific shot. He's looked so classy. You would have to say he deserves a spot maybe a bit higher up the order with these kind of shots he's playing. That's a good straight drive down the ground, just beating that long off fielder. Long off was a bit wide, so he chose his gap very smartly in that occasion and found it perfectly.
Yeah, had to reach a little bit for it, but got enough of the bat on it. So Wiltshire moves up strike rate over 100. He's now 14 from 13. 71 for 5. 47 still needed. Looking for the reverse again. And that's because, as you mentioned, there is that gap. The short third is a bit wide. So anything past the wicket keeper and that man at short third is going to go for runs.
The field being adjusted now. I think they've realized that he's trying to target that gap.
He's gone up through the covers. Will it get to the boundary? Yes, it does. Beats the sweeper coming around. St. Mary's College are on the charge off the bat of young Kalfani Wilshire.
Again, such a great shot. Obviously, a bit of a misfield. Should have been tidying that up an extra cover, but another great cover drive. We've gotten treated to the dead. The cover coming around was unable to cut that off.
So messing up young Badri's figures here a bit. He went for 1 run in his first 2 overs. He's now gone for 9 in this one. Reverse again. He's beaten the keeper. It's running away in front of the administrative center and another boundary. St. Mary's College are charging ahead here.
Well, this was certainly unprecedented. Out of nowhere, Wiltshire just taking up the charge on his own. A one-man team, it seems, outside there right now. And Wiltshire taking the attack. Badri has been looking so good. We said we did want to see an extra over from him, but it definitely has not gone the way he or Naparima College would have liked.
End of 17. 79 for 5 now. 39 needed from 18 deliveries.
I was now about to say, Sancho, he reminds me a bit of Carlos Brathwaite with that medium pace, big built, right-handed batsman. I wonder if we could have some heroics now. We will never forget Carlos Brathwaite's name, will we? Wonder if Sancho could stamp his name also into call history, just like that.
The weight of the North Zone on St. Mary's College, as our colleague Ian Wason said earlier in the day. Can they pull a rabbit out of a hat here? They're still not out of it. 39 from 18, 39 from 3 overs, 13 and over needed. But they do have momentum on their side now, even with the fall of the Ali wicket.
Yeah, I think Wiltshire completely changed the game. We thought when Ali was gone that there would be a bit of a fall in wickets and etc., a bit of a depletion. But wow, Wiltshire has certainly been up to the task today, both in his bowling and his batting, you'd have to say.
So Bisundat has the ball in hand. Just about. Picks it up now from the top of his mark. He's going to come back into the bowling attack. He has 1 over remaining, Badri. Suspect he'll bowl 19. Bisundat has an over up his sleeve as well. So may finish out with Badri and Bisundat here. Cooper. Remember, Adi Ramsaran is already bowled out. Cooper himself has already bowled out. And if it is Bisundat and Badri to finish out, they have the task of defending 39 between them. Here is Sancho facing up. Can't make any contact there. He's got to be aware, Sancho, as I think he will be. Dot balls will just push the run rate up.
Well, at this point, I think he might even be able to take a single and get his partner on strike. He's certainly up to the task, Wiltshire.
Up and over into vacant space. Long off comes around. Long on, in fact. And they'll complete 2 in the interim. Good running between the pair.
Yep, Sancho seems up to the task. I'm actually surprised. I thought Wiltshire would say, you know, even though you're big and you look like you could hit the ball hard, I'm hitting the ball well right now too, and I've been in there a bit longer. Surprised the strike hasn't turned over to Wiltshire, considering the amount of runs needed in this short time. Nothing against Sancho, of course. He could surprise us right now and just boom it out to the park.
He's looking in that direction of hitting in the V. Looking for two. It's not going to be there. Good pickup, good throw. The fielder at long on.
Very necessary in this situation to keep it tight. There's a good bit of fielding there to hustle the ball a bit and hustle the batters and make sure they don't come through for the second. It's going to be Wiltshire on strike now. Let's see what he can do.
So 3 runs from the over. So doing well here, Bisundat, to just keep them in check. They haven't been able to get off. He's telegraphed that one. It's in the air and will land in no man's land, that one.
Oh,
A bit of clumsy feeling. And the second run given away should not have ever been 2 runs. Just needed to get it into a wicket keeper who fumbled and allowed them to sneak that second run. Even with them sneaking the second run, just 5 in the over. Up in the air. Where's it gone? It's got height. It's not got the distance. And a wonderful catch in the covers. That's Young Badri again. You can't keep him out the game, Young Badri.
Well, the game has changed again. It's almost been impossible to call this one, hasn't it? Wiltshire doing a bit much, trying to put Bisundat off, but of course, unfazed, full delivery, a bit of a miss hit, coming off maybe the toe of the bat, went straight up. And I mean, from the time we saw Young Badri underneath that, you would have to know that that catch would be completed because it was a bit of a tough one, but he's been on fire today, has Young Badri.
Yeah, he took a bit of a tap in his third over when he bowled and not... Yeah, took a bit of tap in his last over, his third over of his spell, but he's been good with the ball in hand and good fielding as well, catching the ball, running around in the outfield, preventing runs.
Yep, determined to have a part in this game. Of course, his last over was less than satisfactory, but I'd have to say he made up for it there by taking that catch. Such an important catch. Wiltshire was looking so good. You'd have to feel for him. I was about to say it would be really hard to call a man of the match for this game because it had ebbed and flowed so much. We saw Cooper have such a great game. I think it would obviously go to him, especially if Naps win. But Wiltshire had a good conversation for a minute there. If he would have been able to take CIC a bit closer, I think he would have been in a good conversation.
Josiah Roberts then comes to the middle, and Bisundat has his second on the day, 2 for 6 from 2.5. He's done well, Bisundat. Looking to cut that one that was just a bit short, end of the over. So now at the end of 18, 84 for 6. St. Mary's College chasing 118 for victory. .34 needed from the final 2, 17 per over. Young Roberto Badri with the ball in hand from the velodrome end. It's expected with Bisundat still having 1 over. He may bowl the final over. 12 deliveries between them. Can they defend these 34 runs as the chairs go up?
Yeah, it's still not impossible, but you'd have to feel at this situation. I think Sancho may be the only hope that they have. If he could hit maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4 big blows is what they need in this situation and try to bring the score to maybe a bit easier to chase in that last over. It's all going to come down to how much runs are left and who's going to bowl it. But like you said,
straight back at him. Oh, he's dropped it. Young Badri. And it's trickled down to long on. But a good effort though. It was hit with some venom, that one. I hope he's all right. He stayed down, Young Badri, but straight back at him and just seemed to burst through the hands and hit him on the knee as well. Just seemed to burst through the hands. Hopefully he's okay. Young Badri just right of screen. He stayed down. I tell you, had he hung on to that one, it would have been a remarkable take, and it would have been curtains, I think. Just bursting through the fingers and hitting him just below that knee.
Yeah, that's going to be a sore one. He'll have a trophy to take home with him now in the shape of maybe an unpleasant boil around his knee or shin area. Well, I'm not sure what would be more unpleasant, actually, collecting that straight to the knee or straight to the shin. But either way, it's going to be a sore one for Badri.
Sancho really putting effort into that one. So just a bit of a break in play as attention is given to young Roberto Badri. This is semi-final number 1 between St. Mary's College and Naparima College of the SSCL National T20 Intercol competition. Semi-final number 2 coming up in just over an hour and a half is going to be between Presentation San Fernando, the defending champions, and the Presentation Chaguanas, the Presentation Derby.
Yep, I think Presentation College San Fernando have just rolled in their team. I'm seeing some guys with cricket bags walking over to where the indoor nets area of the Balmain cricketing complexes, maybe to get a bit of a warm-up in their hair early. They're ready for this second semi-final as we take a look back.
Yeah, so they completed 2 runs in the interim because the ball hitting Badri, it ricocheted all the way into a vacant mid-wicket region. I think most of the fans are looking forward to that Presentation Derby, and our colleague Ian Wason is looking forward to that Presentation Derby. And while we await young Badri to get attention and see if he's okay to bowl, he's actually coming off the field, young Badri. The West Indies Championship 2025 on the way. Leeward Islands Hurricanes, 444 for 9 declared. The Barbados Pride in reply are 10 for 2 already. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 240 all out in their first innings. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, 237 for 4. So they're trailing just by 3 runs, the defending champions. Combined campuses and colleges, 327 replying to Jamaica Scorpions' first innings of 133 all out. And the Scorpions in their second innings still trailing, or they were trailing, are 180 for 3. So with Roberto Badri unable to continue his over, Pittman gets the ball in hand. Samrit Pittman. And he's going to have to complete this over. Short. Pulled in the air. No one back there. In fact, it bounces just short of the man at deep mid-wicket. These singles won't do for St. Mary's College. They have to find the boundaries. 32 needed. Just 11 deliveries.
It's an important few balls here for Pittman. If he could keep the scoring rate down, limit any boundaries, I think the game may be truly dusted. Done and dusted by the time we reach the final over.
In fact, 10 deliveries to go. Looking to cut it away and can't make contact. Roberts still to get off the mark. So it's trending in a victory, towards a victory for Naparima College. Big swing, he's cleaned them up. He's taken the leg stump, has he? Yes, he has. So another one going down here. And St. Mary's College are looking like they're going down in this semi-finals. And that place in the finals looking more and more like it's belonging to Naparima College. It's now 87 for 7. Josiah Roberts. And one Josiah makes way for the other. Josiah Nichols walking to the middle. And you can't fault them. He has to go for the big shots, does Roberts. And going for the big shot, just ricocheting off his pad and clipping that leg stump on the way through. You can see the dejected look there as he walks away. But that's what would have been required at this point. Still 31 needed, 8 deliveries.
Well, amidst all the drama and the trouble that St. Mary's have been experiencing, we have to talk about Naparima College. When we started this game, we saw the first few of us wickets tumbling. We thought it was always going to be so tough, and the advantage was with St. Mary's all the way. But what a performance by Naparima College to pull this back. We said their bowlers were going to have to be good, and I have to say their bowlers have been incredible to be able to pull this back and still have so many runs to play with, considering it's only 118 what they scored in the first innings.
So Nichols. Big shot. Up and over. Straight down the ground. Long off does well. And they'll complete 2, will they? Yes, they do. A wild throw. Well stopped by the wicketkeeper. So 29 now needed. 7 deliveries. How many do you think is too much to get in the final over?
I think as it stands right now, they would definitely have to get the maximum, which would be a 6.
Flicked away. Just one.
Yep, I think that ball would have had to certainly find itself to the boundary for them to even have a chance. Because now, the way that it looks, it seems as though anything over, we said anything under 20 might have been chaseable, but now it's over 20 and wickets have been sent back in the dugout, the big wickets of Wiltshire. So not looking too likely now.
90 for 7 at the end of 19, and 28 is the target. It's an easy equation.
Power.
28 needed in the final over. It's easy, right? Just 5 sixes.
Definitely. I feel like that's what Sancho would be thinking right now after the first ball. Or rather, Nichols is on strike. After the first ball, we'd have to see what is going to be happening there. George can afford to now... Sorry, Matthew Cooper. I was thinking about another naps man in Isaiah George. Matthew Cooper could be relaxed now and spread his field a bit, having some runs to play with. We see there is a sweep on the offside, a long on, long off, a deep mid wicket, and a cow corner on the boundary as well.
And Bisundat it will be. A good delivery to start. Looking for that gap back with a point. And this single means now that you definitely need to get 5 sixes. 5 fours won't be enough. In fact, you can get 4 fours and a 6.
Yeah, but
or 4 sixes.
The way Bisundat has been bowling, though, I think it's going to be really tough for them to get anything off of this over besides for singles and maybe the odd couple.
Yeah, he's been good today. He's found a length and he's stuck to that length. And he's varied his pace so often and pushed the batters back on numerous occasions. Outside edge and caught at a backward point. This is almost like the prelude of that fat lady singing now. Looking for the big shot, looking probably in the long on region, getting the outside edge. And Sancho is dismissed still with St. Mary's College needing 27.
Yeah, it seems as though that might be that there. It was a good catch by Pittyman just coming around and taking it in the end. Trouble now for St. Mary's College. But again, I don't think I can get enough of speaking about how good the Naparima College lineup, their bowling lineup has been. They've been so disciplined, maintaining that line consistently.
Tristan Toyer. Yeah, Tristan Toyer has come to the middle. And a real uphill task for him and Josiah Nichols. 4 deliveries to get 27 runs. They'll need some help from Naparima. They'll need at least 1 no ball. to give them a bit of hope. All Bisundat needs to do, keep the front foot behind the line.
And keep the ball on the wicket, and it should be over then.
And this single will all but do it. And you can count Naparima College into the finals of the 2025 edition of the SSCL T20 Intercol.
Well, it's a huge win, and I know we spoke about Presentation College and Presentation College Chaguanas and Presentation College San Fernando obviously being the big guns, but after this bowling attack by Naparima College, they will certainly find
It's in the air. It's going to drop short of a long on, long off. They'll complete 2. And almost like 2 consolation runs, if you will. Just a couple of deliveries here from Bisundat. Reverse and not executed. So the final delivery of semi-final number 1 coming up. Adi Ramsaran has been good, 3 for 10, and he has 1 delivery to go. It's been the pick of the bowlers, has been Adi Ramsaran. In fact, Bisundat, and that one passed the wicketkeeper down to 3rd. Is it called a bye or was it off the bat? It doesn't matter. That 1 run, St. Mary's College will end on 95 for 8. 21 runs short of victory. 22 runs, in fact. And Aidan Bisundat, in fact, I'm saying Ramsaran all the time, is Bisundat with his 3 for 10, who's been adjudged the player of the match by our player of the match adjudicator. And count it now, as you see the celebrations for Naparima College. They are into the national T20 Intercol finals of the SSCL in the 2025 edition. Who will they face? Will it be Presentation Chaguanas? Will it be Presentation San Fernando? The toss for that one coming up in about 45 minutes time. And the first ball to be bowled at just about 6:30 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. In the meantime, we leave you with the congratulations and commiserations by the 2 teams, St. Mary's College and Naparima College, and the end of semi-final 1. Keep it tuned in to Cricket 360 and 360 TV. Semi-final number 2 coming up in a short while. The artificial lights begin to take effect at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain-Couva, with the cycling velodrome just to the right of screen in the background and the floodlights from the Attobolden Stadium right next to it. This is the PowerGen Secondary Schools Cricket League 2025, the National T20 Intercol semi-final number 2. This is the presentation derby, and after a bit of a nail-biting first semi-final between St. Mary's College and Naparima College, with Naparima College coming out on top by 22 runs. They opted to bat first, Naparima, and they got to 117. You felt like it was not enough, but their bowling on the back of Aidan Bisundat, who took 3 wickets, and a player of the match performance, ensured that they restricted St. Mary's College to under 100 and win the game by 22 runs. So Naparima College sit in wait at the finals to find out which of these 2 teams of Presentation San Fernando or Presentation Chaguanas they will meet in that finals. It is Presentation Chaguanas who will bat first, winning the toss and opting to bat first. So it is, in fact, Presentation San Fernando who won the toss and will bat first. And we are on the way. First run off the bat. So 1 off the bat on the first ball. Presentation San Fernando winning the toss. Brendan Budu and Riyad Mohammed, the opening batters. Fariz Ali with the ball in hand, as expected, for Presentation Chaguanas. And alongside me to go through the presentation derby, remember, Presentation San Fernando are the defending champions. Will they be able to go for the three-peat, or will they be defeated today? I tell you, the man with ball in hand, Fariz Ali, will have some ideas of making Presentation San Fernando work. This one driven through the covers, but he has a sweeper in play. So 1 run and then another single and a couple of runs in the alley over. And just as Fariz is opening the bowling to open semi-final number 2 in the commentary seat next to me, Adam Furlong. What are you doing, Adam?
Yep, here we go. We've been waiting for this all evening as Fariz comes in here for his 3rd bowler delivery against Mohammed. Just fended off, and yep, we have the superstars out already. Fariz Ali with ball in hand. Riyad Mohammed, always such a prolific character in this Presentation College San Fernando, constantly scoring runs year after year after year. It's also Brendan Budu, a bit of a surprise to see this high up the order. Normally, he's a good, reliable 1 down, maybe number 4 batter, but he's out there. They've chosen to go with their biggest batters to start us off here against a tough bowling lineup in Presentation College Chaguanas.
Tucked around the corner, not past the fielder, so dot ball. And a couple of deliveries to go in the over still. And you mentioned Brendan Budu, and it was Brendan Budu last year's semi-final against Fatima College. It was Brendan Budu who all but anchored their innings. He had a good outing, and he's usually always stable, Brendan Budu. Wide down the leg side, and himself and Riyad, along with Fariz Ali, a couple of the players in this encounter, just like the first one, with players who have either had or are having that experience in national team setups, whether the under 15, the under 17s, or the under 19s.
Well, notably, there's Alexander Chase there as well, hold up in a short fine leg right now. We'll definitely be seeing him later with ball in hand, a fiery left-handed pacer. For reasons in here again, it's played down to that point fielder inside the circle. They'll come through for a single. So the field, there are 2 allotted fielders on the boundary. There's Well, at the backward square, it seems as although he'll shift himself around now for the right-hander, they also had a third man in place, which will remain the same for the right-hander. They will just jump across to the other side, and the deep mid-wicket would turn into a sweep on the boundary there. Again, a very aggressive field. We see a backward square, a short mid-wicket, and a mid-off.
A little bit back of a length, and you can see already Fariz Ali threw his first over here. Still one delivery to go that wide in the over. In fact, it's the end of the over, and you can see that Fariz Ali threw the over progressively as we come to the end. 4 without loss after 1. He is generating some good pace, Fariz Ali. And as expected, when you have the presentation derby, you're going to get a crowd. And the bleachers that were empty earlier in the day, yes, there was a lot of sun, but now this is the evidence of this amazing derby.
Well, I don't think we're done yet either. I think the crowds are just starting to pull in. We saw the famous Nuts Man is also in the building. Yep, it's a packed out event, packed out venue here for this big game. A short left-hand orthodox bowler. He's been having a really good season, actually, picking up a few wickets. We spoke earlier about what was more effective, if it was spin or pace in these opening overs. We see Presentation College have gone one at either end to see who does better. I wouldn't be surprised if Danaraj takes a couple early wickets here. We saw evidence of the wicket popping a bit, some keeping low.
Yeah, he is then from the velodrome end. And this one just guided. A quick single and good running. Good call from Budu at the non-striker's end. And I took a walk downstairs in between the games, and a couple of the players who have grown so accustomed to seeing us when we broadcast secondary schools cricket, they were asking, what do you think? What do you think? You saw the first game. What do you think? Bowl first or bat first? And my simple advice, stick to your skills, back yourself, take the environment and the conditions out of the equation. This one zipping through, very close to that off stump. And that's the evidence. I mentioned to them, yes, there is grass on the surface, but you as the player have to find your line, your length, or as a batter, your rhythm, and back your skills.
Yep, I think there's evidence that Presentation College San Fernando did do that.
And this one almost sneaking through again.
Yeah, because it seemed as though bowling first might have been a popular choice, certainly among the Presentation College Chaguanas unit, but Sando having won the toss elected to go bat. So it seems as though they do back themselves to put a good score on the board, and they also back themselves to be able to defend that eventually.
We did see in the semi-final number 1, Badri and Adi Ramsaran, they turned a couple of deliveries. Bisundat, this one zipping through yet again from Danraj. Family of Rajendra Danraj, who for many years served Trinidad and Tobago cricket with distinction. This one flicked away. We'll get an easy single. They're looking for 2. Fariz Ali is quick to pounce, coming around from fine leg.
Well, we've been treated to seeing some of the family members of well-respected Trinidad and Tobago cricketers. I have to mention as well, he's situated in, seems to be a mid-wicket right now. A point rather, sorry. He fielded the ball at point earlier. Anil Ruplal, his brother, Akil is here as well. They are the nephews of Ravi Rampal, who we spoke about earlier when we were talking about Mr. Badri.
Driving in the air, and what a catch! We were just talking about Fariz Ali and his first over, miserly. No, you can't keep him out the game, Fariz Ali.
Well, I did say Danraj was going to be threatening today. He most likely would have taken some wickets, but wow, that wicket was made by the catch by Fariz Ali. Of course, you'd expect him to take it knowing the skill and the caliber that he has, but what a great catch and what a great start as well. That's a huge wicket. We cannot underestimate the amount of runs that Mohammed would have put on the board today. It's a try to go over the top, try to maybe release a bit of pressure early, get on top of the spinners we spoke about earlier, not just letting them bowl to you. But on this occasion, a fantastic catch by Fariz Ali. In the twilight, not not easy by any means.
Young Philip comes to the middle. I tell you what, that ball was traveling because he made great contact. And you look at it again, Fariz almost took the ball behind him. It was traveling. Thankfully, he's a tall lad, Fariz Ali. I'm not ashamed to say he's taller than I am. But it was good. It's good to see that he is getting into the game. This is what you expect when you have players, and we talk about it even at the regional level when we're covering the regional game. We talk about our international players like a Craig Brathwaite, like a Joshua De Silva, like a Tevin Imlach, who have had that international experience coming back into the regional game and stamping their authority on the game. Fariz Ali has been around the senior national team, and coming back to this level, he's stamping his name and his authority on the game. You will continue here now, and you can see again, he's generating some good pace here for Rizali.
I don't expect him to move from that line and length either. He's so disciplined, such a all-round smart cricketer. He's going to stick to that line and length with Brendan Boodoo. Again, both of them having experience at the national level.
Here's Zion Phillip, another name that we've heard in and around the national age group setup. Carved away through the covers. It's going to run. It's going to run. And into the boundary it goes. So after taking a brilliant catch, Rizali finds himself on the other end of a boundary here from Brendan Boodoo.
Well, that just goes to show the class of Boodoo, doesn't it? You would know Rizali at the top of his game. Boodoo a bit outclassed there with that shot. It's a terrific punch or drive almost off the back foot. And timed beautifully, found the gap. Jaden Joseph, he's not slow by any means. He was showing his pace. He almost caught up to it, but eventually it'll run into the ropes.
Again punched, this time stopped in the covers, just one. And you just mentioned, we were talking about young Danraj, who's part of Rajendra Danraj's family, young Badri in the game before, and then the nephews, the Ruplal boys who are the nephews of Ravi Rampal. This is the next generation here of Trinidad and Tobago and West Indian cricketers that you're able to see, all compliments of Cricket 360 and 360 TV. It's in the air, but into the gap. Hands in the air, hands on hips, hands on heads. So easily could have gone to hand.
Yeah, presentation college Chaguanas are hunting. They are hunting to get this second wicket early on. We saw it happen in both innings actually, picking up some early wickets, both Naparima and CIC in the earlier game. Presentation College would look to follow exactly suit and maybe come out and have a better experience in the second innings than all the other teams have had so far.
Short, it's pulling, it's up in the air. Ali calls for it, the keeper calls him off, and an easy catch. Fariz Ali was going for the catch. His wicketkeeper called him off. He said, no, it's mine. And Fariz Ali, after taking a catch, hit for a boundary, but good comeback. He's executed a good short ball and taken the wicket of his fellow under-19 compatriot Brendan Boodoo.
Well, those are two huge wickets gone early on. Presentation College San Fernando may find themselves in a bit of a pickle here. Fariz Ali again coming back after being hit for a boundary. It's expected again, as we said. But Brendan Boodoo, the decision to have him open the baton not working out on this occasion. Yep, it's simple, so simple. He wouldn't even believe it. He'll be kicking himself back in that dugout. Such a simple dismissal. And look at how hyped up the Presentation College Chaguanas boys are. They know that was the wicket to get today.
So no heroics from Brendan Boodoo today. I mentioned earlier just as you were getting into the commentary booth, that he was one of the mainstays in the semi-final last year against Fatima College when they defeated Fatima College and went on to the final, which they eventually won, making the double. Now, looking for a three-peat, they are in a bit of bother here with 2 early wickets down inside the third over. Remember, this is a T20 encounter. The artificial lights are now in full effect as the sun has officially gone down. And the crowd a bit quiet, a bit of expectancy. Something is going to give, something is going to happen. Full from Ali. Almost choreographed. Short one, followed by one in the block hole.
Again, it shows his intelligence as a cricketer to be able to mix up and think through certain events.
End of the third over. 12 for 2. Presentation College San Fernando.
Well, it's going to be tough going now for Presentation College San Fernando. In a bit of trouble, a spot of bother early on here. We saw it in the last semi-finals too, so we definitely can't say that the game is by any means done and dusted. But it's going to be a tough road now, especially considering the bowling attack. We haven't even seen Alexander Chase touch the ball yet, and 2 wickets, the 2 big wickets are already down. As Danraj comes in, it's swept away, should find the gap. May not make it. Yep, it does make it to the boundary. Eventually, 1 bounce should go for 4. It's a terrific shot, actually, by Ramcharang, having just come into the wicket. He saw the line and length, liked it immediately, and placed it very, very well. It's a good shot, a terrific shot, actually. Just falling short. Up, the umpire will actually signal 6 now. Danraj again. Better line and length. There is an appeal. The umpire seems unmoved so far. But Zachariah Mohammed behind the stick seems convinced. And skipper Luke Ali seemed to be celebrating almost immediately. Definitely was a close one. Quick thinking from Zachariah Mohammed. He's been reliable behind the wickets for Presentation College all season. As we take a look at it here again. Danraj coming back with a good delivery. Full outside the off stump, just beating the bat. If we take a look at his back foot here, it seems to be situated in the crease. Did move a bit, but unlikely, as this one comes in and is again beaten outside line of the off stump. We can see Philip on that occasion gesturing with his hand, letting us know exactly what that ball is moving. We spoke about the breeze and the drift earlier in the game. It seems as though that's still having a big part to play. Swept again. This one will find the gap again. And no, it would not actually. Thought it was a bit finer than that. He will find the fielder on the 1 bounce. They will get through for a single. Ramcharan seems to have that shot in his bag on this occasion. A bit too close to the fielder than his liking, but will come along safely in front of, that's Thomas Walsh out there on the boundary. So Danraj creating some chances here. He did get hit for that 6, but creating some chances, pulling it back somewhat. This is straight, played down to that fielder that they have at long on there. They'll come through comfortably for a single. The 2 fielders in the deep would be now a long on. And the deep mid wicket that's situated where the sweep shot was just hit. So Danraj a bit of a shorter, a bit faster, mixing it up nicely. That will bring us to the end of the fourth over. 20 for 2 is Presentation College San Fernando. And it'll be Alexander Chase to take up the attack from this southern end, replacing Fariz Ali. He might be one of the quickest bowlers in Trinidad right now in terms of at the under 19 level, at the youth level. We're certainly going to see some fireworks here. He loves to mix up that short length with that full pitch length. It's going to be an interesting battle for Zion Phillips here. We can see Zakaria Mohammed behind the sticks, letting him know exactly what's coming. Luke Ali has a third man on the boundary and a sweeper. Just a little bit of added protection. Still in slip, of course. So Chase for his first delivery here, just fended off the point. They'll come through for a quick single. Just getting himself warm here. Early days Presentation College Chaguanas was certainly spurned on by that wicket. We see a lot of movement, a lot of clapping, a lot of encouragement out there. So for the left-hander, the field will switch. The sweeper will become a deep backward square. It seems as though he was running over there, or maybe a bit of a wide fine leg. Actually comes into the circle now. So they will just have a fine leg on that leg side, inside the circle, a short mid-wicket, and a mid-on. Only one fielder outside the circle now. That would be that fielder situated at third man. Another good delivery, just on the wicket, fended off by Philip on this occasion. So it's Alex Chase to continue here to Philip. Catch, maybe was a call for a second there. It'll go past Alexander Chase. There was a quick throw in there, maybe a slight chance at a run out. They will get through safely eventually, as we have another look at this. Just in the air, but eludes him a bit. Would have been a tough catch. That would have certainly been close as well. This one is called a no ball by the umpire. It'll be cut down to third man for a single. So not really what you would have expected from Alexander Chase, giving away an extra early on here. Presentation College Chaguanas, of course, they already have taken the two big wickets, but they would not want too many runs to be let go too easily here, because we spoke about Brendan Boodoo's batting. We haven't mentioned yet his bowling. He's a quite prolific leg spinner, so he'll definitely be a bit tricky to handle. As we see another change in field here, Fariz Ali will drop to long on, and they will keep the third man employed. But Luke Ali will come out of slip and drop into a third man, almost flies to position. We've seen that a few times today. This is in the air. It may clear the infield. Yes, it will. Gets over extra cover. That's Anil Raplal there scampering around to cut it off. They'll come through for the second run. So Presentation College San Fernando looking to slowly rebuild. We've seen a couple good scoring shots so far. These two batters, as we said earlier on in both innings, these two batters will need to sort of reconciliate, as it's going to be another no ball. So it's two in a row. So this also will be a free hit now. Of course, there wouldn't be any changes in the field as there were on the last delivery because the same batter is currently on strike. Alexander Chase will run up to deliver this free hit delivery. It's full again, an expansive shot. There is protection. Of course, it's a no ball. It will be dropped unexpectedly by Fariz Ali, but of course, we know it's a no ball, so his mind would have been too much into completing that catch. But most importantly, saves the boundary. A truly expansive shot. Throw the full kitchen sink at it. Yeah, maybe ball just getting caught up in the lights there a bit. So Alexander Chase will now switch. He's been bowling over the wicket, but obviously there seems to be a bit of a problem in his run-up. So he'll switch now and go left hand around the wicket to the left-handed batter. They will drop. Thomas Walsh will get back out there to a sweeper. And he switches again, so maybe trying to confuse the batter a little bit, something along the lines of that. He comes back, he'll be left hand over the wicket now. Oh, and that's another good delivery. Cramping the batter a bit. He was looking for another expansive shot, a drive through that extra cover region. Bit of chopping and changing again in the field. Alexander Chase sends Thomas Walsh to come a bit straighter. Maybe planning to keep his line a bit straighter. They have been going over the top, providing catching opportunities, as this one is true. Another good delivery through to Zakaria Mohammed back there. He'll end his over well with a dot ball. Score is now 27 for 2 after 5 overs.
So 29 for 2 after 5 overs. Jaden Joseph from the velodrome end, the northern end, with a slip in play. Still inside the power play. Cut and straight to the backward point fielder. Can't prevent the single though. So Presentation College San Fernando in the blue and yellow familiar strips. Presentation Chaguanas in the red and black strips, and San Fernando's presentation just keeping the scoreboard ticking over even with the loss of those 2 early wickets.
Yep, it's definitely commendable what they've been able to do to score a couple boundaries any time that after those wickets had fallen. As this one is tried to be swept away again, it'll be cleaned up by that's Cristiano Ramnanan coming around from backward square.
Yeah, so this is the part of the game. This over, the 6th over, is arguably one of the hardest overs to bowl in a T20 encounter, the final over of the power play. Generally because the batters are coming hard at you, trying to maximize the last 6 deliveries of the power play. Guided behind square. They'll complete one and easily complete. No, there's a mix-up.
Oh, and that's going to be
that is going to be a run out. They seem to be comfortably going for 2. The non-striker never responded.
I'm sorry, that's a soft dismissal. If we take a look back at it again, it didn't seem... I mean, there might have been 2 on, but you have to look to who you're hitting at. If we see who pick up that ball to throw, well, we wouldn't see eventually.
Now, there's the mix-up. the striker was running all the way down. And
the arm on Anil Ruplal, you can't chance that. I'm sorry, I'd have to agree with the non-striker on this occasion. But where was he calling? You're supposed to, if you turn around and see your your partner coming down at you, the shout is always no. Or even for your partner, if you don't hear yes, where are you going? You have to know it might have been 2-on, but we know Anil Rupal, he has an arm on him. He was always going to put that right above the bails at pace.
Yeah, just a bit of ball watching between the pair. And it's resulted, as we're talking about the loss of early wickets, it's now resulted in the third wicket going down. And another one of those players who's had experience, and a player that anyone who knows me, I rate very highly. And he's right on the cusp of national senior team selection. Adrian Ratcher, known more for his bowling, I suppose, but definitely no slouch with the bat either.
Well, I think we did him an injustice by not mentioning his name when we were talking about the likes of Fariz Ali, Luke Ali, Brendan Budu. I can't believe he would have slipped our mind. A truly prolific fast bowler. I remember facing him back when I was in Presentation College Chaguanas in our big presentation derby in the league, and a hard line and length was always expected, coming at you pace and bounce. And of course, as you said, no slouch with the batter by any means. I've seen this guy hit some huge sixes comparable to those of the senior team.
It was Aiden Ratcher, as a matter of fact, 2 years ago, who played a big part in Presentation San Fernando, beating Fatima College in the final.
Yeah, not with the ball. He had a good stint with the bat coming down in the end. He had a few mighty blows when Presentation Sando looked to be in trouble. Alexander Chase making sure that ball doesn't elude him there. Hopefully he hasn't injured himself, getting up a bit gingerly. But as you said, the third wicket going down now. Of course, we did not count on Aiden Ratcher being there at this point in time. Changes the game a bit.
Yeah, he is cutting one, but
yeah, normally expected to be a finisher is Ratcher, coming in and dealing those big blows, but he will have to play a true batsman's innings here today as we exit the power play. The score is 32 for 3.
yeah, shot there of skipper Luke Ali, marshalling his troops. So, of course, just to give you an idea of the two teams, Brendan Budu, captain, Ethan Ramcharan, Cyan Charles, Adrian Ratcher, Emilio Villafana, Riyad Mohammed, Aiden Owen, Alves Kaliprasad, Kifa Gaya Siwan, and Zion Phillip. That's the 11 for Presentation San Fernando. Alexander Chase then from the administrative center end to continue. First over went for 7 runs. Had a couple of no balls in that over.
Still would expect him to have a bit of a chip in here today. If not with wickets, then he does play a role similar to Aiden Ratcher in terms of being an opening fast bowler with a lot of fiery pace, but then also having the ability to come down in the depths of the innings and be able to deal some mighty blows. Alexander Chase also has been able to hit a few huge sixes in his lifetime so far. These two are some of the most senior fast bowlers in terms of when you think at the youth levels, the most experienced, the quickest, some of the best you would have to say.
Right on the money is Alexander Chase.
This is going to be a good little battle here. I'm not sure how many more overs Chase would get if they would want to maybe keep a couple, maybe keep one coming down into the death. But Alexander Chase versus Aiden Ratcher. I have a feeling this is not going to be the last time we're seeing this battle. I feel like we would see it on a bigger stage, maybe for Trinidad and Tobago senior team in the near future. This is well stroked, will result in no runs. Luke Ali there, the skipper at extra cover, cleaning up nicely. We see Presentation College Chaguanas, they don't have exactly a rhythm section. It's the Tassa. They're going to break out here in a couple minutes. Presentation College Chaguanas always, when I was in that school, it was always 24/7, lunchtime, breaks, everything. You're hearing Tassa out in the field as they practice. So they've certainly practiced enough for this. We can't wait for them to get started up and provide some exciting noise for Presentation College Chaguanas.
This one, a little bit of extra zip here from Chase. And this is what, when you looked at this pitch earlier in the day with so much grass on it, you almost but expected these kind of deliveries more often than not.
Yep, especially at Alexander Chase's pace. We know Fariz Ali, he's a bit skiddy as well. He has a good bit pace, but like I said, it's skiddy. It doesn't exactly bounce more. But Alexander Chase, he's a tall guy. He normally extracts a good amount of bounce from any surface.
Driven outside portion of the bat down to third. It'll just be one. They're running back for the second now and will complete it. Good throw coming in from the deep. They'd already completed that second run, but right over the stumps. That's what you want to see from young players like this. Run the first one hard, run the second one even harder. When you're in the outfield, give that good throw right over the stumps for your wicketkeeper.
Yeah, I think we'll get to see some exemplary cricket today in terms of fielding, batting and bowling, as these two units are well polished.
This one carved backward of point is going to beat, no it's not going to beat that fielder at third. And again, another good powerful throw, just the one. And that will bring us to the end of the 7th over. 36 for 3. Presentation College San Fernando, who elected to bat first after winning the toss. So the signal from the standing umpire just to let us know the drinks break beckons. Young Joseph. Yeah, that's umpire Maynard up there. He's well familiar to us. He's done a number of Power Gen SSCL matches. Driving and down to man at wide long off, just one. So we talk so much about all these players, and I was mentioning earlier that you come back down to this level after having that regional experience playing for the national team, whether under 15, under 17, under 19, and in the case of Fariz Ali and Adrian Ratcha having time around the senior team and around the likes of a Riyad Emirates, a chance of a run out.
Bit skittish, these Presentation College San Fernando batters in terms of their running. We've seen a couple questionable calls so far. They'll do well to nail that out, to iron that out early on. Because as we said, this well-oiled fielding unit of Presentation College Chaguanas will always be looking to pounce anytime a mistake like that is made.
Not stopped by the bowler. And they'll get one. Good effort though. And it's always interesting as we're talking about coming back down a level. I know having the chance to be around the likes of Riyad Emirates, who is now the national team coach, would have done Fariz and Adrian a world of good.
Well, I was just about to say for Fariz Ali and Luke Ali, actually, they would have been on the Marchin side this year. Of course, Marchin had a great run in the T20 Festival, and they would be rubbing shoulders with the likes of Evan Lewis, Kadeem Allen as such a prolific hitter this year. So the kind of players that they're coming up and running through and getting to rub shoulders with and getting advice from truly exemplary players.
Yeah, of course, when you think of them as bowlers, I don't think there are very few exemplary players coming out of Trinidad and Tobago than the man Riyad Emrit, who I always joke with him. He's going to be playing cricket, and I'm going to be sitting in a rocking chair. Riyad and I are the same age. He keeps his body and his mind and everything always raring to go. Riyad Emrit. End of another over, end of 8. It's 40 for 3 now.
Yeah, we spoke about Ravi Rampal as well, his nephews. I see recently in the CPL, even up until this age now, Ravi Rampal ended up with, I think it was 14 wickets, the top most wickets in the CPL that year. So yeah, we can see the longevity in these guys' career. You can also talk about Imran Khan. They're all still playing cricket. So at the end of this 8th over, the umpires will take us into a drinks break.
So with the drinks break and now upon us, we'll take a short break. It is the Power Gen Secondary Schools Cricket League Intercol T20 semi-final number 2, the presentation derby from the National Cricket Centre in Balmain.
So it'll be Salim Khan to replace Alexander Chase. We did say that we weren't sure how many overs rather Alexander Chase would get. So it'll be Salim Khan to replace him up against Ram Charan here. So a good amount of protection for him. A sweeper on either side of the ground, long off. First ball is a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. Ram Charan just flashing a bit. Outside there, looking to peel it behind. There is a third man inside the circle as well as a point to offer protection on that side. Drag down a bit. Will be a dot ball. It's just fended off to Luke Ali there in extra cover. This one is played off the back foot. Down the ground to where Fariz Ali. Of course, no relation to Luke Ali. We've said their names a bit already for the day. No relation. He'll be there covering in long on. So it's Salim Khan coming around the wicket here to left-handed Racha. We know, of course, the power that Racha possesses. So he'll do well not to miss his line and length. Those short balls may be put away a bit easier than the other batters. So good delivery. Need to keep that line and length tight. Presentation College are doing well so far. Chaguanas, that is limiting any extra runs, any extras as well. Keeping it tight in the field. Drag down a bit. Will not result in any runs, however. Salim Khan just cleaning up off of his own bowling. It's a good delivery he had, Racha. A bit confused. We spoke earlier about some odd bounce coming off of the wicket as the 9th over comes to an end with the squad 41 for 3. We've seen that in the first innings of this game as well a bit. We saw Alexander Chase getting some to kick. I think we can expect to see some spinners getting a bit of deviation off the wicket. Some will keep low, some will get a little extra bounce. Wicket proving to be a bit difficult. It's not as easy as it would have seemed. We saw a nice green grassy top earlier today, so we thought the ball would have been coming through nicely. Not to be today. So aiming to stem the flow of runs a bit here. Presentation College spreading the field, of course still remaining a bit attacking with Fariz Ali situated in what would be first slip. He's still a bit far back, maybe because of how the ball has been flying off the edge recently. So they do have the slip in place, but they have again a sweeper on either side of the ground. They have a long on long off, affording Jaden Joseph a bit extra protection, and against Aidan Racha is certainly necessary. So on drag down, there is a bit of an appeal. Maybe the keeper tried to stomp Racha out quickly. He's been smart behind there, Zachariah Muhammad. So Racha just looking to build on an innings. Exactly what's necessary right now with 3 wickets down inside the first 10 overs. Oh, they thought about coming through for a quick single, but again, you need to look at who you're running, and Luca Ali definitely has one of the best arms on the field right now. There's not going to be any quick singles inside there. I don't think they'll have to do well to find gaps. We saw the middle order of both Naparima and CIC being able to open face a bit, as this one is played down to that sweeper for a single. They think about the second as there's a bit of a fumble, but again, true rocketed in. Definitely wasn't a second run on there. So the game slowed down a bit, evened out a tiny bit. Presentation College spreading the field, allowing San Fernando to get a few singles. I think that's also necessary. I don't think you can allow so much attacking intent when you think about the types of players that are still out there. We can't underestimate any of this Presentation College San Fernando batting lineup. This one is full, driven through the gap again. Sweepers on both sides. Getting a lot of work out there. As Presentation College San Fernando does the smart thing, you would think, in this situation, as that brings us to the end of 10 overs. It's the halfway point. The umpires will send the drinks back off the field. Not yet time for a drinks break. Score is 44 for 3.
Halfway mark in the first innings of semi-final number 2, the Presentation Derby. Salim Khan will continue from the administrative centre end. Good Yorker to start with. Well dug out by Adrian Ratcher. In fact, by Ethan Ramcharan. 44 for 3, Adam.
Yeah, you'd think in this situation it's more of a mental battle as opposed to a physical one. These two teams knowing that they are big in stature, big in reputation, they would both know that neither is going to bow out easily at this stage. So it's a bit careful from both sides.
Inside edge and trickling down to fine leg. 44 for 3. We sat here and we saw St. Mary's College bye is called. St. Mary's College not able to get to 118. We saw Naparima struggle to get to 117. They defended it in the end on the back of their 3 spinners more than anything. With 45 now on the board, what might be a good score here in semi-final number 2? Come back to it. Cut away, and there's protection, the sweeper down there. 45 at the halfway mark, 44.
Well, yeah, I think it's definitely been a really low-scoring game. If circumstances were different, if the wicket was playing up and down, and if we saw a few more runs earlier in the first game, I would have honestly expected to be upwards of 170, 180.
Nicely punched away into the cover. So just ticking over here, Presentation College San Fernando. Now, of course, this is the same pitch that was used for semi-final number 1. So it does seem like it's just a tad bit worn. I haven't seen any turn just yet from the spinners.
Well, I think the likes of Anil Ruplal and etc. to come Brendan Boodoo. As Racha tries to go big here, almost gets himself cleaned up. Zakaria Mohammed will come around to tidy up. They'll look for another run. It may be tight, but Mohammed was out of his post. So, smart decision to elect not to throw in the end. They'll come through for that extra throws. It'll be a couple for Racha, signal as buys rather.
Yeah, no bat on it, just ricocheting off of wicketkeeper Zakaria there. So the end of another over, the end of the 11th. It's now 47 for 3 at the end of 11. 49 for 3, in fact, at the end of 11.
Yeah, I think coming back to your point about what is a good total to set, we can see it's definitely not been a high scoring day. It's only 40 runs amassed. Granted, they still have a few wickets in hand, 7 wickets still back in the dugout, so I wouldn't put that past them to exceed 120, 130, but with the kind of batting that Presentation College Chaguanas possesses, and especially the kind of form that Fariz Ali, he scored 100 less than a week ago, so he's in terrific touch, and the kind yesterday in fact, and the kind of touch that Luke Ali is in as well. It's going to be tough for them to defend anything under, I think, 140, 150.
Young Danraj will come back into the bowling attack from the velodrome end, the northern end. Ethan Ramcharan will face up to him first. And, good hand from Chase. Can't stop it from going down to the sweeper though. They'll complete 1. Of course, you mentioned the batting lineup of Presentation Chaguanas and the form of Fariz Ali. But when you look through Presentation San Fernando, their bowling lineup is nothing to joke about. The man at the wicket, Adrian Ratcher, the spearhead of that attack. And you mentioned it a while ago, Adam, the likes of Brendan Boodoo, who bowls his leg spin.
Yeah, I think obviously it's going to be a tough task regardless of what they score. Even if it's sub 100, it's still going to be a tough task with the bowlers that you mentioned there. As Danraj comes in, or not, he will pull out of this one. So yeah, I think Presentation College Chaguanas will definitely have to keep their heads in it at all times, regardless of the situation. Because at any moment in time, we know Presentation College, back-to-back champions, they definitely would have the mental drive to be able to continue and push on.
Big swing, it's up over the head of the umpire, down. And what a wonderful piece of fielding out there coming around from long off.
It looks to be Thomas Walsh down there. Again, a name synonymous with Central Zone Cricket and making his way up to the national level as we take a look back at it. It's hit so powerfully straight back over the bowler's head. You would be thinking that's going to be 4 all day. But wow, he's always been known for his ability to throw himself around in the field. But look at that, not even a bubble. As this one is in the air, it's to him. Can he take? Oh, maybe just, we were just speaking about his ability. That was such a tough catch in any situation. I don't think we can fault him for that.
He did the hard work though. He got to the ball. That's the thing. He got to the ball, and just as he caught, he just couldn't get the hands in the right position with the dive forward. But things are happening here. Young Danraj making things happen here.
It's getting exciting pretty quickly now.
Again, down to that man at long on. He's busy. The man at long on. The ball is following him.
Yeah, Aidan Ratcher, I think it's honestly almost a mechanism in terms of when you're struggling to score, you're always going to look in that straight back to cow corner region. So it seems as though Ratcher is looking to get a bit of a move on here. Time is going. There will only be 8 overs after this last ball is delivered by Danraj.
No run to end the over. So at the end of the 12th, the 50 coming up in that over. 53 now for 3. Presentation College Chaguanas. Presentation College San Fernando, who elected to bat first.
I've heard you talking and mentioning how important this knock is, and you talked about the bowling depth of the San Fernando bowlers. But you also need to remember that the batting of Chaguanas have a lot of depth as well. And just yesterday, for Central under 19, Fariz Ali scored 103 to lead Central into a 171 run win over Tobago. So he is in a lot of form this season.
It'll be Salim Khan to continue here. This one is swung away by Ratcher. Fariz Ali should do the tidying up in the outfield there. They'll come through for a second run, but it seems as though we've seen a couple misfields, a couple bobbles in the field. Of course, that one drop catch. It seems as though this outfield is proving a bit tricky for the fielders to get their hands on it. Even Fariz Ali, one of the more competent fielders in this game today, actually. Even him having a drop catch on a bit of a bobble.
Definitely. And the field, especially with the dry weather that we have had, Ratcher is playing this one with delicate hands. He will get 4, and that's a good birthday gift for his mom, who is celebrating her birthday today. So we want to say good afternoon to Mrs. Ratcher, who is here in the stands supporting her son.
So there's a bit of a conference going on now between the skipper of Presentation College Chaguanas, Luke Ali, Zakaria Mohammed, the keeper, and Salim Khan as they try to iron out their plans. Of course, Aidan Ratcher is always going to be a problem with both ball and bat, but right now he seems to be a problem with the bat. He seems to be stroking the ball well, so they'll definitely need to sort their game plan out to ensure Ratcher doesn't get on top of them in this situation. Oh, and he's gone. He's gone. The umpire has raised his finger, and outside edge seemed as though a very thin outside edge to carry through to Zakaria Muhammad back there. That's a huge wicket, isn't it?
That's a huge wicket. A brilliant catch from the wicket, the Merry Boys wicket keeper, Zakaria Muhammad. He joined the Merry Boys from Central Sport in the off season.
It's a great catch as well, isn't it? He didn't have much time at all to see it. It was always rising with the extra bounce. In addition to that outside edge, taking it a bit up is a terrific catch. We have said he's been clever. He's been good behind the wicket today for Presentation College Chaguanas.
And Ratcher goes disappointment in the way that you can see the disappointment, how he's walking back to the crease, walking back to the pavilion, I beg your pardon. And
Yeah, he would have known he'd have to play a huge part today as they've lost Brendan Boodoo and Riyad Mohammed early. He knew he would have an important role to play with the bat. Unfortunately for Presentation College San Fernando, that sees their 4th wicket down. The score is only 59. They would need to get a bit of acceleration, you would think. They still have, compared to Naparima College and CIC earlier, they would still have a few wickets in the dugout with which to play with. 6 wickets, in fact, as we see Jonathan Jeboud.
but given the bowling attack that you would have talked about and you would have spoken so highly of, what is a good score that you think that San Fernando can defend?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think obviously on a good wicket with a good outfield, you need to post upwards of 150 or there, so to have any chance at defending that against this Presentation College Chaguanas lineup. Their batting has been so prolific this season, but I think we've seen some low scores today, but I think that they would need to get upwards of 120, 130, 140 if that's realistic. Might be a bit tough to do now if they're looking to defend, or they would have to come out flying, as we did see the Naparima College bowlers come out as this bowlers just fended to point. They'll come through for a quick single. Dan Rach has a good arm on him as well. Just missed that directed. Would have probably been really interesting if that had hit the stumps directly. But yeah, I think you have to get upwards of 120. I think that's going to be minimum.
But as you mentioned, that they can, as you said, that they will have to get off to a fly, and of course they have the bowlers who are quite capable of that. When you think about Eden Ratcher, who was named in the Red Force senior team earlier this season, so he has a lot of promise. And up to yesterday for Southeast, took 3 for 30 off 9 overs. So he himself is in a bit of form with the ball. Sion Charles is another bowler who has been doing quite well. He himself took 2 for 33 in that said match yesterday.
Yeah, I think Eden Raksha is going to have a huge part to play still in this game, as well as Brendan Boodoo, as I mentioned before. But Eden Raksha is definitely going to have to get them off to a good start. And honestly, I wouldn't put it past him taking 2, maybe 3 early wickets here with his pace, his bounce. It's going to be difficult. And we've seen Fariz Ali and Alexander Chase cause some problems for these Presando batters early on. And we've also seen a bit of odd bounce that I think both Racha and Brendan Boodoo, of course, being a leg spinner, I think they both would be very interested to get out there as quickly as possible now that they're back in the dugout and to make a change for their team.
And of course, and even the viewers can see the color of the pitch is a green surface that Racha will be able to exploit. He is a bowler who can bowl short of a length as well as pitch it up. So he has that variation to trouble the top order of the Presentation Chaguanas team.
Yeah, I think if he sticks at, I was mentioning to Alexander Chase earlier on today, I think that back of a length just on off stump is always going to be a tricky line and length to play, especially if you're not sure it's going to skid through a bit quicker, you're not sure if it's going to bounce and get large on you. So yeah, Racha is definitely going to have, I think he would have a good time outside there. So it'll be Anil Ruplal, another national player, joining Trinidad and Tobago national ranks, of course, at the under-17 level. He's a bit younger than the rest of the guys out here. He starts off a bit wayward down the leg side. He'll turn it around to fine leg, where there would have been a fine leg, short fine leg, yeah. In terms of Salim Khan chasing it down, they'll only get 2 runs.
How many national players, how many national youth players you would count in this match? It's a lot from both teams. On one side, Riyad Mohammed, Brendan Boodoo, Eden Racha. Then on one side, Fariz Ali, Zakaria Mohammed, Ruplal. There's a lot. This one will go to the boundary. And it's 4. Just waiting to see the signal.
So it's going to be 4 wides here. Anil Ruplal, he's been very reliable throughout the season. They've just brought him down. It's going to be 5 wides. They've just brought him in, and he seems to almost take wickets at his will. whenever he wants, but it's not too great of a start so far. I would 100% expect him to come back though. He's been such a good leg spinner, almost impossible to read. Turning the ball both ways is flummoxing batters left and right. Anil Ruplal also having most wickets in the league phase of this SSCL tournament. As speaking of wickets, this one is driven straight back to him. It looked a bit easier than the other return catches we've seen in both this game and last game, as you take a look at it again. Yeah, pretty routine, you'd have to say. Ruplal doesn't seem to be quite on top of his game thus far. Maybe a little bit of nerves creeping in. It is a very, very big game. Some would see this as maybe the finals of the Intercol tournament. Of course, no disrespect to Naparima College. We saw them pull off a fantastic win earlier today. Their bowling department is truly on fire right now.
I think the Naparima team has shown that they can tussle with whoever goes to the final. Their bowling has been superb.
So a bit of a reshuffle in the field right now. They're gonna...
Naparima College, known for also for their football exploits and of course their academic exploits as well, a well-balanced institution. And I spoke with the captain, Matthew Cooper, and he says that he would love that rivalry to continue with presentation San Fernando.
Yeah, I think that game would also be almost a derby within itself. Both teams coming from South, playing for the pride of the South.
And from the capital of the Southland, San Fernando.
Says Ruplal to continue its flight at 2 full on this occasion. It's easily placed past short extra cover. Will be tidied up by, looks like Thomas Walsh. Keeps his position down there at long off.
The red one? No, I didn't see. The one? Okay. Right, yeah. Hey.
This one is flicked away. Fariz Ali in that backward square, almost a wide fine leg position, seemed interested for a second. Not a bad shot there, just flicking it around the corner. They will come back for the second run. And it will also bring us, we're kind of motoring on through this innings, aren't we? It's already 14 overs gone. Score is 73 for 4.
Yes, they need to get going in the last 5 overs. 6 overs. So they need to push on. They need to push on. You have the good thing about it, they have 6 wickets in hand. So they will have to pick the right time to open their hands and to, as we like to say, pelt bat.
Well, you'd expect that to come soon, and I think with the way that Ruplal has started off, they may look to attack him a bit because he's been one of the more wayward bowlers in terms of presentation College Chaguanas' lineup. But obviously, I don't think that's going to bother him at all. I think he would welcome that because, you know, the leg spinners love when they're going to come at you, try to come out the crease, try to play the ball in the air. So I wouldn't be surprised if these batters try to take the attack to Anil Ruplal in the next couple of overs, and I also wouldn't be surprised if Anil Ruplal can come back and pinch a couple wickets as Jaden Joseph comes back here for his final over. He's taken none for 9 tonight. He's been economical with his left-hand orthodox.
Will go to the boundary for 4. Well pulled away and tugged away for 4.
Maybe a bit of a foot to the pedal immediately for presentation College San Fernando starting this over. That's well swiveled around. Found the gap. There was no one there to beat. And it just dribbles into the boundary for 4. Jaden Joseph will need to straighten his line a little bit. They have protection in terms of a sweeper and a long off. This is a better ball. It goes to point. There could be a chance for a run out again. I think a direct hit on the umpire would have been very interested there, but not to be on this occasion. There's Fariz Ali patrolling the long off and Alexander Chase on that sweeper boundary. 2 quick guys with a good arm on them.
Excellent cricket. Good shot, good ball, good, well played, and well fielded as well. Some good all-round cricket. Only thing was missing was a direct hit. Joseph going over the wicket, and well done by the wicketkeeper Zakaria Mohammed.
But we did say he's been crafty, he's been clever back there. On this occasion, almost like lightning as he comes out of his crease. I mean, at that point in time, head in the air, out of the crease, I don't think he would have had a chance to make it back there. A bit of a throwaway, you would have to say. If he had come on the wicket, you keep your head over the ball and you drive that in the air over extra cover. You had no need to try to hoik that to cow corner, especially considering the protection that was out there. Could have maybe found the gap over extra cover in between the sweeper and the longer fielder.
So Mohammed is having a very good game behind the stumps. He took a clever catch and now a superb, a decent stumping this time. New batsman.
So new batter here to join us would be Kiefer. Guy Sayawan. He joins Ethan Ramcharan, who we haven't noted it so far, but he's been there since the start. He's scored 24 runs off of 31 balls. Honestly, he has done quite incredibly for his team so far, considering the way that wickets are falling left and right. But some rebuilding needed here. They would still feel hopeful. However, that Ramcharan is out there. He got a decent start. They would need him, however, to accelerate coming down into the end of this inning. 78 for 5. You'd have to say, I don't think that's satisfactory for Presentation College or their coaching unit. They would know they have to go and put in a good bit of work now in the second innings, regardless of how the score ends up. And straight through. Jaden Joseph is now going to be on a hat trick. We spoke about some consolidation needed. But Kiefer, on this occasion, it's a good delivery by Jaden Joseph. He has a great comeback. He's now taken 2 straight through bat and pad. Kiefer looking to, again, play that hoik or maybe almost a flick shot to beat that mid-wicket that was out on the boundary, but it's gone straight through. Presentation College San Fernando in a huge spot of bother right now as we take another look at this delivery, just coming back in with the angle and it stayed straight. Maybe he was expecting it to turn away from him a bit with that orthodox action, but it's gone straight through. He'll make his way back to the dugout.
So the Presentation College San Fernando is in all sorts of problems.
It's going to be now Aidan Owen to again join Ramcharan. He's been there. He's seen 6 wickets fall in his presence. And of course, we still have the likes of Fariz Ali, Alexander Chase, still with overs left to come back and kill this game out. Presentation College San Fernando will do well to get to 100, I think. Now, granted, they have 5 overs left, but with 6 wickets down, the pressure is certainly piling up. They would need Ramcharan to start to accelerate and score quickly.
What I like about this match here and the atmosphere, we have a lot of the parents celebrating their sons and supporting their sons as he gets off the mark. And they're intermingling. And you're seeing some of the parents, because I've encountered Alexander Chase's mom sitting and sitting next to Adian Racha's mom, and some of the parents are intermingling and having fun, enjoying the game of cricket.
Jaden Joseph to continue again the kind of fielding that we would expect from both the Alis as well as a few others out there in the field. It's tidied up by Luke easily. That'll bring us to the end of 15. 5 overs left in this first innings for Presentation College San Fernando. Score is 80 for 6. So it'll be Anil Rupal to continue here. Skipper Luke Ali still putting his trust. As I said, they may look, well, now with the extra wicket gone, not sure if they would look to be too aggressive.
But they still have 5 overs to go. So they would want to consolidate and maybe push on in the 17th to 18th over.
This is nicely squirted away. They should come back for 2, not on this occasion. Non-striker says no. It's cleaned up there on the sweeper boundary. So Ruplal in here, that's another good shot. Would only be a single though. Darius Batu Singh taking up Thomas Walsh's post down there at long off. So ticking it over still, presentation call is San Fernando. You'd feel, yes, we said 5 overs are still left, so you'd feel maybe in 2 overs time they would look to start pushing the score rate and start to score some boundaries, as this one would be close. They eventually scamper through quickly. That's Darren Danaraj there tidying up in point.
So these two batsmen have to balance keeping the wickets, consolidating, and still keeping the run rate pushing. And as you mentioned, they would want to get to about 120 at least to give Sion Charles and Eden Ratcher something to defend.
I think we're going to have to see a very tight, compact presentation call it San Fernando unit in the second innings. They're going to have to keep everything within arm's length, not let any silly extras, any silly mistakes in the outfield cost them. Just as we saw, Naparima were able to do it earlier today, so you can't put it past them to be able to do that, but they would love to at least get up to 100.
Still have a lot of deliveries to go. We're still in the 16th over, 4 overs after this.
It's a good delivery there, beating everyone it seemed, batter and keeper alike. It's signaled as byes from the umpire. That'll be the last ball to take us into the end of the 16th over. The score is 85 for 6, and the umpires will now call everybody onto the field for a quick drinks break. We'll take a break and we'll be right back.
Second drinks break completed. Salim Khan, it will be to take up the attack, and this one swung high in the air and into the gap. So easily could have gone to hand that one.
Good bit of coverage there though by Cristiano Ramnanan out there in the deep, so we can see maybe there's been a bit of a talk about accelerating the scoring rate a bit as we see that big shot not quite reaching to the boundary, but certainly some attacking intent, especially from Ramcharan. He's been there for a while now, 27 off of 39.
Carves this one into the offside. Think of the single. Straight to hand, so no single on offer there. Again, same direction. This time he's gotten the gap. A bit of work for Ali down there on the wide long on boundary.
He's quickened up his pace a bit, Salim Khan, in this over, maybe trying to avoid those flighted deliveries that may end up close to the boundary rope, just trying to keep a solid intact over.
The last time we were on commentary, just a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm, just holding up play. The last time we were on commentary together, Adam, I was asking, it was 45 at the halfway mark, and we were asking what would be a good score. I reckon 110 on this pitch might be good enough.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've... and that's a close one there. I think we've seen that it's not going to be a high-scoring game by any means, and I think we've spoken about it numerous times, the power that Presentation College San Fernando possess in their bowling lineup. It's going to be tough for Presentation College Chaguanas, regardless of the wicket, regardless of the situation, regardless of the environment. Both teams would have come here knowing that it's going to be a hard fight for either one, and I don't think that's changed the mentality at all.
Of course, you mentioned those conditions, as Ali will have some work to do. Will he get there? Yes, he does. You mentioned the conditions, and now with the floodlights now in full effect, and the night time is going to be left to be seen if there isn't usually any dew at the National Cricket Centre. But under lights, the ball just sometimes seems to do a little bit more under lights.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a completely different setup as opposed to this morning. Obviously, we played white ball as well, but yeah, it's going to be completely different now underneath the lights. There's a lot of things that can change, a lot of different factors as we come to the end of the 17th over. Presentation College San Fernando still going along a bit measly, it has to be said, at 91 for 6. 3 overs left. I think we definitely are about to see a few big hits now.
Well, 18 deliveries. If it's a run-up ball, that's 109. And you add in probably, let's say, 2 boundaries in there, you get up to the 117 that Naparima scored earlier. And that was enough for them. Ruplal to continue. This one flicked away. Will it find the gap? It's in a gap. They'll get one looking for the second, not there.
Again, it's going to be, it has been proven tough all game, and I think it will prove tough again for Presentation College batters with the fielding unit. We keep speaking about it. Throws are being rifled in right at the keeper, something that was a bit lacking, you would have to say, earlier on.
Big swing and just past the hand of that extra cover fielder. They will complete the second quite easily.
Again, here we see another stinging throw coming in. Thomas Walsh there, situated in extra cover. We spoke about how quick, how agile he is. We saw it was a full Superman dive, and he still was unable to get to it.
Guided away. Just one. And you talk about that full Superman dive. I think even though with a bit of the clumsy fielding in semi-final 1, I think for the most part, these 4 teams of the semi-final round have been good in the field.
Yeah, again, I don't think as they would come through for a quick second here, making it eventually. I don't think we can too much. Yes, there have been some individual errors we've seen across the both games, but again, I don't think we can fall too much. considering we've seen the wicket is doing a bit much. The outfield, it's bubbling up and down. You're not too sure. And I don't think we've seen any crazy drop catches, and that's the most important thing. Yeah, a misfield here and there is not good, but drop catches is the most important thing. We saw a couple drop catches by the keeper in the last game, by both keepers in the last game, but Zakaria Muhammad seems to have it set up pretty nicely for him behind the wicket. He's done well so far, all innings.
Yeah, the intent definitely being shown here by Presentation College San Fernando, and as to use Adam's word, that's the words that came out of that drinks break a couple overs ago. 99 now then for 6. 12 deliveries to go. Can they find their way up to 115, 120? When you get just in and around a runner ball, with all the conditions being considered and the type of bowling lineup you have, every dot ball just creates a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And I think CIC would have put some of that mental pressure on themselves as well. I think you need to kind of forget the situation. You're just going to go out there, as you mentioned in the first innings, you're just going to go out there. In the last game, you just need to go out there and back yourself, back your talents. Know that, okay, we're chasing so much and so much. We know that we need to do this and we need to not do this. Not doing this in terms of throwing away our wickets. We just need to stick and bat it out. And I think that will be the game plan for Presentation College Chaguanas now.
So Danraj has switched around. It'll come from the administrative centre end. Full toss to Ramcharan. I think he didn't expect it. Quick run here and completed easily. So the 100 now on the board with that single. Got him, threw him, bowled him. Wicket in the bag for Danraj.
I did say he was due a comeback. Darren Danraj would have fully expected him to have at least one tonight. It's a full drifting delivery. A bit outdone there by the flight of that ball, and the way it just kept going and just dipped on him at the last second, right in between the bat and pad. So now Presentation College, having brought up the 100, they've lost another wicket. It's now 7 down. So we can see the craftiness of Presentation College Chaguanas' spinners. They've looked good and clever, really clever all game.
He looked in disbelief, didn't he? And that's the unusual nature of a full toss. Sometimes you get a full toss and you see batters putting it well over the boundary, and then there are other times you miscue the full toss into the hands of a fielder, and on this occasion missing a low full toss and finding yourself castled as San Charles comes to the middle. Just a few wickets remaining for Presentation College San Fernando. They have 10 deliveries to go in their innings. What can they do? What can they make with these 10 deliveries? Left to be seen. But Danraj with a couple to his name. 2 for 15, just 4 in his spell remaining. He's been good, has Danraj.
Yeah, all the spinners have been good today. I think Rupla left a bit out there. I must say, he's been such a good talent. He's been so important for Presentation College Chaguanas in this league phase. I have to say, I'm surprised at the way his figures would look tonight. Obviously, anybody who's following Rupla around knows the kind of talent that he does have. But Danraj and the other spinners, including Fariz Ali, Alexander Chase, were able to pull back and sort of pick up the slack for them.
This one skewed outside half of the bat. It's running away and well pulled back. Is that Alexander Chase doing the hard yards on the boundary?
Well, we said we can't keep Fariz Ali out of the game. Alexander Chase, he's another character who is never out of the game. He's always contributing in terms of his batting, his bowling, and on that occasion you can see a good clever piece of work there down on the boundary to pull it back, knowing that he had Salim Khan coming around from third man to cover it.
Yeah, good tag team and support fielding. Driven powerfully in the air, but will it beat Ali down there? No, it doesn't.
I must say, you sound hopeful. Every time the ball goes down to Fariz Ali, asking the question, is he going to mess it up or not? And I'm sure Fariz Ali is not going to mess it up at all. I don't know. Every time the ball comes down, we keep looking for a bubble, for a misfield, something. But they've been good in the field so far today, Presentation College. And Fariz Ali and Luke Ali, I think, have been two standouts.
In the air, this time Ali is in the business. No, he's not. He's too far away. It will bisect long on and long off. So here are the big hits now, Adam.
Yeah, I think we would have expected it. I mean, at this point in time, you're going to have to look to capitalize. They would have also thought, yes, Danraj has bowled well, but obviously when you're a spinner, you have a bit of a disadvantage because you're a bit slower through the air. The batters have a bit more time to predict where the line and length is. And on that occasion, if you're just going to go over the top with good power like that and find the gap, he did it really well just to get enough power on that to find the gap beautifully and get 4 runs. Those are 4 vital runs, I'll tell you.
Yeah, for the first time, Danraj just over pitching right into the batter's hitting arc. This one along the ground will be fielded by Fariz Ali. And of course, Fariz Ali still has overs up his sleeve. He has 2. I'm not sure that his captain will use him, seeing as how the spinners have gone. End of the 19th, 108 for 7. Presentation College San Fernando.
Well, I think we've been speaking as we take a look at the crowds there. Like I said, more people will be filling in. Of course, that's just one section of the ground. I'm not sure we'll be able to pan the camera across, but across this entire south side, going all the way around the ring of this Balmain cricket ground, there are both Presentation College San Fernando and Presentation College Chaguanas fans. I think we're taking a look at the Chaguanas guys as we see Coach Roger, as always, seemed to be working in part with Naparima College today. We've seen him with Presentation Sando as well, so maybe that's why he'd hang back to watch this game. We've also seen him with Vishnu boys, so Coach Roger just there amongst the Presentation College Chaguanas supporters. He's also coached Presentation College Chaguanas in the past.
Anil Ruplal and a couple of runs to start with. Quick single. Has he got in? No, he's not. So looking for the second run. And Luke Ali, the skipper, effecting the run out.
Yeah, I think it was a bit necessary, if we're being honest, at this stage in the game. Last over, you're going to have to look for all the extra runs.
Yeah, so Ethan Ramcharan, 42 from 46.
Definitely the standout performance. We've been speaking about all the wickets falling around him, but he's stuck in there. If Presentation College go on to defend this total, his innings of 42, almost getting to a half century, that would be certainly a standout performance.
Yeah, without his innings of 42, they would be teetering in and around 60 or 70 runs. And that definitely would not be good enough. But now that they've gotten to that mark that I mentioned in 110, well, they're 109 for 8 now. This may just be enough for Presentation College San Fernando. Of course, they still have 5 deliveries in their final over to see how many they can get. So Ruplal now with a wicket under his belt. And just as I suspected, spin is the way to go. Big shot down the ground, and it's going to find the boundary at extra cover.
So some very welcome late runs here. Emilio Villavana coming out and having a bit of a slash. He's been known to be a good badminton player as well. Maybe that came a bit into it with his hand-eye coordination and just having a slap at it over extra cover. Alexander Chase coming around. We know he's quick, but the timing on that from Villavana was very good.
So if we go based on semi-final number 1, they are now on par, 113 even with a few balls to spare. 117 was enough in semi-final number 1 for Naparima over St. Mary's College. Big swing, outside edge of the bat. It's running away, and will run into the boundary now. So another boundary, successive boundaries here for Presentation College San Fernando.
Well, I'm sorry to say, but it's been a bit of a staple in Presentation College Chaguanas' routine. Even in the league stages, they've always struggled to whittle out these tail-enders, and sometimes it ends up coming to bite them. Those are two valuable boundaries there. You never know if that could come back to haunt them in the end when they should have been putting this game to rest.
117 now on the board. Straight to the skipper, throw, and a run out. That's too easy for the skipper, Luke Ali.
Luke Ali again effecting a second run out within the space of 2 deliveries. We take a look back at it. It was always going to be a tough run. Like we said, you need to know who you're running to, but I think in this situation, it's understandable. It went straight to him. It would never, ever be a single, and yeah, it's too easy, like you said, to effect that run out.
Yeah, all he had to do was get it back to the bowler. There was no chance for Villafana to get to the other end, but he's made his mark. He's faced 3 deliveries and hit 2 boundaries in those 3 deliveries, giving a bit of impetus to the Presentation College score.
Yeah, it could prove very interesting now because, like you said, with the way that the first innings has panned out, I do think 117, maybe they could get up to 120. I do think this is a very, very defendable score, actually, considering the bowlers that they have at their disposal. But of course, it's going to be, I think Luke Ali might actually play a skipper's knock up the order today, maybe opening the batting. So
left to be seen. Alves Kalipasad, the new batter. So 3 deliveries, in fact 2 deliveries to go in the innings. 117 is now on the board. It was the exact same score, 117, that Naparima College made in semi-final number 1 and restricted St. Mary's College to win by 22 runs.
Well, it's been almost a carbon copy of the first game so far in terms of Presentation College San Fernando losing a good bit of early wickets, but being able to pull back to set a respectable total, I have to say. And honestly, it's a good total considering the environment, considering the way that the first game went.
Big shot up in the air. How far has this gone? It's gone into the sight screen.
That's a big hit. You think maybe there might need to be a bit of a reshuffle in the batting order. These tail-enders coming out, of course, Anil Ruplal has not had the best of days, but that's a terrific shot, truly classy. Straight back down the ground, high in the air, and goes all the way for 6.
120 has been breached by the defending champions, and you know they have that champion's pedigree 2 years running. They're not going to lie down and die. Presentation College San Fernando, 123 now on the board. 1 delivery to go in the innings. Can they make another push here and push 130? A 6 here would mean 129, and 130 has to be scored.
Would certainly be unprecedented. This is such a great showing late on here by these Presentation College batters. Riyad Ali and Brendan Boodoo would certainly feel relieved back in the dugout to know that they have the depth of batting that can come towards these end-death overs of a T20 game and still be able to score a few boundaries. That might have been the most amount of boundaries in the last couple overs that we've seen all game.
And that's brave from Kali Prasad, because this is the final wicket pair as well for Presentation College San Fernando. Just awaiting the umpires here. I think they just want to have a look at the ball. Are they calling for a new ball? Yeah, they have. They've changed the ball. Maybe it's just picking up some dirt or getting out of shape, or maybe a bit of water down behind that sight screen. Yeah, the covers are down on that side as well. So final delivery of the innings. Alvarez, Kalipasad on strike. Big swing. No connection. Is going to run away to mid-wicket. Run 1. They're going back for the second. And the ball off the bat. And that should not be allowed as a second run.
It's a bit of a Ben Stokes situation.
I'm not going to talk about World Cup 2019. Never again. I love Ben Stokes. So we'll just wait on the official word from the scorers and the umpire. But by my calculation, at least 124 is on the board because they completed at least one run. Your thoughts, Adam, before we go to the innings break?
Well, I think a bit of sportsmanship might have been in order there. Of course, not to talk down too much on players. Of course, obviously, they're young. But when we think back to the Ben Stokes situation, obviously that ball flew off of his bat and made his way to the boundary rope. They didn't come through for a single, and it could be clear on their face that it was a mistake. So it's going to be scored as two. The umpires will count it.
So that those last couple of runs are going to count. So 126 will be the target for Presentation College Chaguanas when we return in about 10 minutes time for semi-final number 2. The Presentation Derby, the defending champions have 126 to defend to get into a third consecutive SSCL, PowerGen SSCL T20 Intercol final.
It all comes down to this. Adrian Ratcher with the ball in hand, Luke Ali with the bat in hand, Darius Batu Singh on the non-striker's end. It's presentation looking for 126 to win. Two proud schools, they both carry the same name. They both have a lot of history and a good piece of information. The last 5 titles that have been won in schools cricket in the last 3 years have been won by these two schools. So they have a proud history. The rivalry could not get better than this. They have both sent a lot of players on the national teams, national youth teams in the last couple years. So this is a final that this is a semi-final that we want to see.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like basically the final here, again, we said earlier, no disrespect to Naparima College, but this is certainly a huge game, and that is shown as well by the crowd. We just went and interacted. There are a lot of presentations, Sando, and presentations, Chaguanas, past students, parents, current students that are out here to support the full cohort of Presentation College Chaguanas. Mr. Roland Hussein, Mr. Kaulesa is now out there. As this first ball is a bit of a loosener for Ratcher. We spoke about him having a very, very important role to play now in the second inning. Starts off with a bit of a wide ball outside the off stump. Of course, for those that have followed Presentation College's cricket around, seeing Luke Ali opening the baton is a bit of a surprise. Not to say he has done it before, but it's a bit of a surprise. Coach Kaulesa and Coach Keith Joseph and Mr. Roland Hussein would have opted to go with Luke Ali because they said Jaden Joseph, who was our past opening batter, was maybe sticking in there a bit, taking up a bit too much dots. So we should definitely look for a bit of fire by Luke Ali. But as I say that, Aidan Ratcher clearly has his priorities, trying to rattle Luke Ali early. That's a good ball, but a good lever as well.
Yes, that was a good, spicy delivery from Ratcher, who has been given a call-up by the Trinidad and Tobago senior team, the Red Force team. Didn't get to play. He was called up alongside Justin Manick on the Red Force team as and he's also a past presentation player as well, Manick. And another wide delivery, but it was a flush by the batter.
Luke Ali here early doors looking to stamp his authority, show his class on this game. See, it did seem to be a bit too wide, a good call by the umpire on this occasion. But Luke Ali, no need to go flashing out there early on. We saw how many early wickets fell for Presentation College, for Naparima, for CIC. Now is the point in time where you need to stick in and hunker down until at least maybe the 5th or 6th over. This one is played very well behind square. Nobody bother to even move. Ball going down the leg side, just flicked off the hip. A bit of a signature shot for Luke Ali. So a little flick turnover and beats that fielder there in backward square.
And what is so good about the Chaguanas team, the Presentation Chaguanas, they have batting and everybody contributes at a different time. So if one batsman fails, if let's say for example Luke Ali doesn't get off, you can count on Batu Singh or Fariz Ali or someone to carry on. So they have good batting throughout.
This is... Oh, what a hit! It seemed as though it was a bit of a miss hit and it went straight up in the air. But wow, that has gone a long ways right at us here in the commentary booth. What a big shot by Luke Ali. Like we said, we expect some fire. We expect some ferociousness. And yes, he's letting Aidan Ratcher know immediately who is going to be on top of this battle here. It's smoked. Absolutely smoked by Luke Ali. Didn't even look like he got all of it and it still traveled a wild distance.
That was a superb shot. Let's see how Ratcher will respond. Some adjustments in the field. How will the skipper, Brendan Boodoo, who has a lot of experience, skipper the Trinidad and Tobago at different levels.
Well, he's taken the onus on himself, it seems, and placed himself at the long on boundary there in case any catches are coming in. Of course, that one he would have had no chance to catch that, as this one is just fended off nicely for a single by Ali. It'll bring Batu Singh to face his first delivery from Aidan Ratcher. Riyad Mohammed and Brendan Boodoo, you would have to say, including Ratcher, some of the more senior players in this San Fernando outfit. They will definitely have to be on top of the game. They will have to keep encouraging their players, and they will have to outthink the strategies that are being used by Presentation College Chaguanas. So here's Batusing to face his first delivery. It'll be a wide actually down the leg side, but Racha is showing his pace. The ball is zipping in there.
He's struggling already, 3 wides, and not a lot of runs they're defending. Just 125. Presentation. Chaguanas needs 126 to win. Already 3 wides in this over. 14 runs off the first over yet to be completed. A 6 and a 4. So he would like to end on a high.
It's going to be a dot ball to finish our first over here. A bit of an exciting and a bit of an expensive one. Sorry, 1 ball left in the over, but it's already been going for 14 runs. Rasha will have to keep it tidy, keep it compact, and hopefully for his sake, end the over off on a high. But this, I think, is always the problem, and this is why I think Presentation College should go on a sort of straight away from their fast bowlers. Getting back to that after this ball. It's a short delivery. Rattle Batusing a bit, but it's well played, well fended off. They will come through for a single. Ali looking to take a second on, but not to be at the end of the over now. Score is 15 without loss as we take a look back at this one. Yeah, that's a good delivery. He's doing well with those short deliveries so far.
Racha has had an up and down season because he had some moments, some very good moments, and one I can recall in the T20 festival playing for Yorkshire. I want to believe they were playing against, I think it was Presal, I think. He bowled a magnificent super over in a win. And that was a T20, the TTCB TKR festival, T20 festival. And of course, that's a Premier 1 team. So he has been doing quite well. He has been doing superb. And up to yesterday, took 3 for 30 for Southeast. And they lost to East yesterday in the interzone, the TTCB interzone championship. The final is tomorrow. East will play Central.
So it'll be a new bowler here, and he's greeted by Darius Batusing with a simple pull through the onside. There's, of course, a few gaps there. They only have a long on, a backward square, and a short mid-wicket. So there was easy pickings there for Darius Batusing. Going back to my point about the Pacers, in terms of Racha and Chase and Faris, and I think this is why skipper Luke Ali opted not to bowl out Alexander Chase or Faris in that first innings, because sometimes even though they will take wickets, as do all strike bowlers, they might also go for some runs, and in this situation, it's not a lot of runs to play with. So it'll be Zion Phillip to come in here for his second delivery after having been dispatched so elegantly by Batusing. This one is a bit shorter. It's played nicely by Batusing. And it's going to be a misfield and potentially, yep, it's going to run into the boundary. Well, I saw the pace that that ball was coming in with. It always looked like it was going to be tough. The timing on that shot by Batusing, it was really hit well, even though it went straight to the field. He hit it really, really well. Yeah, and it's actually a tough one with the way the ball was bubbling. That would be skipper Brendan Budo on that occasion. Not too exemplary. But we've seen a couple misfields already with the ball bubbling and bouncing around like that, as this one is down the leg side. Not a good delivery again, considering the field that I just described to you. Those 3 fielders alone on that onside. All 3 inside the circle. So Phillips to continue. He's been a bit wayward, having gone for 2 boundaries already. Presentation College have, compared to all the other teams, gotten off to a great start so far, having lost no wickets. He scored 23 without loss, 1.3 overs gone. A bit of adjustment in the field here for Phillip. Still employing that slip. There's a point, a bit backward inside the circle, cover as well inside the circle, extra cover, and mid-off, all inside the circle. They've dropped the long on and a deep mid-wicket back. So there'll be a short mid-wicket and a backward square for this delivery. This one is well bowled outside line of the off stump, a bit full, left by Luke Ali. Phillips, this one is turning back into Luke Ali's very risky play. He's a very risky player. WRIST, that is. He'll come back in. They make the second well. It's a bit close, but good running in the end. And over, the score would be at 26 without loss. Here's Batu Singh to face up to the revved up Rapture, it has to be said. So on a bit fuller, it's well played, glanced off his hip. There is protection out there. They have a deep mid wicket in place. The batters will come through for a second run. So Batu Singh has been holding his own well so far. Luke Ali, of course, has been looking good. So compared to the last few games, you have to say it's at least a partnership. There wasn't much of a opening partnership between batters at any of the other innings. So doing well so far. Presentation Chaguanas, if they can just motor along at this pace, keep rotating the strike. So on a bit of width outside line of the off stump. Batu Singh looking for a single. Was very obviously not on. Sent back by the experienced Luke Ali. So Racha, bit of a wayward start, but knowing him, he can definitely pull it back and take a couple of wickets for sure. He'll continue around the wicket to the left-handed Batu Singh. It's well bowled, well played. Pushes it into that cover region, a bit of a misfield by Villafana, it seems. They'll come through for the quick single. So it'll be Luke Ali on strike now to face Eden Racha. This was a battle we were very much looking forward to. In addition to Brendan Boodoo facing Luke Ali, as well as Fariz Ali facing them both. So the cover again is set. The cover being a long on. So Racha get dispatched classily straight over his head. Guarding against that again. There's a there's a backward square leg inside the circle as well as a short mid wicket. Swan is Luke Ali trying to fetch outside the line of the off stump. As I said, I don't think there's any need for him to be fishing outside line of the off stump as his call, especially with that slip in place. It's so early in the game. You would want to see out Racha a bit if he gives you with outside line of the off stump, unless if it's full and in your arc. There's not necessarily any reason to go fending outside there. Racha to continue. Again, it's wide outside line of the off stump. Luke Ali with a flailing bat, a flashing bat outside line of that off stump with that short delivery. It'll go down to the third man and they'll come through for a single. In the meantime, Presentation College Chaguanas, it seems as though their team has abandoned the dugout. They're now all sitting on plastic chairs, basically right on the boundary line with Mr. Roland Hussein and Coach Keith Joseph. With them showing their support, they need to be right on the edge of it seems. Wow, that ball got some lift on it. As we said, Aidan Racha, he has got the pace, he has got the bounce. I spoke about that hard line and length that he bowls regularly. You can see it there again. It's a bit shorter bit shorter than that short of a length line that it seems to be ideal for test match cricket. Darius Batu Singh, if he had gotten some bat on that, depending on how faint the edges, might have flown away to the boundary for 4. But Aiden Ratcha, that's always going to be expected. That extra pace, that extra bounce. That's why he's so crafty and he's so difficult to deal with. After the third over, it's 30 without loss for Presentation College Chaguanas. Philip to continue here. He's into his second over. You'd feel like if Presentation College San Fernando need to pinch a wicket very, very soon if they're going to make this game go into their favor as this is flicked away again by Luke Ali. They will look for the second. It has to be really quick, which it is in the end. Good throw from out there in the deep, but it's terrific running. Again, you can see the experience of Luke Ali. He knows exactly when to say yes and exactly when to say no. Riyad Mohammed having some words with that fielder down there at deep mid wicket, adjusting him a bit, bringing him a bit squarer.
Presentation College Chaguanas just need to, they're already ahead of the run rate, so they don't need to take much risks, but it's San Fernando needs to take a couple wickets. The longer this match goes without Chaguanas losing wickets, it will be problems for San Fernando.
I think it's going to be interesting to see what the skipper Brandon Boodoo does at the next end. Aiden Ratcha has been a bit wayward, but obviously he always has that wicket-taking ability. So I think it'll be interesting to see who Brandon Boodoo looks to turn from at the next end, whether Ratcha will get one more.
If that's his strike bowler, his main bowler. Want to counter him, and this one is cut. We'll get it one.
It's well fielded there in that extra cover region. Cutting off the extra run is only going to be a single. It'll bring Luke Ali back onto strike. Fended down nicely. It's good patient batting here from Presentation College Chaguanas. Exactly what is necessary when you think about the score that is posted. So with 4 overs having been completed, Phillips and Ratcha getting 2 each, it'll be a change in bowling. It seems like if the skipper, Brandon Boodoo, or rather it's Aidan Owen, taking up the attack from the southern end. Score is 34 without loss after those 4 overs.
So another pacer into the attack, replacing Aidan Ratcha. Still have Sion Charles.
So it's a lot of pace on offer for this Sando bowling lineup, which is kind of interesting, I think.
Signal a dead ball.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Captain Brandon Boodoo, I think they would have had a plan in place to stick with the pace, but it's kind of interesting when you consider the success that spinners have had all day here at Balmain. Comes in for his first delivery. It's cut away nicely. Will be fielded just as nicely in that cover point area as they come through for a single to bring Luke Ali back on strike.
Batu Singh has been in a bit of form this season, has been consistent Didn't get some huge scores like hundreds, but has been consistent with a few 50s.
So it's a change of gloves for Lucali here as we continue in the 5th over. Owen will continue over the wicket to the informed Lucali. It's a good delivery, a really good delivery. Yorker length, but of course Lucali is up to the task. Digs it out into that mid-wicket area. They'll come through for a single, brings Batu Singh back onto strike.
The batter Singh was on 15, Ali was on 18. A bit an even scoring from these two batters. Lucali himself has been very consistent as well. And, no wonder that this presentation Chaguanas team is unbeaten this season.
Well, this is exactly the kind of start they would have looked for, having lost no wickets early on. Of course, the loss of that 1 wicket for all the teams that have played so far have brought 2 and have brought 3, and eventually reduced scoring. As we take a look again, I don't see the need for such an expansive shot. Lucali has played a couple like that already, but Darius Batu saying you don't need to go fishing outside line of the off stump this early on. It's another good full delivery. It's played with a full straight bat face down to that mid-off region by Darius Batu Singh. It's been very measured so far from Presentation College Chaguanas, as I'm sure the coaching staff and Mr. Roland Hussein would have told them at the start of the innings. It's not much you're chasing, and we've seen in the last few games once a wicket has been taken early, it seems to cause a bit of a downfall. As Ali is advancing a bit, it's a risky shot. It's up in the air. May find its way to the boundary, no thanks to a great, well, oh, that's 4. Yeah, that might be 4. It seems as though he left his back foot over the ropes.
Signal 4?
It seemed to be a good piece of work at first, but a bit unlucky there. And the footwork, we see the ball stop before the boundary.
He was outside, he was beyond the boundary when he picked it up.
Yeah, but it's pretty obvious that his foot did remain behind the line for that one. So I don't think too right. We would have relied, of course, on the supporters down at that end as well as the fielder to be a bit honest there, but maybe nobody caught on to what happened there. Oh, this one keeps low and it goes straight through him again. We spoke about the invariable nature of the bounce on this wicket. That one there keeping a bit low as we take an eye on it again. Maybe coming off the flat face of the ball and just skidding on a bit. Darius Batu saying nothing he can do there. Completely undone. He'll feel a bit unlucky. But Owen strikes first here for Presentation College San Fernando. A much needed wicket, you'd have to say. Still have some building to do if they are going to look to defend this total, but that's a good start, a good delivery outside line of the off stump. Just keeping a bit low. So it'll be Cristiano Ramnanan, short stature, walking out there. He's also a prolific keeper. tries to take after Nicholas Puran, a great role model to have. We will obviously be able to see it now. Obviously, we wouldn't be able to see his keeping, but when we look at his batting, he's a left-handed batter, and honestly, he looks exactly like Nicky P. And he does have the ability, even though he's small in stature, does have the ability to time the ball effortlessly, so he doesn't necessarily need to go brute force to try to clear the ropes, but his timing is impeccable. That's why at such a young age, he has the ability to go in one down for this loaded Presentation College Chaguanas batting lineup. And of course, it's still Fariz Ali to come next. We spoke about the century he made just yesterday. So Presentation College will think that they need to nab 2 quick wickets in the next few overs. So it'll be Zion Phillips to continue from this northern end on to his 3rd over. Facing up against Luke Ali, who has played a good measured inning so far. This one a bit of width. You feel like he missed out there because there's a sizable gap between that cover and extra cover fielder. The extra cover is very straight and the cover seems to be a bit wide. So you'll feel as though he misses out here as Riyad Mohammed jogs into slip. This one a bit fuller. It's in the air by Luke Ali. He's a bit lucky that that didn't make its way to the fielder there in mid-off, dropping 1 bounce before. Doesn't need to do anything silly like that, Luke. He can just play the ball along the ground. Don't need to throw every wicket this early, especially 9 wickets in the hut and you're chasing such a small total. So it'll be Cristiano Ramnanan to face up to his first delivery here from Philip.
So a left-hander replaces a left-hander.
Dot ball to start off his innings here. He will look to hunker in a bit with Luke Ali, maybe take the game into the 11th, 12th over if it does need to get that far. He'll play a bit of a balancing role out there, and Luke may look to accelerate a bit, try to push the scoring so that they're not leaving the game too late. Well, made me bite my tongue there. I have to take back my words. It's an expansive shot. If he had connected with it, I think it would have gone a long way as we take a look back at it here. An expansive flowing cover drive. So with the power play coming to an end, it scores 41 for 1 wicket down. That wicket, of course, being Darius Batu Singh.
So Owen will continue. 1 for 6 from his first over. Got the wicket of Batu Singh. Presentation College San Fernando trying to make a match out of this. When after 6 overs, they were 32 for 3. Only 9 runs behind, but 2 wickets more would have fallen.
It's a lovely take there in the outfield. That was cracked by Luke Ali. Certainly came off the middle of the bat. We heard the sweet sound of the bat from all the way here inside the commentary box, but a terrific piece of work. The ball was bouncing high and leapt into the air down there at that sweeper boundary to cut off what would have certainly been a boundary.
This is the kind of support the bowlers will require of the fielders, his teammates, if they had to make a match out of this, and especially with white ball cricket, the shorter and the shortest version of the game, fielding is very important. He missed his run, so he has to go all the way and restart his run from the southern end, or the administrative building end.
Bit of a discussion here again between Brendan Buddha as we see him run off, between him and his bowler Owen trying to execute the plan that they have put in place here. As Owen will continue, and again he misses his run up. He may need to retake that. Or maybe a bit of nervousness showing as the game is really coming down to it here.
I would love to see how Brendan Boudou, the skipper, approaches this. He has a lot of experience as a skipper. Good delivery, pitched up. The batsman did offer, and all the way through to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, they're flashing at those outside line of the off-stump presentation. College Chaguanas haven't been really able to make any sufficient enough contact to let the ball reach to the boundary ropes. Bit of a defensive field here for Brendan Boudou. Like you said, it's interesting to see how he's gonna approach this now. I think this may be a defining moment in his young career. It's such a big game, perhaps one of the biggest he will play in school cricket. So how he's gonna approach this will have a big part to play in terms of how he's gonna approach his captaincy for Trinidad and Tobago as well. As again, a flashed cover drive outside the line of the off stump by Cristiano Ramnanan, again not being able to make contact. So Owen continues here. Ramnanan will... This is really good bowling by Owen actually. Those first two are a bit wide outside line of the off stump. Ramnanan sort of making his own problems, but on this occasion, it's a lovely delivery. Exactly that test length that we were talking about, just short of a length. And look at that movement away, that late bounce and movement away. Stunned Cristiano Ramnanan on that occasion.
Yeah, so excellent bowling, pitching it up, sweetly bowled. Another play and a miss. Some would say he's batting with a donut.
So it's some really good bowling here by Owen. He's keeping that disciplined line and length outside the line of the off stump. Cristiano's gonna have to answer here. It seems as though he just can't make contact with that ball outside line of the off stump. Just too good. This one is a bit straighter. He's able to just fend it off to that cover point region for no run. So a bit of a successful over, you'd have to say, for Owen. Brings us to the end of 7 with the score at 42 for 1.
Just going back up above 6 runs per over, just a little bit as San Fernando presentation is now creeping back into the game. 84 needed and 78 deliveries.
So it's going to just be one more over before the drinks break. Umpire Maynard, we mentioned him earlier, signals to the dugouts that we're going to have drinks after the over. Phillips will continue. He will bowl out here his 4 overs on a trot. Brendan Boudou showing some confidence in his opening spin bowler. Yet to take a wicket, but that could all change in this over. If they pick a quick one up here, especially that of Luke Ali's wicket, they would see themselves somewhat back into the race. Presentation College San Fernando. Of course, Fariz Ali is just red and ready to go down there. Ali is just cutting this one away. Would take a bit of fielding. It's done well eventually in that wide third man region. Luke Ali seems to be a bit frustrated with himself. Obviously, we know that he's a very aggressive attacking batsman. He just hunkered down a bit. Well, as we say, it comes down the wicket. It's a terrific shot. Will he find a gap? No, it's a good bit of fielding. So Luke Ali just looking to accelerate maybe a little bit here. Coming up into the middle overs. Maybe they have a set target for themselves to be by 10 overs, maybe 1.5. They would do well actually to half the amount of runs necessary. Maybe they would be looking to get to 60, 70, or maybe 80 to not leave too much pressure coming down into the last 10 because, yes, it's a low score, but they've been out there for a while now and it's only 43 runs amassed so far for the one wicket that has been lost. That's the main difference so far. They still have a lot of batting back in that lineup as Zion Phillips continues. Finally, it's a good contact made by Cristiano Ramlan. The few drives that he's played, he hasn't particularly had too good contact, but we can see he clearly is following after his idol Nicholas Puran. The shots are almost identical to the kind of expansive flowing cover drives that you would see Nicholas Puran produce in the IPL and CPL.
And the other L's they will have as they continue to ply their trade all over the world, representing West Indies.
Again, signaled a dead ball by the umpire. There are 2 more legal deliveries left in this over. This is well played. That's the kind of temperament needed by Luke Ali. He goes for the single. That was really, really close.
Some excitement there,
But
but
it seems as
made it
though
back in time.
seems as though the keeper may have broken the stumps prematurely or missed completely. Actually, seems as though it might have been a direct hit at first. We'll take a closer look. Yeah, the ball wasn't in his gloves, so wouldn't have been out because he may have been just short, actually, but it would not have been out as keeper did not completely collect. So a bit of a let off here. Luke Ali just looking to go racing down the track. Cristiano Ramnanan, he's a bit younger than him, but showing as well his cricketing experience, just going down to have a word with his partner, just letting him know, we're still early on in the game. There's no need to take that kind of risk because a run certainly wasn't on there. We've commended Luke Ali on his ability to get his calling right with his experience at the national level. But I think he's getting a bit too flustered with himself early doors here. Doesn't need to go looking for the runs. The runs will come as this one is just played down to that long off-fielder. Which will bring us to the end of the over. Score at 45 for 1 after 8 overs. The umpires will call third umpire. Umpires will call third umpire Clive Gaskin onto the field as well as some substitutes to get a drink. We'll be right back in a couple minutes after a short break.
back here live at the National Cricket Centre. We're in this encounter between Presentation San Fernando and Presentation Chaguanas. And it is Cristiano Ramnanan who's going to face up.
It'll be Luke Ali to face up here to Owen. This is a bit in the air. Riyad Mohammed will come around here at long off to stop it. Luke Ali just driving over the top a bit, getting a bit frustrated, it may seem. Looking to score quickly. Of course, they would know they still have a lot of batting left in the dugout. No need to stress this early. Maybe that's why he's looking to push scoring rate a bit.
One for 8 from Aaron Owen. I want to try and keep it tight here.
Well, we saw he gave Ramnanan some problems in that last over. He'd do well to just stick to that line and length outside line of the off stump as he does here. If he can finish with 5 balls or right on that spot, we could be looking at another few dot balls here. Cristiano Ramnanan maybe could do, could shift around in his crease a bit. Maybe keep the bowler thinking. Because right now it seems as though Owen is truly on top of Cristiano Ramnanan. You could see his intention there, just tried to keep his feet in one place and tickle it behind third man there, but on this occasion a bit of extra bounce. A bit risky in the end actually, could have taken that outside edge on the way through.
Well, we see him just operating in the same areas as Aidan Ratcher, just holding a line outside of the off stump, and that one going past the edge again.
Oh, what a great shot by Ramnanan. Peels off the outside edge a bit, maybe open the face a touch. It'll be collected on that sweeper boundary. A bit of a mess as well. They'll come through for 3. Not good work there. Stumble by, looks like Emilio Villafana out there on that boundary rope.
He tried to effect a relay through, but it wasn't to be, and he threw the ball past his backup fielder, and they come back for 3. So no ball indicated as well by the umpire. It's going to be a free hit here, so the entertainment continues, especially as Luke Ali is on strike.
He's been looking for any reason to go over the top and be aggressive, so goes over the top again. It's over the infield. It'll drop one bounce to Mohammed down there at long off. Again, Ali looking to get a bit expansive, play the ball through the air on that offside.
Taking the total up to 47 for 1. Backing away, clearing the front leg and hitting inside out over the head of the man stationed at cover. But there is backup in the outfield at long off.
Ramnanan again will look to take on Owen. Oh, that's really cute. Very, very nicely played by Cristiano Ramnanan. You could see eventually he was going to pull it off, keeping that solid line and length outside the line of the off stump. But it's a great little tap. Just so effortless. A little edge on it. Educated edge, we shall call it, to guide it past that keeper.
Well, it's very rare that you'll see a first slip in position, but such has been the bowling, holding a tight line outside the off stump and going past the edge quite a few times. You might just be tempted as a captain to put a first slip in, but this is a T20 encounter.
Well, we did note in that first game there was a first slip in there for a majority of the match, so I agree with you. I do think Brendan Boodoo may have that on the back of his mind as Owen continues. Straightens up now, maybe to be expected. Ramnanan just fending it off.
One thing is for sure, you are going to get value for shots here at this facility at the NCCs, the end of the over.
Score being 47 for 1 after 9. So it'll be Emilio Villafana, to pick up the attack from this northern end, replacing Phillips, who of course had his allotted 4 overs already. Luke Ali still out there sticking in. He has 26 off of 25. Cristiano Ramnanan, he's new. He has 2 off of 11 deliveries rather. I think with the try to stroke it away through the offside. There's a bit of an outside edge. Cleaned up there, third man. Try to find that gap. Like we said, there's a big gap between cover. Now they have plugged it with a sweeper out there on the boundary, but it would have been at least 2, you think, had it not come off the outside edge.
They will have to contend with Emilio Villafana here. He's a tricky customer. Can get the ball to go straight on. Can get some turn as well. He's very tricky. A lot of guile in the youngster.
I think Cristiano Ramnanan will be eyeing up his bowling though, with that off-spin of Villafana ball turning away from him. We've seen Cristiano go for some expansive cover drives over the infield. This one down the leg side, maybe, signal a wide by the umpire. It's a bit of a mess as they were coming through for that single.
Wide signal eventually by the umpire.
I think that might have caught Cristiano a bit by surprise. He would be expecting that ball on or around a middle stump line, just turning away from him, trying to coerce. Villafana would be trying to coerce that drive out of him. They've seen him try to go at it, but I'm sure Ramnanan would back himself to get over the boundary ropes, as it's low and flat from Villafana.
Have another look at that there. Good rotation of strike played into the offside. Coming through for a quick single.
So it's a swish here from Villafana. He'll move to around the wicket, and this is swept really nicely. It's going to be 1 bounce into the boundary rope behind backward square there. Emilio Villafana drifting a bit, not able to sort his line out from the left-hander to the right-hander, drifting down that leg side a bit, and of course Cristiano Ramnanan is not going to say no to that. That was always going to find its way to the boundary, even with the protection afforded there in a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Pick that gap perfectly.
Well, a very enterprising shot indeed. And you know, he's looking around in the field, seeing what pockets that he could put the ball in to get some runs. And he managed to get that one, tug it around the corner there, and just a couple bounces into the boundary, beating the man at deep backward square. And a good shot indeed.
Bit short again, straightens up his line somewhat. It's played down into that long on region. They'll come through for a quick single.
So Ali here just has to negotiate through these few deliveries. Outside edge, they're going to get a single.
It's well played by Luke Ali, just looking to take back up strike for the next over.
Cristiano coming back into strike, the left-hander. He has 2 men out in the deep on the onside as well as a long on. And he goes in that direction and makes no contact. Played it onto the pad.
No.
Just maybe getting an inside edge onto the pad there. The end of the over.
They had fooled us here in the commentary box. It seemed as though that one kept a bit low and was able to beat Cristiano in between bat and pad. But just an inside edge onto his pad. Survives another delivery there. Cristiano Ramnanan 2 off 11. Luke Ali still there on 26 off of 25. Luke Ali at the start of this over. Seems as though it's Owen to continue, and this one is flashed away. The amount of pace that was on that delivery. Luke Ali just threw his hands at it, peeling off that outside edge. Presentation College Chaguanas, they're up on their feet. Their players are up on their feet applauding. They know that every single run now gets them even closer and closer to the victory, as we see a replay of that. The third man is out there offering protection, but of course, the amount of pace that was on that delivery, no chance for him. So Owen to continue again. Short ball outside the line of the off, some scampering through for a quick single. They would have thought a run out might be executed.
No.
Ramlanan here to face up. He's been having a bit of... Oh, what a shot! What a shot! Stand and deliver, Cristiano Ramlanan. He's been having some problems on that end with that ball outside line of the off stump, but it seems as though he's gotten a few sighters, and this one a bit shorter. He needed to carry up his length a bit more. That's where he was beating Ramlanan. The line was right. But what a terrific shot. Just cut away with such ferocity.
And impressive as well, knowing that he was being beaten outside of the off stump with balls going past the outside edge at quick pace and bounce. And this time owning this delivery here, leaping onto both feet off the ground almost and cutting it savagely past point for 4.
Well, it might be a bit like finding a needle in a haystack across there, as we see Villafana and company looking for the ball, which ended up all the way against the wall on that side. That's to tell you the kind of power that was put into that. And the Dark Knight is not going to be likely that they'll find that across there.
And you're just standing there and slapping it away. It's gone all the way to the boundary wall. As you can see, the players just looking for it there still. And might just have to ask for the third umpire just to bring out the box of balls and get your pick of a new... I was about to say cherry, but it's a white ball.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, there's a little bit of pause here as a couple drinks comes out for the captain, Luke Ali.
Presentation College San Fernando staff as well. Necessary, you would think, calling over Brendan Buru and Riyad Mohammed, the captain and vice captain. As we see, they were eventually able to find the ball. But they're having a chat now, coaching staff to captain and vice captain, as we also see Roland Hussein and Coach Kaulasa having a word with Luke Ali out there as well. So a bit of a pause in the game, which coaches were able to use almost as like a strategic timeout, so to say. Get some words out there for both the fielding team and the batting team, letting them know exactly how their plans are structured.
As well, we got a little opportunity there just to see that shot being repeated over and over for us. Our producer, Mr. Gerald Basso there.
Could look at that all day long, can't we? Such a terrific shot. Knew exactly where the field was, knew exactly what he had to do, where he had to place it, and the power. Such a small stature. The timing goes to show. Oh, and again, what a shot. That's terrific. It may be cut off. It's going to be down to that point fielder that they have employed down there, but the way he rose on top of that ball, he seems to be very prolific at playing the shorter bowling. Just rose on it, covered the bounce, got on top and slapped it down into the ground. Textbook cut shot. So Luke Ali here to face up. It's been a bit of an expensive over. This is another terrific shot. They really are showing out now. Presentation College Chaguanas batting. They'll only get a single for it. It's a great technical looking cover drive. Growing into their own now. Cristiano Ramnanan and Luke Ali out there. Cristiano with the skipper will have all the mental support needed.
5 for 1. Just been updated with the score, as you can see on your screens. And that's a fabulous catch out there in the deep. It's not going to be easy. He's fielding out there a deep backward point. Ramnanan got good contact onto that. Straight off the face of the bat. He was in a crouch position, getting up and under the shot. And that's an excellent catch coming out of the night sky through the floodlights. And he pocketed that one quite nicely.
Well, I think he fell for the trap a bit there. They did set that point fielder down on the boundary for that exact shot. We here in the commentary booth were admiring the shot. Full wide outside line of the off stump. He just slashed at it. Thought it would have been going all the way for 6, but a good catch taken out there on the boundary ropes.
What's up?
It's gonna be the two alleys out here now. Fariz and Luke, two of the most experienced batters and bowlers, in fact, on this presentation college Chaguanas team. It's a standing ovation for Cristiano Ramnanan from his teammates as he comes back. They will know the importance, albeit a short knock, they will know the importance of those 18 runs that he has scored in contribution to chasing down this target. They only need a further 51 and 56 deliveries, less than a run a ball. So wickets would need to keep falling if presentation college San Fernando look to have a chance here. So it's going to be Brandon Boodoo coming on a bit late, I feel. I thought he would have employed himself a little bit earlier on in the innings to try to stem the run flow. And obviously they would need to take a few quick wickets. But he now has come into the attack on the 11th over with the score at 75 for 1. This is a great matchup. This is the matchup that we were looking at all evening. Brandon Boodoo versus both alleys. Comes in here, it's a bit short, a bit quick. I don't think we're going to see much flighted deliveries from Brandon Boodoo in the spell, so long as Luke Ali and Fariz Ali out there. As soon as they get any ounce of freedom, ball is going to disappear over those ropes, especially Fariz Ali. The way he swings through the line of the ball. Again, low and flat. This is very cleverly played by the skipper. I'm not sure what to say about that at all. A one-handed effort. He can feel the death stare by his skipper, Brandon Boodoo. That was not good work at all. Need to get down with two hands there.
Captain Ali goes on to 38 off of 33 deliveries. Strike rate 115.1. And Fariz Ali joining him at the crease there. He'll know he'll have good support.
Boodoo here changing the feel a little bit. He's gonna afford himself a little bit of extra protection on that ring, just square of the field on the offside. He now has a short third man, a bit of a straightish point, and a fielder that seems to be in a typical point position. They also have an extra cover there on that offside with that big gap being plugged by a sweeper down there on that cover boundary. Oh, that's a good delivery by Brandon Boodoo. Of course, he would be turning the ball both ways. He does possess a very effective googly. Luke Ali would need to keep his eyes on this as we just take a second look.
And not just a googly Adam, he has that faster delivery as well.
Stroke to that extra cover fielder. Again, a bit of a misfield. Not the kind of pressure they would want to let go at this stage in the game, considering runs are just counting down. And well, with the skipper Luke Ali there and Fariz Ali now joining him, it's going to be tough. They're going to have to take these two early and take a few more wickets. This is a bit fuller from Boodoo. Driven off there, they're going to come through for the single. It'll bring Fariz Ali to strike. It's going to be his first delivery of the innings, facing up against his national compatriot Brendan Budo, or rather, he may have to wait another over as this over comes to an end.
Yeah, one. 29 for 2 with 12 overs gone. Current run rate of 6.58, and they're well ahead of, well, they're just narrowly ahead, in fact, of the required run rate of 5.88. And a good over from Brendan Budu there, just conceding 3 runs in that over. And the captain coming on, recognizing that the pair at the crease now, he will have to try and get a wicket, saving his overs for these two. It's going to be a bowling change here from the northern end with Aidan Owen completing his 4 overs. He has figures of 2 for 28 and a couple good wickets with some catching in the outfield.
Well, as spoken about earlier by our co-commentator, Mr. Ian, we'll finally see Sion Charles, who has been in good form for Presentation College this season. Again, surprising to see them using 2 of their best bowlers at this latter stage of the innings, but maybe they've planned to take the game down to the last 10 overs and then defend what they can defend. And, well, yeah, it seemed to be a bit wide. The batter, Luke Ali, eventually gets his decision. It's pounded in, his first delivery by Charles, maybe looking to take in the footsteps of Aidan Racha a bit. This occasion, not a great delivery. It's going to be a wide. Maybe trying to assert some dominance on Luke Ali early. I don't think that's going to face him as we see him rehearsing the shot that would have fit that delivery. I don't think that's going to face him at all.
Another wide delivery there. Not a good start here from Charles. He's trying to keep the ball wide outside the off stump to Luke Ali and make Ali fetch it. There is a third man, a backward point, a sweeper on the boundary, extra cover and long off. So he wants to limit his scoring to those fielders on the offside, have a 5-4 field. But he's just a little bit too wide outside of the off stump, and he wouldn't have much of a learning curve here. You want to get it right on the mark as soon as possible.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially against Luke Ali. He's going to capitalize on any mistakes that's made, as that's a good shot there, well placed. Wouldn't find the gap completely and go to the boundary, but they will get much necessary 2 runs as the scoreboard keeps ticking over here. Presentation College San Fernando. At this point in time, what do you think is the measures that are going to have to be taken out there to reduce the amount of runs that have been leaking, and also to potentially get Luke Ali and Freeze Ali out of there?
Well, he may have a little bit of an issue here because these middle overs are the crucial overs when your 4th and 5th bowlers come into the line. And what he would want to do is exactly what he did there, hold that line outside of the off stump, and he can set a field to that. And Luke Ali backing away there, getting a fine edge onto it, beats the wicketkeeper and plummets into the boundary and the black side screen at the back of the field. And that's 4 runs to Ali, backing away, exposing all of his stumps, and 4 runs again to Ali. He goes up to 45.
When we take a look at it here on the slow motion replay, you would have to think it's maybe a chance presented itself, as the umpire has signaled runs, not byes, meaning that there was an outside edge, but it seemed as though, I'm not too sure what the keeper was doing there, it seems as though the keeper also moved towards the leg side as Luke Ali backed away a bit, as if the entire pitch was going to shift to the right side as we see it here. He took 1 step and threw himself off. Took 1 step to his left and threw himself off the ball coming onto his right side. Just a flailing dive and not getting close to it eventually.
Adam, you hear about ball watching. That was batsman watching. The wicketkeeper moving along with the batsman, and Luke Ali using all his guile there, just dabbing it past the wicketkeeper for 4. And an over that started with 2 wides, 2 runs, and now for 4. It's been very expensive, the 13th over.
Yeah, unlucky 13 here for Sion Charles. He'll be hoping that he can pull it back, as there's a bit of movement as well, again made by Luke Ali. But take a look at his hand-eye coordination on that occasion. He moved so far away from the ball into the leg side, he was still able to reach across with his long levers and get bat on ball. We can see he's moving around a lot now. He's looking to create something. This is what we were speaking about Cristiano Ramlan, and I think he could have moved around in his crease a bit, maybe come down, maybe step back a little bit deeper to throw off.
Yeah, backing away there, a la Sir Vivian Richards, taking his back leg outside of the leg stump and then crashing it through the offside. Trying it there again. Just pushes it to point. They hold off on the single. And just as well, because the fieldsman is there, it went straight to him. No run in the end. And he's on 47, Adam, off of 41 deliveries.
Definitely a skipper's knock. We spoke about at the start of the innings. It was maybe a bit of a surprise that Mr. Roland Hussein and company elected him to open the baton when Jaden Joseph has been a good opening batsman. He's had a few hundreds already in his short career for Presentation College Chaguanas, but clearly that move made by the coaching staff, Mr. Hussein, Mr. Joseph, and Mr. Colas is paying off. This one again is a wide delivery outside the off stump. Again, Ali looks to flash. Doesn't come in contact with the bat, not signal a wide by the umpire, so it'll be a dot ball here to take us into the end of the 13th over, Presentation College at 88 for 2.
Welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre. Yeah, 88 for 2, 13 overs gone. The captain, Brendan Boodoo, he is going to come in and bowl his second over of his allotted 4 overs. He had a good first over, 3 runs, just 3 runs in the first over. He's going to bowl to Faris Ali, who's yet to face the delivery and yet to get off the mark. And dabs it down into the offside. And much to the relief of his parents and his sister in the crowd, look, Faris Ali gets off the mark.
Well, they would have expected him to have a good knock today. They would have come out in anticipation, considering he made 100 just yesterday. They're getting treated to some success by Fariz Ali and also by extension the teams that he's playing for.
I can tell you, there's nothing more nervous than a parent sitting down in a semi-final or a final watching their son at bat.
Luke Ali to face up here. This one is just fended off a single into the offside. I was now about to say there's a giant gap between the third man fielder and the deep mid-wicket that's out there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Luke Ali has been a bit creative now. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a reverse sweep, maybe a paddle scoop.
I tell you what, Adam, I totally disagree with you. It's
Well, we saw
Brendan
it in the
Boodoo
first
on the
innings.
ball, and he is on 48. He will not want the opportunity, firstly, to lose his wicket and to deny himself a 50, and being facing up to the guile of Brendan Boodoo, he'll be very cautious this over.
Well, I can tell you what, it may work a bit in the opposite favor. If you were facing your national team captain bowling to you, you on 48, you see that gap, I would feel like, oh, it's divine intervention. It is open up perfectly for me to just play a nice, neat little shot around the corner. If it ever goes down to the leg side, maybe not so far as to say a paddle scoop, but a nice stepping across and a nice, neat shot to find the gap here on the leg side. It's easy runs. There's a huge gap. And there's nobody inside the circle on the leg side at all either, so this one will also be a single. There's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, sorry, a corners position, and a deep mid-wicket in place for Brendan Boodoo here.
And that's just the type of maturing that the sponsors, Power Gen, would want to nurture and instill in these youths here about decision making and making the right choices. And you can see he's just tapping it into the offside. Yes, he'll be tempted, but the bigger picture is on his mind for the captain. He is on 48. The end of the over, 14 gone and 91 for 2.
And so it's going to be Aidan Ratcher to take up the attack from this southern end again. This is one of the battles we were speaking about today. Fariz Ali, Luke Ali versus Aidan Ratcher. They all have the national experience at that high level. They would have also played a lot of club cricket in the past few months, both together and against each other.
Definitely so. 2 trump cards bowling. And they will be bowling at this pair here. And Presentation College, Chaguanas, will want to rely heavily on these two to bring the game home. They're currently ahead on run rate at 6.5. Required run rate 5.83. So they're just ahead of the curve.
Well, I can tell you what, I'm expecting some fireworks on this over. We already saw Luke Ali dispatch Ratcher straight back over his head for a huge 6. I think there would either be some more of that, or maybe Ratcher could have a response to that 6. I also think Fariz Ali at the other end, knowing Ratcher, both batters will be looking to get a bit aggressive and stamp their name on the semi-finals today.
That delivery outside the off stump, flirting with danger there. He looks to the umpire to signal a wide. The umpire has not budged. He was, maybe because he showed the propensity to back away for some of the deliveries and just thought that it might have been out of his reach. But there is a fielding change. The deep mid wicket comes inside the circle. So there are 3 on the onside, 1 on the offside at extra cover. And the man at fine leg has dropped back and at backward point. Yeah, it's easy single there for Ali. Goes on to 49, and that man dropped back out for Ratcher on the point boundary. Ratcher going for 21 runs in his 2.3 overs thus far, economy rate of 8.4. So he's been a tad bit expensive, but you're going to put your money on this young lad here and back him to get the job done. The young Trinidad and Tobago prospect.
So it's Fariz here to face up to Ratcher. It seems as though they're giving him the respect that he deserves with his bowling. Quick, fast-paced bowling. I did speak to Luke Ali right before he went out earlier today. He did say that he thinks Aidan Ratcher alongside Brendan Boodoo might be the two to play out a bit and just look to work the singles and fours, but clearly that hasn't been the case in the first time Ratcher was bowled. The first couple overs that Ratcher bowled, as he was just taking the attack to him early on.
You're just coming down the captain and having a word with his batting partner just to reassure him, keep your eyes on the ball. We are playing in the night, of course, and it might just be difficult at times to get your eyes focused onto that white ball with that black side screen. See as well, there's a message from the coach via
But
Boodoo.
I think it's a bit of a sneaky play here by Presentation College San Fernando. Boodoo switching positions with the fielder that was here previously on the boundary so that he could receive some instruction from his coaches.
There's another fielding change. So that information passed across via Brendan Boodoo and from the coach to the bowler Ratcher. He's taken the man out at mid-wicket. One has dropped back to the deep backward square leg, and he's put that man in what has to be described as almost a gully position for the pace of Ratcher. So there's a third man, looks like a gully, a little bit deepish, it must be said, a backward point, and a sweeper on the offside, and of course a long off and long on. For the final delivery of the over, just wonder what the thinking might be. It's definitely going to be hanging that ball outside the off stump. And a dot ball to complete a miserly over there from the youngster Ratcher. 3 overs for 21, just 1 run in that over.
So it'll be Brendan Boodoo here to continue to Luke Ali. This one is played off into the leg side, and that'll be a 50 for the skipper. Luke Ali, truly an exemplary and a skipper's knock played out there. He was asked to go open the batting by his coaches and by his manager, Mr. Roland Hussein. And boy, oh boy, has he delivered. What a knock. It's actually the only half century that we've seen so far in both games played across here, but truly a terrific knock by Luke Ali. He was asked to go out there and to dig in for his presentation college Chaguanas team. Did exactly what was necessary at this point in time, and now he can reap the rewards of having said, of course, it's not the first time he has done it, but now he can say, against Brendan Boodoo, I have made a half century to take my presentation college team closer to the Intercol finals. Of course, it still remains to be seen whether or not presentation college San Fernando can come back, as Luke Ali just puts that off into the gap there on the offside to get a single and bring Fariz on strike.
Yeah, incredible knock here from the young man, the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 player, showing his maturity, delivering as captain, but he's not done yet. He'll have to take this game home. Played away by Ali onto the man sweeping on the boundary. There's 52 runs to Ali off of 49 deliveries currently. 3 fours and 1 humongous 6.
We can expect to see some fireworks, I think, now from Luke Ali. He really has no reason to be hanging about. It already seems. And there's the paddle. Didn't I call it? There's the paddle scoop shot. I don't think he will get forfeit, but there's such a big gap. They should be coming back for 3. Luke Ali seems a bit labored, but of course showing his fitness as his all-national level players. Luke Ali having stood out in the field and captained his side for 20 overs, now able to come through and complete 3s as he bats, having faced already 50 deliveries.
Yeah, you just want to ensure. This is Brendan Boodoo. He has 2 deliveries to come in the over. Might not want to take any too much more risks as the 100 comes up for Presentation College. They still require another 26 runs in 26 balls, so it's game on here. Hit one straight back. It's going to go all the way. Now that's an incredible shot from Fariz Ali. Brendan Boodoo, captain of the Presentation South team, the guy you want to be very careful. He's bowled 2 overs, just 13 runs conceded, and he picks that one up and hammers it back over the head of the bowler, straight into the side screen for a massive 6.
That's a big 6 there, not just in terms of the distance, in terms of the battle that's going on there. Of course, I wouldn't put it past Brendan Boodoo to come back and clinch a wicket now. But that's a big thing in terms of the mental games that are going on out there. Presentation College Chaguanas will feel well and truly that they are on top now.
Yeah, and this game, just as we said, it was 26 runs off of 26 balls required. He presents us with a massive 6 to narrow the equation. It's the end of the over, 106 for 2, as Mr. Ian... It's a wide delivery signal by the umpire, preempting my leave. As I was just about to hand it back to Mr. Ian Waston in commentary. He is joined here by Adam Furlong here, and of course our producer for tonight, Mr. Gerald Basso. Trying to tug it again, and he gets an inside edge. He's going to get down to backward square for 1, 107 for 2. The end of the over.
We take a look here at the Presentation College Chaguanas camp. Just prior, we saw Alexander Chase, not sure where he's disappeared to now. Alexander Chase taking in the footsteps of the well-known Duckman of Trinidad and Tobago. We see him in the oval constantly balancing, of course that would be a beer bottle on top of his head. We in school cricket cannot afford that, cannot at all be anywhere near that. So Alexander Chase with his Blue Waters plastic bottle on top of his head started to dance around and stuff. It seems as though Presentation College Chaguanas are truly well on their way and ready to enter this intercol finals.
So Aiden Ratchet to start his last over. Yeah.
Keeping a bit low there again. We spoke about the invariable bounce that is afforded on this wicket. That one just keeping a bit low. That's how Racha was able to take his first wicket of Darius Batu Singh. That one just keeping a bit low and going straight through the defenses. The problem with Racha, he comes at such a pace. You would normally think that, okay, if the ball is keeping low, I want to maintain my front foot. But we've seen the short balls that he has delivered so far have been so ruthless. You definitely would not want to be lunging forward to Racha.
One thing I would like to see him develop and include in his arsenal is that slower delivery. He needs to have some varying pace.
Yeah, because I think he's done a good bit of work on his cutters. I remember facing him in school cricket and he used to move the ball both ways. I think he can swing it both ways. He can cut it in, he can cut it out. But yeah, as you mentioned, that one change in pace is what usually would confuse a batter.
And especially with white ball cricket, that change of pace, that variation in pace, the slower deliveries, will be very useful. Dwayne Bravo is one bowler who comes to mind who would have done that exceptionally well over the years. That slower delivery. We'd love to see Racha develop that. Already a selectee of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force senior team earlier this season. Himself and also another schoolboy, if you would say, Andrew Rambaran, who is actually the captain of the Merry Boys team, doing quite well.
Yeah, and Andrew Rambaran is no stranger to this intercol at all. We can go back to a few games where he has been with Hillview and Vishnu College in his latter school career, and he always has such a big impact on the game. With his left-hand orthodox bowling, always picks up a couple of wickets, and I can tell you, having been on the end of a ball that has been hit ferociously at me by Andrew Rambaran, I'm sure you'll remember that, Mr. Fulong, that right here at Balmain when my finger got dislocated, funnily enough, after Andrew Rambaran smashed one back at me. Thomas Walsh, we mentioned him earlier as well, was fielding. He was right behind me that day as well. I'm sure he'll remember that.
As we mentioned, Drew Rambaran, I was just told that he actually got a taste of first-class cricket today, being the emergency fieldsman for the CCC today at the UE Spec in St. Augustine against Jamaica. What a ferocious hit! A six!
Well, just like we said, Luke Ali would be looking to get on top of Racha as they both are compatriots at the national level. This is a big mental battle as well as trying to chase down the runs for them. On here, as you can see, a bit of friendlies being exchanged between Fariz Ali. Let's have a look at this shot. Just walked down the wicket and he threw absolutely everything at that. You can see even the way his body contorted at the end of the shot. Swiveled through it beautifully. There are going to be a couple car windscreens there that would have been in danger for a second, but what a shot. That's a massive blow from Luke Ali, the second six of his innings. This one is flicked away beautifully. Luke Ali showing his class right now. You can't even stop him. Granted, there's a big gap out there on that leg side, but just flicked away so easily. Taking the attack to aid on Racha in this over. Luke Ali, we saw him struggle with a bit of discomfort at the end of the last over, having to be stretched out a bit, maybe for a little bit of cramp. So it's clear that he's not going to be hanging in there. He's just going after them, man. To end the over, a 6 and a 4 brings us to the end of the 17th over. Score 119 for 2. It's only 7 more required. They seemed to have halved it and keep making it smaller and smaller so easily. Only 7 now required off of 18 deliveries. The entirety of Presentation College's fraternity is now waiting by the boundary ropes, including past students, just waiting to run on the field. And we know Fariz Ali and Luke Ali would want to do it with a big hit. I wouldn't be surprised if we see this game end with a big blow.
So Presentation College San Fernando missing the opportunity to go through with the three-peat.
So it's going to be Sion Charles here, which to bring up what will probably be the last of the game. He switched ends. He was started off at the south end, didn't have too much success, tried banging it in short, it didn't work. So he'll take up the attack from the other end now. Up against Fariz Ali there on 12 over 14 deliveries.
And he's another player who would have gotten a taste of club cricket at the highest level here. He played also at the T20 festival with Power Gen Sports, and Power Gen, the team of the legendary Jason Mohammed, Cephas Cooper. This one is cutting. We'll come back for 2.
Well, the Alis are certainly showing us their class. We did speak about very highly, even when Fariz Ali was speaking to me before the game. He said, don't talk about me too highly, I don't think I'm that good. But I mean, come on, showing the class that he has to offer, just scoring 100. I told him, don't you dare. And we knew that they were both going to come in clutch in this game. And well, Luke Ali has certainly taken up the forefront. But Fariz on 14 here of 15 deliveries. One big hit could do it. It's 5 runs left. It's a bit of a quick one. He's working on those short deliveries. Signal as a good umpire, a good ball by the umpire, dot ball. So still 5 required here. So another short delivery, really good actually. He's working. Obviously they had some sort of a plan for him to bang it in short and sort of create some problems for the batters as the skipper Luke Ali looks for a wide again, not to be on this occasion. It seems they are having a bit of a heated conversation outside there. 2 umpires will come together to have a discussion. Not too sure what is going on there. I think it would have been 1 over the shoulder for the first bouncer, the first short delivery. And this one may have been a 2nd over the shoulder, which would maybe result in a no ball, but we can see umpire Maynard making his way back up. Okay, so this one will be 1 for the over. There hadn't been any previous, so another one of those is going to be a no ball. But I think Fariz Ali just looking to end it all here quickly with 1 big hit. So not to be this year for Presentation College San Fernando. They've had such a good run of it in the last few years.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, the last couple of years, these 2 teams would have won the titles that would have been won. The San Fernando were actually going for their 3rd straight Intercol title, having defended it last year when they won the double in 2023.
It's been somewhat of a comeback here so far. Obviously, of course, the game is not over. We keep talking as if Presentation College have done it already. They still need a further 5 runs off of a further 15 deliveries.
And 8 wickets in hand. San Fernando need to take 8 wickets, which is not impossible. Anything can happen in cricket.
So here we go. Presentation College Chaguanas still waiting eagerly on the sides. It's a terrific delivery. Has he bowled him? Yes, he has. So a bit of venom, a bit of fire in the tail here for Presentation College San Fernando. We did say it isn't over until it's over. That's a big loss now for Fariz Ali. Obviously, only 5 runs needed, so I don't think there's much that Sando can do.
But the thing about Sando, they now need 7 wickets. They now need 7 wickets. So still a glimmer of hope, a glimmer, the glimmiest of hopes.
Let's have a look at it again.
If that's a word.
Backed up a bit there. Sion Charles seems to be coming through at a good pace. Fariz Ali is a bit dumbfounded there. Maybe kept a little bit low. Just beat him in between bat and pad. But I don't think he'll be too hard done by that. He's already scored a century for his zone. Yesterday, it's going to be Salim Khan, left-handed. He's also an opening batter. Would also have been in talks to opening batting today, but he'll come in at number 4. He's actually averaging 106. Sorry, he's actually averaging 58 with a strike rate of 100, having amassed 116 runs off of the 10 games they would have played in the league phase. So he certainly hasn't been a slouch in contributing to his team either. We keep speaking about Luke Ali and Fariz Ali, and of course, they would be the names that will come straight to the front. But we have to look at, even for Presentation College San Fernando, some of the players that have not made to the national level have certainly contributed in their teams reaching this far. So they're still going to have to wait. Presentation College Chaguanas, they're getting a bit impatient there outside the boundary ropes. The whole team, of course, they're feeling, so everyone is out there waiting for them to finish. I'm seeing water bottles being lined up by Alexander Chase, always a man in the middle of all the madness. Water being lined up, getting ready to go and douse Luke Ali more than anybody else for this match winning. Looks like it's going to be a match winning knock. Not too sure yet. He's, of course, still out there, going to be joined by Salim Khan now. A further 5 runs required and 13 deliveries.
And Presentation Fernando needs 7 wickets in hand. He needs 7 wickets, sorry. He needs 7 wickets it takes.
That was a fast delivery.
Cyan is kind of underrated. Cyan should have.
So just a bit of a delay here as we come to the closer stages of the game. 3 balls left in this, 1 ball rather left in this 17th over. Reason for the delay is Sion Charles. We've been speaking about Aidan Ratcher's pace all game, but Sion Charles really put his back into that one. And the reason that we had a delay is that the bail was actually broken in half due to the amount of pace that was put behind that delivery. Again, like my co-commentator Mr. Ian said, I would have expected to see Charles come in earlier. He has picked up a wicket here. Only 3 wickets down and he's gotten 1 of them. Sure, he's been a bit expensive, a bit wayward, but you think he might have been able to come in and clutch a wicket a bit earlier on in the game instead of leaving it down. So here we go, back into the action. 5 further runs required. Salim Khan will be on strike to face this last ball. I think they would have been hoping to end it off in this over, but we might just see him be a bit defensive to allow his skipper Luke Ali to hit the winning runs on the next, and he certainly deserves it by and large. So Charles to continue his last ball of perhaps his spell. He's bowled 2 overs for 12 runs, picking up that one important wicket of Fariz Ali. Luke Ali will be on strike to face a further 2 overs left in the game. This 123 for 3, which means a further 4 runs. Equation here, the equation lines up for us. It's a further 4 runs required in 12 deliveries. It seems as though Presentation College Chaguanas have gotten tired of waiting to storm the field on the boundary, although they would hope that it's not taken over by Presentation College Sando storming the field. A further, of course, 7 wickets required. So it'll be Brendan Boodoo to potentially close the game off. We also said Charles would be the over to potentially close the game off, but not to be him having snagged that wicket. But of course, you know Luke Ali would love to hit the winning runs against his compatriot Brendan Boodoo. But he's doing well so far, not giving them anything. Of course, there's only 2 overs left if this game gets into the last over. Regardless of if it's even 3 or 2 they're chasing, you really never know what could happen. Also, wickets could fall, so the game is not yet done and dusted. Oh, a big swing. Don't think that was too advisable from Salim Khan. You could just drive the ball straight down the ground. The field is spread a lot. You'd think you would give the strike to your skipper. Maybe could have just punched that down the ground, gotten a single. It's only 4 required. They can do it in singles. This one is flicked away a bit nonchalantly by Salim Khan. They'll come through for the single. So here we go. Luke Ali on strike against his national teammate, Brendan Boodoo. Luke Ali having already amassed 65 runs off of his 53 deliveries. He would love to do it now with a huge 6. We've already seen him dispatch Racha straight back over his head twice already. He would love to finish off this game with a big hit.
There's no need to take risks. They can just get it off of singles. 2 and 7.
Yep, it seems as though that might be the game plan now. Not looking to lose any more wickets there. As we said, the field is spread. I thought skipper Brendan Boodoo would maybe push the field in a bit, considering the runs he has left to play with. This one is slapped down. It'll take some fielding. It's great work in the end. They thought about coming for the second, what would albeit be the winning run, but decided against it. And here we go. Presentation College Chaguanas have made their way all the way almost onto the field, but they again would still have to wait an extra over.
But the good thing about it, that took the game into the final over. They took the game into the final over. Just 1 from 6.
So we're being told here that obviously a maiden over would result in a super over. It's gonna have to be a great over, obviously. Maybe taking a couple wickets would result in having a maiden, but I think Presentation College Chaguanas are truly ready. Sion Charles here facing up against Salim Khan. He's gonna have to be the one to do it, unless if there's an extra. Presentation College Chaguanas. Wait, it's a short delivery, and for a second there you thought that maybe they might try to sneak a run, or maybe he might have gotten it in the gap, and now it gets a bit cumbersome for Presentation College Chaguanas. I'm pretty sure they would not have been feeling the nerves at the sidelines before, but now they would definitely be feeling it. Granted, it's just one delivery, but the whole field is up now.
They stretched the game into the final 5 deliveries. They've done well. And that's the winning runs. That's the winning run. So Presentation College Chaguanas have made it into the final. Winning by 7 wickets. And skipper Luke Ali finishing on 66 not out as Presentation College Chaguanas won the battle of the presentations. And they will be they are one match away of completing the double that Presentation College San Fernando did a couple years ago. And they will play Naparima College in a date to be announced. I'm heard someone suggesting it could be in the new school term, but we'll await. But one thing we are sure about is that Presentation College Chaguanas, led by their skipper Luke Ali, 66 not out from 54 deliveries, 4 fours and 2 sixes, in a superb knock to lead Presentation College to 126 for 3 to win this second semi-final by 7 wickets.